Chapter 919, A Bug's Life, Part 1. I found it. A boy around 10 to 12 years old happily picked off a scarab beetle from a tree bark. Isn't it amazing, 13? Huh. A fed-up sigh spread inside the young man's head, after which he heard his system reply to his question. Oh, I'd better put it in my container before it gets away, the boy muttered as he placed the beetle inside his transparent bug container. Xylen, you should go home now. It will start to get dark very soon. Hey, but the sun is still high up, you see? Knowing you, you will forget about time and simply head deeper inside the forest. Do you want that old hag to nag at you again when you return? After being reminded of the old hag, Xylen shuddered. Fine. I'm going home now because you managed to convince me. Good. Be a good boy and go home, so your mother will not get worried. After that short discussion, the young man hurried home to a big villa, not far from the forest. As soon as he approached the gate, the guards greeted him respectfully and bowed their heads as he walked past them. He had just passed the gates when he saw an old woman, who immediately gave him a disapproving glare. You went to the forest to collect bugs again, the old woman clicked her tongue in anger. When your father was of the same age, he buried himself in books and became a scholar. What's so good about playing with dirt and insects, huh? You must have inherited that trait from your commoner mother. What are you waiting for? Get out of my sight, and make sure you stay in your room. Guests will soon arrive, and I don't want them to see your face. The boy nodded and ran to the back of the house, where a small wooden cottage was built. The moment he entered the door, a lady who seemed to be in her early 30s smiled at him and put down the embroidery in her hands. You went to the forest again? The lady asked. What did you catch this time? I got a scarab beetle, mother. Xylen replied with a big smile on his face. Doesn't it look amazing? It does look amazing, the lady replied. But you should return it to the forest tomorrow, okay? Just like we agreed on. Xylen nodded before bringing the box to his room. Every day, he would catch a bug, but he would release it the next day. He became fascinated with insects since they were the only ones that he could play with. His brothers and sisters from his father's other concubines looked down on him and often called him a stink bug. They would even cover their noses when they see him, as if to make him understand that he stinks. But Xylen didn't stink. In fact, he smelled really good. So good that insects seemed to be attracted to him like butterflies, even flying around him and landing on his head. Perhaps it was because of this that he became so engrossed in catching them and making them accompany him for a night. But there was someone who knew what kind of power was hidden in his small body, and that someone was none other than his system, 13. Insect sovereign blessing. That was the power gradually awakening inside Xylen's body. Individuals who were born with the insect sovereign constitution had a unique connection to the insect world, transcending mere communication. They could control, command, and even empathize with insects on a deep level. Right now, Xylen was too young to understand how powerful his abilities were, but once he mastered it, those who had hurt him and his mother would be erased from the Jade Tiger clan overnight. It was a pity that he was far too young, innocent, and ignorant to be taught more about his powers. However, 13 made sure to lay some groundwork. Actually, the system had been the one to propose that Xylen start catching insects inside the forest and bring them home overnight. He wanted Xylen to tap into his power at an early age, so that he would be able to master it sooner. Now, try to communicate with the scarab beetle. Ask it any question that you have in mind. Okay. Xylen excitedly took out his new friend from the container box and placed it on top of the table in his room. Scarab beetle, do you poop? Sure. Times like these, I'm happy I don't have a hand. I would have already slapped you silly if I had one. But I always wanted to ask that question. Xylen protested. Mr. Scarab Beetle also answered that he poops. Wow, I didn't know that insects poop as well. Fine. Ask it another question. Mr. Beetle, are you married? Sure. He said he doesn't know what getting married is. Do bugs not marry? System will go on sleep mode. We'll wake up after an hour. Oi, don't leave me, 13. I'm not listening. 13 never felt more frustrated dealing with his system hosts than he did being Xylen's system helper. Perhaps he had not become too jaded from all the heartbreaks that he felt after seeing his hosts die one after the other, or maybe Xylen was simply too pure for his taste. Deep inside, he already knew what fate awaited this sweet summer child. And yet, He couldn't bear to see someone as pure and innocent as Xylen be used as a stepping stone, used by others to climb that grand stage where the villains and heroes would fight against each other. Yes, cannon fodders were merely the stepping stones of villains and heroes, and seeing that Xylen was one of them frustrated 13 terribly so. But, just as 13 and Xylen were arguing with each other, the door of the teenage boy's room opened, and the boy's mother entered with an anxious expression on her face. "Xylen, let's leave." Xylen's mother, Miriam, said anxiously. "What's wrong, mother?" Xylen asked. "Don't ask, sweetheart. Let's just go before they come here." Okay. Xylen had always been very obedient, so he followed his mother as they escaped through the back door of the cottage. Screams reverberated in the surroundings, and the sound of fighting could be heard in the distance. Miriam didn't hesitate to carry her son and jump off the wall of the residence, despite its 3-meter height. She was a cultivator, albeit a low-ranked one. Miriam had sensed that a fight was happening inside the residence, and judging from the sounds he heard, the Jade Tiger clan was being attacked by demonic cultivators. As Miriam desperately tried to escape, a voice filled with disdain reached her ears. As expected, some will choose to flee into the forest. A middle-aged man appeared several meters away from Miriam. Fortunately, we have already anticipated this to happen. For more people appeared and looked at the lady holding her son with a grim expression on her face. She could tell that the people in front of her were several levels stronger than her, and there was no way that she could beat them in a fight. "Mother, what's wrong?" Xylen asked. "Who are these people?" The 5 people looked at the boy and smiled faintly. "We are people who came to take you and your mother to hell," the middle-aged man replied. "Hell?" Xylen blinked in confusion. "Are there bugs in hell?" The middle-aged man paused for a bit before laughing out loud. "Yes, there are bugs in hell," one of the men replied. "Because we are going to send 2 of them to hell right now." Chapter 920, A Bug's Life, Part 2. "Please, you can do anything to me, but spare my son." Miriam pleaded and begged for her son's life. "Please, I beg you. As much as I want to agree to your request, I could not," the middle-aged man replied. "Our sect master's decree states that not even dogs shall be left alive in the Jade Tiger clan. In your next life, make sure to not marry a clan that hunts demonic cultivators." Without even batting an eye, he threw 2 throwing knives at the lady, who immediately used her body to shield her son from getting killed. "Ugh!" Miriam groaned as the 2 knives pierced her back. "Mother, why are you crying?" Xylen asked. "Are you hurt?" Miriam didn't answer and simply hugged her son tighter. Her tears fell like rain, knowing that she and, perhaps, her son would die soon. A moment later, 2 more throwing knives hit the lady's back, her face turning paler from pain and loss of blood. The middle-aged man was purposely not aiming for her vital spots, as if to torture her for a longer time. The other demonic cultivators were also enjoying the scene, thinking of it as some form of entertainment. They had plenty of time to spare, so they slowly watched as this pitiful sight unfolded before their eyes. "Mother, what's wrong?" Xylen hugged his mother, who had already collapsed on the ground, blood soaking her clothes. "Xylen, if you want to save your mother, listen to me, and listen well." Whoa. The boy felt too sad, too hurt, and too confused to reply to 13 as he hugged his mother. "Call for help. The insects and bugs are your friends. Ask them to help you and save your mother. Do it quickly, or she might die." Hearing his system's orders, Xylen cried louder. His pain wail spread inside the forest like wildfire, making the tiny creatures living in it pause in whatever they were doing and glance in his direction. But a moment later, swarms of insects, both poisonous and not, flew in the direction of the boy, who was feeling so hurt and was in the midst of despair. Although Xylen didn't say anything, his raw emotions were enough to reach the insects of the forest, making them feel angry in his stead. "Do you hear something buzzing?" one of the demonic cultivators asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, who was about to throw another throwing knife at the lady, paused and listened to his surroundings. At first, they could only hear a faint buzz, but it suddenly grew in intensity. A moment later, the entire forest seemed to be buzzing, making the demonic cultivator raise their guard. But how could they possibly guard themselves against countless insects that had descended on them like a swarm of locusts? Even though their cultivation was high, they weren't immune to poison. The poisonous insects bit their exposed skin, making the cultivators feel pain. Kill those too, and let's leave this place. The middle-aged man shouted, no longer wanting to play with the dying lady and her son. The four all lunged at her with swords drawn. However, a second later, they saw the world around them spin. The middle-aged man looked in disbelief at the severed head of his comrade, who was also looking at him in surprise. It was at that moment that he realized what had happened. Amidst the buzzing of the insects, the faint sound of 5 bodies collapsing on the ground reached their ears. The middle-aged man then felt himself being lifted, face to face with a giant mantis that opened its mandibles to bite his head. Then, there was no then. Several other powerful insect monsters, who had high cultivation, appeared one by one, encircling the crying child who was hugging his mother tightly. The mantis made a chirping sound, and dozens of etherwing moths the size of a person's thumb flew around the 2 humans, sprinkling them with moth dust. The injuries that the lady had received slowly closed, regenerating at a rapid pace. Her complexion was still pale, but her life was no longer in danger. The mantis chirped a second time, and 2 bees that were both 2 meters long picked up the 2 humans and carried them deeper in the forest. As for the dead demonic cultivators, the insects feasted on their bodies, tearing their flesh and blood, leaving only bones behind. This was their revenge for hurting their sovereign, and even in their deaths, they weren't spared from having their bodies desecrated. Several years later, Xylen was now 16 years old, about to leave the forest for the first time in years. His mother had returned to her family and was now in good hands. Unfortunately, Xylen didn't want to stay with her as it would only endanger her life. While he was the same innocent boy back then, his body was now covered with a potent poison that might not be able to kill a human, but it would make them feel extreme pain, making them wish that they had died instead. After a tearful reunion, Xylen parted ways with his mother, telling her she shouldn't worry about him because he now had friends who would protect him. 13. Sometimes I wish I could become an insect, Xylen said. Maybe by then, I don't have to worry about human affairs. Being an insect is harder than being a human. You have to constantly run away from predators while trying to eat others as well. Is that so? Xylen asked. Then what should I do? I don't want to get eaten by others. It's really simple, you know? Become the sovereign of insects. You must become their lord, master, their king. As long as you command them, you don't have to worry about getting hurt or eaten by others. A king seems too much, Xylen replied. I don't think I can do that. Then, how about a prince? Good. Let's go with that. 13 neglected to mention that a prince could still become a king when the right time comes. But since he only wanted Xylen to live a happy, fruitful life, he decided to hold his tongue back for the time being. Well then, we're off to an adventure. Xylen chuckled. Let's see the world, you and I. 13. I have already seen the world and beyond, but I don't mind accompanying a friend on his journey. Xylen's smile widened as he took his first step outside of the forest, soon to venture into a wider world filled with challenges that would make him wish he had never left the forest and stayed there for the rest of his life. Chapter 921. 921. The Prince of House Azrakith, Part 1. When 13 opened his eyes, he found his head nestled on Sherry's soft chest. Feeling her softness and warmth, the teenage boy decided not to get up right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to recall the dream he had just now. If wanting to confirm his thoughts, he accessed his status page inside his mind. There, he saw the name Xylen written in bold, gold letters. He uncontrollably wondered if everything that was happening was a mere coincidence. Erasmus, Vincent, Hugo, and now, Xylen. 4 of his previous hosts had reincarnated in the same timeline. Once was a fluke, twice was a coincidence, and thrice was a pattern. And now, there were 4, making him feel like there was something at play that he wasn't aware of. Of course, he was very happy to see them. After all, they were all people with whom he had spent considerable time. Even so, he found this situation truly bizarre. Deep in thought, he failed to notice that his finger was tapping Sherry's back, just like how he would tap a table or the armrest of his chair when he was thinking. This prompted the young lady to awaken from her sleep and look at her lover with sleepy eyes. Without even giving it much thought, Sherry kissed 13's forehead and hugged him a little tighter before closing her eyes. 5 more minutes, Sherry said softly. I'll wake up after 5 more minutes. Okay, 13 replied, as he, too, hugged the young lady, making the latter smile. 15 minutes later, the two rose from the bed. Today was the day they arranged to meet up with Xylen. Since this was a very sensitive meeting, he only brought Sherry, his grandfather, Viola, Sharon, and Louise with him. He wanted to bring Hugo, but there were still some secrets that the teenage boy didn't want him to know. For now, he decided to only bring the people who knew a bit of his hidden trump cards. Lastly, having ladies around would lower the other party's guard. Well, 13 didn't really believe that. However, he trusted Vincent to a certain degree. In the notebook listed that bringing beautiful ladies to an important meeting shows a man's capability, and that it would be effective to bring a handful of them to show off. The Xylen of the past wasn't really interested in the opposite sex. He was only interested in bugs. The irony of it all was that he had become the prince of bugs and other venomous creatures. A dream of his that he had talked to 13 about back when they were still together. I don't know what kind of arrangement Xylen has made, but it is best if all of you will be vigilant when we arrive at the meeting place, 13 said. Make sure to not do or say anything that offends the other party. I need to gather information about the jinns, and this meeting is the perfect opportunity to get some answers. Everyone nodded to acknowledge his words. They only planned to observe and let Xylen do all the talking. They then traveled with their Humvees to the meeting place, which was only 2 kilometers away from their location. When they arrived, a group of 5 was already waiting for their arrival. I'm sorry, did we make you wait too long? 13 asked. No, Prince Xylen replied. We're the ones who are late. You guys arrived here yesterday, but we only arrived here 3 hours ago. Well then, shall we all take a seat? The prince snapped his fingers, and the ground in front of them rose, forming a table and 2 chairs. Clearly, the chairs were meant for him and 13, who were the leaders of both of their factions. Please sit. Prince Xylen made a gesture. Thank you, 13 replied and sat down, facing the prince of the Azrakith court. Well then, let's introduce each other first, Prince Xylen said with a smile. My full name is Xylen Vashkra Theliandra Mariseth Kalvoran Durith of House Azrakith. I know that it's a mouthful, so just call me Prince Xylen. Xylen Leventus, 13 replied. Of the Leventus family. Just call me Xylen. For some reason, I thought you were going to tell me I should call you with a number. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Prince Xylen blinked. Well, it doesn't matter. There's a question that I'm dying to ask. Mind if I start asking first? Of course, 13 replied. Ask away. Well then, Prince Xylen smiled. Do you poop? A resounding slap reverberated in the surroundings, making everyone observing the talk between the 2 teenagers gasp in shock. 13 blinked once, then twice, before looking at his raised hand that had just moved on its own to slap the prince in front of him. Arthur couldn't help but facepalm. His no-good grandson had just told them they shouldn't do or say anything that might offend the other party. Yet, here he was, doing something that would offend the other party, though the teenage boy looked just as shocked as everyone. He swore that his body moved on its own, without even a sign of hesitation. How dare you raise your hands on our princess? The snake man asked. Do you wish us to die? The snake man, who goes by the name Rezkarin, was about to attack when a hand caught his arm, preventing him from moving. Calm down. A demi-human, B said calmly. He didn't do it on purpose. What do you mean he didn't do it on purpose? Rezkarin asked. Are you mad, Izakar? Prince Xylen, who had been slapped, looked at Xylen with a face filled with injustice. Why did you do that? Prince Xylen asked. I thought we were here to talk about things civilly and peacefully. I'm sorry, my hand truly moved on its own. 13 replied apologetically before shifting his gaze to the snake man, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. I know that I was in the wrong, so I apologize. How about I dedicate that slap to all of you? It must have been hard being Prince Xylen's retainer, right? Although I did a bad thing. Think of it as a gift from me to you. The snake man, who was glaring at the human boy earlier, flinched. It wasn't only he who reacted this way. The 4 other retainers accompanying Prince Xylen also showed different reactions, including the demi-human bee, who stopped Rezkarin from attacking the human boy. Just like 13 had said, being Prince Xylen's retainer was a very frustrating job. There were many times when they wanted to slap him silly because of his stupid questions, but since they were going to get punished for it, they kept their hands. After hearing 13's words, they no longer felt bad after Xylen slapped their prince. In fact, They even looked at him favorably, as if he had righted a wrong that should have been dealt with long ago. Boy, aren't you guys going to get angry for my sake? Prince Xylen noticed that his retainers were no longer clamoring to punish Zion for his transgression. Your Highness, I think it would be best if you be the bigger insect and forgive this lowly and filthy creature of his sin, Rezkarin said in a solemn tone. If you do this, not only will you be showing goodwill, but it also proves how merciful and magnanimous you are. That's right, Your Highness, Izakar commented. With his action, we have the moral high ground in this discussion. In the end, we have gained a great advantage. This is good for negotiation. Prince Xylen blinked once, then twice, before smiling from ear to ear. Of course, I know that. Prince Xylen scoffed. I was just testing you guys if you are half as smart as I am. Of course, I am merciful and magnanimous. Why do you think Father sent me here instead of my brothers? He knew that I was very capable, so he sent me to lead the vanguard. No, he sent you here because you made a mess of the event he held in the palace prior to our departure. His Majesty just wants you away from the capital because you always ruin everything. The great general swore he'd resign if you stayed in the city for another day. How could you possibly push her daughter face first into a dunghill made by the dung beetles? The retainers all nodded their heads with a smile and praised the prince for being a wise and capable ruler, but deep inside, they were cursing him, and once again thanked Zion for giving him the slap that they had always wanted to give him. Chapter 922, The Prince of House Azrakith, Part 2. This prince will forgive you for your transgressions earlier. Now, I will ask you another question, Prince Xylen said. Are these ladies your wives? Viola, Sharon, and Louise all blushed. They weren't even 13's fiancés. The only ones who had been recognized by the public were Sherry and Erica. This lady here is my lover, 13 replied. Her name is Sherry. The three ladies over there are my subordinates. Their names are Viola, Sharon, and Louise. I see. So they're your friends with benefits. Prince Xylen nodded. I learned a thing or two from the wanderer we captured. He said many young men like to have friends with benefits, whom they play a sport with. Something called wrestling on the bed. I don't really know why you need to wrestle on top of the bed, but I guess it's a cultural thing, right? As expected of Prince Xylen, you are a cultured person, 13 replied. I am very impressed. Ha! Prince Xylen laughed. I wasn't called a genius prodigy in my homeland for nothing. Sherry was doing her best to keep herself from giggling because she found the prince quite funny. She always thought that jinns were violent and bloodthirsty creatures. This impression had only recently changed after she had interacted with Kamasats, Paimon, and Camarasipa. However, Sherry believed they only treated her kindly because she was Zion's fiancée. If she were any other ordinary wanderer who wandered in their territory, the chances of her becoming their lunch were very high. So, seeing a true prince of the jinns act in a friendly and funny manner made her understand that not all jinns were born bad. If only 13 could hear her thoughts, he would advise her not to use Prince Xylen as a comparison to the other jinns, because he is an exception among exceptions. Even the jinns wouldn't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole. Viola, Sharon, and Louise also found Prince Xylen endearing. Even using the words genius and prodigy in the same sentence made perfect sense to him. Now, let's talk about more important things. Prince Xylen's tone suddenly became serious. I heard that you are the supreme commander of the Alliance. Is that true? That is what they call me, 13 replied. Then can you order the human armies to mobilize anytime you want? If need be, yes. Prince Xylen nodded. Then I want you to become my subordinate. I promise not to mistreat you and to treat you like a sworn brother. There are many beautiful insect ladies in my homeland. You can take as many as you like. The fun thing is that they can give birth to dozens, even hundreds, of eggs at a time. You will be able to have so many kids, you would even run out of names to give them. At that moment, all the endearment that Sherry, Viola, Sharon, and Louise felt for the prince vanished without a trace. The mere thought of Zion having hundreds of kids, even thousands, was enough to make them feel like they wanted to stab Prince Xylen to get rid of a future threat. Why are you girls looking at me with killing intent? Prince Xylen, who was very sensitive to these kinds of things, asked in confusion. Don't you know? Having a lot of children is a good thing. 13 raised his hand to signal the ladies to calm themselves. You wish for me to become your subordinate, right? 13 asked. Yes. Prince Xylen said. Name your price, and I'll make it happen. 13 pondered for a bit before speaking out his mind. You want to rule over the Wanderers, right? Absolutely. I want to take over this world and give it as a gift to my father. I see. 13 nodded in understanding. Unfortunately, it won't work. Huh? Prince Xylen frowned. Why not? 13 smiled faintly before lightly tapping his communicator. Suddenly, an image of the members of the hero party fighting against the jinns was shown. Truth be told, the Wanderers dislike someone ruling over them, 13 stated. They will resist with all their might and fight for their freedom. What they are looking for is not a king but a hero, a knight or a prince in shining armor who will come and save them from the dangers of the world. And right now, that hero is none other than him. 13 pointed to Roland, who had just killed a rank 5 sovereign with ease. The frown on Prince Xylen's face deepened as he tried to digest 13's words. He was truly a simple-minded person. If someone tells him that this person is good, he will imitate that person to do good things. Using that logic, he held Xylen's gaze and spoke his mind. Are you telling me I need to become a hero so the Wanderers would respect me? Prince Xylen asked. Are you asking me to fight other jinns? The contempt in the prince's gaze and words was evident, and it reflected the expressions of his entourage as well. Yes and no, 13 replied. You don't have to fight the jinns you don't want to fight, but you can fight the jinns that you want to fight. For example, the jinns currently on the front lines are not associated with your faction, right? All you need to do is appear and tell them to scram. Once the Wanderers see this act, they will become curious about who you are. Why would they not know who I am? Prince Xylen asked in confusion. If I tell those jinns to scram, wouldn't they be able to see my face? They won't see it if you wear this, 13 replied and placed a cool-looking helmet on the top of the table. You can also wear this belt and shout Echo Phase Activate, 13 said. After that, you will undergo a transformation to become the masked beetle rider. Using this transformation, you will get the identity of a hero. With this, even if your identity is discovered in the future, the Wanderers will think favorably of you. Sherry looked at the belt and remembered the transformation bracelets that Xylen had given them. He then watched as Prince Xylen wore the belt without a second thought. His retainers told him not to trust humans too quickly, but the prince was adamant about wearing it. Do I just say the words that you said earlier? Prince Xylen asked, very curious about what would happen next. No, you have to make cool poses first, like this. 13 imitated the very cool transformation pose that he saw on the series that Rhea, Remy, and he watched together. Echo Phase Activate. 13 said as he did the pose a second time to show the prince how it was done, as if trying to entice the prince to test it. 13 equipped his red armor, which made him look like the P*Keeman called Cyril Dage. Wow. So cool. Prince Xylen was instantly hooked by Xylen's new look and didn't hesitate to try the transformation pose. Echo Phase Activate. The prince was then covered from head to foot with armor in the shades of black and gold. Even his antenna complemented the armor, making it look more impressive. Prince Xylen's retainers, who were against the idea earlier, couldn't help but look at their prince in surprise. They could vaguely sense that he had become a lot stronger, and although they didn't want to admit it, he did look cool wearing the armor. Ha! Prince Xylen laughed. This is awesome. I feel so strong. As if wanting to test his strength, he lightly tapped the table with the palm of his hand, and it shattered in an instant. This armor is amazing, Prince Xylen said in excitement. I'm glad you liked it, 13 replied. Treat it as a gift from me to you. However, you still need to use an alias when you perform your duty as a hero. From now on, you will refer to yourself as the Masked Beetle Rider. You also need to have a proper ride because every hero needs one. Do you have any strong monsters that look cool that you can ride to battle? Just standing on one and telling jinns to scram will do the trick. I have just the thing. Prince Xylen nodded. I have a dark blue tiger beetle that had pledged loyalty to me not long ago. It's not just fast, it's also strong. Oh, a tiger beetle? That is actually a good choice. 13 nodded. 13 also had Hercules, who was an obsidian tiger beetle. It could run faster than Blackie because 13 had given it the Road Runner Divine technique. It was a moving tank that could bulldoze its way against a horde of jinns and send them all flying like bowling pins. Prince Xylen snapped his fingers a second time, and the table reformed once more. This time, he invited Xylen to sit once more, but in a friendlier manner, making the teenage boy smile faintly. This might be the start of a partnership that might play a vital role in the full-scale war about to happen in the next few months. Chapter 923, 923, The Prince of House Azrakith, Part 3. Are you sure this is going to work? Prince Xylen asked. You need to make it work, 13 replied. I'll do my best to help you get popular, but whether it works or not all depends on your capability. The teenage boy then glanced at the demi-human beetle, Izakar, whom he felt was the most dangerous among Prince Xylen's entourage. I'm sure your retainers are capable enough to help you with this, 13 added. Just remember, you need to make waves before the Jinn invasion truly begins, because by then, you will not be able to move freely. Speaking of which, you seem very calm about facing us, Prince Xylen said before giving Arthur a sidelong glance. I know he is a throne, but do you think he's strong enough to save you from us if we decide to capture all of you? Have you heard the rumors about me? 13 asked. I have read some interesting things about you, Prince Xylen admitted. If those rumors are indeed true, then you do have the qualifications to remain calm in front of me. Even I don't have the guts to face off against a Magian prince, let alone a Magian king. The rest of the prince's entourage also knew of Xylen's accomplishments. But aside from Izakar, the rest just thought of them as an over-exaggeration made up by the Wanderers. They could not even defeat rank 9 sovereigns. What more a Magian prince and a Magian king? That said, they treated that news as complete, utter hogwash. However, Izakar was no fool. He had been paying close attention to the teenage boy since the talks had started. Not only did he speak in a calm, confident tone, but he even had the audacity to slap the prince in front of them. Izakar was a strategist who served Prince Xylen's father directly. The reason why he accompanied the prince was because his king ordered him to keep his stupid son safe from harm. Although Prince Xylen was a troublemaker, it didn't change the fact that the insect king loved this unruly son of his. He had sent him away from their kingdom to pacify his subjects, though he also truly hoped that the prince would learn a lesson or two from the world they planned to conquer. This child is very dangerous, Izakar thought. I have a feeling that if we attack him, we will regret it very much. But just as the demi-human bee was thinking along these lines, Prince Xylen grinned and clapped his hands. Actually, I really planned to capture you today, Prince Xylen said. But I changed my mind. You're a very interesting person, Xylen Leventus. It would be such a waste to make you an enemy. I also don't want to become your enemy, Prince Xylen, 13 replied. I believe it will be more beneficial for us if we don't openly antagonize each other, especially before your reinforcements from Gamara arrive. Prince Xylen nodded. But, Xylen, when the reinforcements arrive, I believe I will no longer have any say in the army. My elder brother will be coming with the main forces of the Azrakith court to conquer this world. That's why you need to spread your name and influence before he arrives, 13 stated. Because when he appears, you will no longer be able to command your soldiers freely. Very well. I will do as you say, Prince Xylen replied. But since I like you, I will give you additional information about a princess who hailed from our home world. Her name is Princess Aracel from House Pavareth. She's one of the top beauties in Gamara, more beautiful than the ladies by your side. But she is a very wicked bird who thinks that everyone is beneath her feet. I will be very happy if you can bring her down a peg and make her eat dirt if possible. She has taken over Alcove City and is building her forces there. Thank you for this information, 13 replied. I'll make sure to keep an eye on her. Prince Xylen smiled and reached out a hand to offer a handshake to Xylen. The teenage boy didn't hesitate and firmly grasped the prince's hand. To a happy cooperation, Prince Xylen said. To a happy cooperation. 13 nodded. After the handshake was done, the two promised to talk regularly through the communicator. They then went off on their separate ways, feeling content with the things they had discussed today. Prince Xylen's entourage soon mounted a giant beetle to return to their territory. Not long after, several rank 7 sovereigns appeared by his side. Your Highness, why didn't you give the order to capture them? A praying mantis asked. It's because Xylen is a very interesting person, and I don't want him to hate me, Prince Xylen replied. Besides, he is the strategist of the alliance. Do you really think he didn't make preparations beforehand? The prince then lightly tapped the belt on his waist, which was a gift that was given to him by Xylen. When he transformed earlier, he felt his strength drastically increase, which made him realize that he shouldn't underestimate the teenage boy. People call Prince Xylen stupid, and maybe he was. But when it came to intuition, he was second to none. Collaborating with Xylen would give him benefits, and frankly, he believed that. Just like his plan to capture him, the teenage boy also planned to capture him if their talks went south. It was a risk that Prince Xylen didn't want to take, and Izakar shared this line of thought. Prince Xylen is right, Izakar commented. I believe Xylen Leventis has also made arrangements beforehand. We can't really be sure about who will be able to capture who, so this outcome is already good in my opinion. Now that the king's strategist had spoken, no one bothered to challenge his words. Your Highness, why did you mention Princess Aracel to Xylen? Izakar inquired. Do you really want the two of them to fight? Yes, Prince Xylen answered. I believe Xylen can make that bird kneel, and frankly, I would love to see it. Maybe he can sell her to me as a slave afterward. If that happens, we will be able to use some leverage against House Pavareth when their reinforcements arrive. I see. Izakar nodded before glancing at the belt that Xylen had given the prince. He already had suspicions that the belt might have been tampered with, which would allow the teenage boy to gain some valuable information without lifting a finger. After all, in war, information was power. Because of this, he drew something in the air, specifically words from the ancient language of their home world. When Prince Xylen and the others read what he wrote, all of them glanced at the belt on the prince's waist with solemn expressions on their faces. Suddenly, the communicator on the prince's arm rang. Yes, Xylen? Prince Xylen asked. Did you forget something? I forgot to tell you I can hear your discussion through the gift I gave you, 13 said calmly. Since Mr. B is very smart, I'm sure he might have realized this possibility already. So, to avoid any bad vibes between us, I decided to inform you that I will turn off the voice recording function of the belt. Also, let this be a lesson to you, Prince Xylen. Do not readily accept gifts from your enemies. If that belt had a hidden bomb in it, you and your people might already be dead at this moment. That is all. May all of you have a safe trip back to your headquarters. The Jinns exchanged glances with each other before Prince Xylen coughed lightly. He wasn't sure if Xylen really turned off the voice recording function of the belt, but he decided to trust his words because he didn't want to part with the gift that allowed him to transform into masked beetle rider, who would soon become a hero in the eyes of the wanderers in the Signa continent. Chapter 924. 924. Is this a trap? Why didn't you capture him? Arthur asked. I'm sure that if we put some effort, we would have been able to overpower them with Rocky's help. Because capturing him will not give us any benefits, 13 replied. Also, I believe collaborating with him will do us more good than harm. Arthur no longer said anything. Although he asked a lot of questions, he trusted his no-good grandson's decision. They were now traveling to rejoin his group, which was moving to their next destination. Christopher was currently in charge of the operations, with Colbert supporting him from the sidelines. Athena was also paying close attention to their route, ensuring that the 69th Battalion, the Legionnaires, and the Valkyries wouldn't stumble upon any Jinn hordes they wouldn't be able to handle. But is it really a coincidence that we are heading to Alcove City? Viola inquired. Prince Xylen said that Princess Aracel has chosen that as their base, right? It's not a coincidence, 13 replied. I already planned to attack that city before I learned of Princess Aracel. He didn't know what the princess was thinking, but among the newcomers to the Signy continent, he knew that her high-ranking soldiers weren't that many. Some of the demons had already infiltrated Alcove City and had done some snooping beforehand. The city had at least 5 rank 7 sovereigns, but that was it. Clearly, the role of these 5 creatures was to protect the princess of House Pavareth. Ever since he found out she was a member of the royal family, her value skyrocketed in his eyes. Also, the princess seemed to have bullied Prince Xylen in the past because there was a hint of anger in the prince's words when he spoke of one of the most beautiful ladies in Gamara. Maybe he asked her to marry him, but got rejected by her, 13 mused. Don't worry, Xylen. I got you. While 13 and the rest of his entourage were traveling to regroup with the others, an unexpected visitor arrived at the camp of the 69th Battalion. Grandpa. Maple and Cinnamon hugged the old man who appeared at their camp without anyone noticing him. The soldiers had all raised their firearms and pointed them at James, but seeing that the 2 adorable girls were hugging the old man, acting spoiled around him, They hesitated to harm him. Lower your weapons, Christopher ordered. He had already seen James once in the past, so he knew he wasn't an enemy. Also, if someone was powerful enough to sneak inside their camp without their sentries' notice, it only spoke volumes. James wasn't someone who should be provoked. James gave Christopher a nod of appreciation and satisfaction because the young man made the right choice. Your mom is getting worried, so I decided to pick the two of you up, James said with a smile. Okay. Maple nodded. Cinnamon will listen to Grandpa because she also misses Mama. Cinnamon replied. Good. James lightly patted the heads of his two granddaughters before shifting his gaze to Stella. Are you planning to stay here? James asked. Yes, Grandfather, Stella replied. I still have things to do here. James nodded in understanding. Say goodbye to your sister. It might be a while before you see her again. Maple and Cinnamon hugged Stella and asked her to kiss their cheeks. Stella was more than happy to do that, after which she bid her sisters goodbye. Please tell Big Brother that we went home, and tell him we're sorry because we weren't able to say goodbye properly, Maple said. Tell Big Brother that Cinnamon will return as soon as possible. Cinnamon said, Okay. Stella smiled. I'll pass your message to him. After that short goodbye, Maple and Cinnamon held James' hands and walked away from the camp alongside him in one barred their way. But the soldiers looked at their two mascots with sad expressions on their faces. The twins had only spent a short time with them, but they had already succeeded in winning everyone's hearts. When they were finally a good distance away from the camp, Maple and Cinnamon opened a portal that connected to the world of Hestia, where their dear mother was waiting for their return. Back at the camp, you sure have an interesting family, Siri commented. Look who's talking, Stella replied. The two girls already considered each other as friends, so they now knew a little bit about each other's background. Suddenly, Siri frowned and looked into the distance, as if sensing something reacting to her bloodline. What's wrong? Stella asked, noticing the change in her friend's expression. I sense something in that direction, Siri replied, pointing in the distance. Isn't that the same place that we're heading to? It is. Siri's frown deepened because the sensation she felt was getting stronger. I'll be back shortly, Siri said. I need to talk to my mother. The young lady didn't even bother to wait for Stella's reply and hurriedly walked away from the camp. Her mother had warned her that there was a possibility that she would meet someone of the same bloodline as hers when she went to the Cygni continent. Now that her bloodline was indeed reacting to something, she needed to inform her mother that her warning had become a reality. Creating a contingency plan was important, but she also needed to talk to Xylen about this matter. Since he was the leader of their group, it would be up to him whether she took action or not. Alcove City. Impossible. Princess Aracel muttered as she looked towards the northwest, where she felt a reaction to her bloodline. Someone else with the blood of House Pavareth is here on this continent. She was the only member of the royal family who crossed through the portal, so it should have been impossible for someone else to be here. Could it be survivors from that time? Princess Arakaye thought. No, they should be in Solterra, not in Pangaea. How did they manage to get here? Although several questions popped up inside her head, there was no denying that she was indeed feeling the reaction of her bloodline. Because of this, she hesitated whether to summon her people to investigate the location where she was getting the reaction from. Is this a trap? Princess Aracel thought. If it is, it's a very clever move. After pondering for some time, she finally made her decision. Guards, call the Big Five to have an audience with me, Princess Aracel ordered. The guards bowed and went to follow the princess's orders. While they were curious why the beautiful lady suddenly asked the strongest warriors among their people for a meeting, they didn't ask and took action right away, knowing that their princess wouldn't give an order too lightly if she decided to summon all five of them. This meant that something important had happened, requiring their full attention. Chapter 925. I think you are being too overconfident. I see. Maple and Cinnamon left. 13 said when he was told the news after he rejoined the group. After informing Xylen about her two little sisters' departure, Stella noticed that the young man looked a little sad. Don't worry, Stella said. Knowing them, it wouldn't take that long before they show up again. They just need to go home since they like sneaking out a lot, making their mother worry all the time. A faint smile graced 13's lips as he nodded in agreement. The young man genuinely liked Maple and Cinnamon, most probably because they were the only ones who appreciated his cooking. In Xylen's point of view, the two adorable gluttons were true connoisseurs, for they understood the awesomeness of his cooking. Ordinary humans simply cannot appreciate my cooking, 13 thought. So far, only those two know the real deal. Although he would truly miss the two gluttons, 13 decided to focus on the things that he needed to deal with at the moment. One last thing, Stella glanced at her friend, who was leaning on one of the Humvees and looking in their direction. Siri wants to have a word with you. With me? 13 looked at Siri, whose arms were crossed over her chest. For some reason, her hair color had changed into blue, making 13 wonder if she was prepping up for battle. Hey, does she change her hair color depending on her mood? I don't know, Stella replied. I still haven't known her long enough to notice her mood swings. With a sigh, the teenage boy decided to settle this matter as quickly as possible. After all, he still needed to meet with the captains of his 69th Battalion and the Legionnaires, as well as the Valkyries. So, what's up? 13 asked. In the place we're headed, I think a relative of mine is staying there, Siri answered. Do you mind if I personally deal with them? The teenage boy glanced around in their surroundings before grabbing Siri's hand. He ignored the stares of everyone who saw him dragging the young beauty towards his Humvee, including Vincent and Penny, who looked at each other with knowing smiles on their faces. Xylen is growing up, Vincent commented. He's starting to get greedy. As expected of the commander, he likes them older than him. Penny nodded in agreement. When they finally arrived at the Humvee, he asked Sherry to guard the outside and not allow anyone to disturb his talk with Siri. After making sure that the soundproofing mechanism of the vehicle was activated, the teenage boy finally turned his attention back to the young lady, who was looking at him with amusement. I never thought you'd be the pushy type, Siri said in a teasing tone. You drag me here all alone and make sure that no one can hear us. Is Sherry and Erica no longer enough for you? 13 ignored Siri's words and simply asked her the question he believed was the crux of her desire to talk to him. Are you related to House Pavareth? 13 asked. How did? Siri looked at Xylen in shock. This was something only she and her mother should have known about. Assured that this was a closely guarded secret, she believed the commander of the 69th Battalion got this information from a different source. Seeing the dumbfounded look on the young lady's face, 13 added more information, surprising her further. The person calling the shots in Alcove City is Princess Aracel of House Pavareth, 13 stated. I chose to target her because she's the easiest to deal with among the royalty, who came from Gamara through the mutated gates. I don't know how important she is to her people, but once I capture her, I plan to squeeze out all the information she has about the number and quality of troops that will arrive from their faction. So, I apologize in advance. I really cannot let you have her. At least not until I'm done interrogating her. But once I've extracted all the value she has, you can have her. So her name is Aracel. Siri narrowed her eyes. Very well. As long as you promise to give her to me alive once you're done with your interrogation, I will help you capture her. You have a deal, 13 replied. Is there anything else I should know? I thought you're going to ask, is there any other secrets that you are keeping from me? Siri smirked. But it seems that I'm still underestimating you, Xylen. If you know about Aracel, then you must already know about me, right? I don't know many things about you, 13 answered. But I know that the two of us cannot become enemies. You also know that, right? Indeed. Siri agreed. You really are mysterious, Xylen. Sometimes, I just want to crack open that head of yours and see what makes you tick. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do that, 13 replied. Have you forgotten our fight in the Temple of Courage? That one doesn't count, Siri replied in a heartbeat. Her face flushed out of embarrassment. You got lucky. I wasn't feeling good that day. 13 gave her the no one is going to believe you gaze. Anyway, I'm different now. Siri puffed up her chest. I'm stronger than before. I didn't spend the last 2 years being lazy. 13 glanced at the young lady's modest chest that was only slightly bigger than Sherry's before shifting his attention back to her beautiful face. If your strength is as big as your chest, I think you're being too overconfident, 13 said in a teasing tone. You should have at least Erica's size to back up your claim. Why you? Siri covered her chest with her hands. You are starting to sound like a pervert like Vincent and Penny. I've never felt so insulted in my life. 13 blinked once then twice after hearing Siri's words. Being compared to those two has more emotional damage than I thought. Humph. Siri walked to the back of the Humvee to leave. Anyway, I've told you what I want. Just stick to the deal, and we can still be friends. Also, don't you ever mention my chest again in the future. Siri left the Humvee with a beet-red face, her hands still covering her chest. Seeing her expression, Vincent and Penny gave each other a knowing smirk because they were very familiar with that kind of expression from girls. "Hey boy, Xylen." Vincent teared up. "I'm the one who raised that kid and taught him everything he knows." "As expected of you, Vincent," Penny commented. "Should I also write some tips in a small notebook and pass it to the commander?" "Of course," Vincent replied. "Xylen lacks experience, and as his experienced older brothers, we need to help him in his time of need. The more he knows, the better he will perform when the right time comes." The two men of culture then started to brainstorm, writing what they discussed in a small notebook. They were compiling the most effective ways to teach the teenage boy the art of becoming the man among men who could handle so many ladies in their life. If Erica, Sherry, and Shauna were there to see what the two bastards were doing, they would probably burn both of them while tied to a stake. That way, they would not be able to corrupt their fiancé, whom they loved very much. Chapter 926. 926. Pride Goes Before Destruction, Part 1. Xylen's group set their camp 10 miles away from Alcove City. Rocky kept watch for potential threats on land, while Zed monitored the sky, with two rank 8 sovereigns serving as watchguards. 13 was sure their group would be timely informed if there was any movement from Alcove City. "We'll stick to the plan and attack them at midnight," 13 said. "Our upcoming enemies glow in the darkness, so it will be easier to distinguish them once the battle starts. According to my investigation, they only have 5 rank 7 sovereigns in their ranks. But we can't rule out the possibility of them having a hidden trump card somewhere. I already asked the central government for an airstrike, which will hit them hard. The race of this jinn is very prideful and arrogant, so they will not let this pass and attack with full force. All the more reason why we must stick to our plan and bombard them with artillery strikes from here. Only when they are a mile away from us will we stop using artillery and engage them in aerial battle. Does anyone have a question?" "I do." Marion, the captain of the Valkyries, raised her hand. "You said they have 5 rank 7 sovereigns. How are we going to deal with them?" "My grandfather will deal with them personally," 13 answered. "Don't worry. My grandpa is very strong. There's only one he fears in the whole world, and that's my grandmother, so we have nothing to worry about." Everyone's gaze landed on Arthur, who remained calm. At this point, he was already used to his no-good grandson's antics. The patriarch of the Leventis family had long learned the art of taking things in stride, so his image wouldn't be further ruined in public. Seeing his grandfather take hits like a real man, 13 stopped teasing him and focused on the mission at hand. "We have one objective in this operation: capture Princess Aracel of House Pavareth," 13 explained. "Mind you, her beauty is otherworldly, and she is not afraid to use her beauty to bewitch people. Those with weak wills, and those who only use their lower heads to think, are very susceptible to her power, so make sure to stay away from her as much as possible." 13 made sure to look longer at Vincent and Penny, who both averted their gazes from his stare. "Anyway, this operation must be conducted swiftly before the enemy can ask for reinforcement from the other jinns in the area. There's no guarantee the other factions won't help them. All of you will engage the enemy, while I will personally lead an elite team to capture the princess during the chaos. I have just one absolute command. None of you should die in this operation. Do I make myself clear?" "Sir, yes, sir." After getting a positive reply from everyone, 13 then went into the full details of the operation with the captains and the roles they were going to play. This meeting lasted for nearly an hour before everyone carried out the teenage boy's orders. "Hugo, you will be coming with me in this operation," 13 said. "Yes, sir," Hugo replied. He had been assigned as 13's personal bodyguard, though there were instances when the teenage boy would go somewhere without taking him out of course. He didn't question it as he believed that his commander had a reason for everything. But now that he was entrusted with an important mission, he promised himself to keep their commander safe without fail. 13 had also thought long and hard if now was the right time to let Hugo know some of his secrets. And after careful considerations, he decided to trust his former host, who was one of the strongest, kindest, and most gentle beings he had the honor of supporting as their system. "Christopher, I leave everyone in your very capable hands," 13 said. Keep everyone safe, and if needed, I give you permission to use him." The young man looked at his commander in surprise because he never expected to receive an order like this from him. This just proved that 13 didn't want anyone to die in this operation, which he spearheaded. "Understood, sir," Christopher replied. "I will protect everyone, even if it means exposing one of my trump cards." "I'm sorry, but you and Colbert are the only ones I can count on," 13 said as he patted Christopher's and Colbert's shoulders. "You count on us, young master," Colbert stated. "We will not let you down." "I know," 13 nodded. "I'll be going now. Remember, wait for my signal before you attack." After giving the two some final orders, 13 left with Sherry, Siri, Stella, Hugo, Viola, Sharon, and Louise. Their task was to capture Princess Araceli during the commotion. Arthur would remain in the camp and work alongside Zed to defend it. Rocky would go with 13 because he was the perfect monster for covert operations just like this. The hours passed slowly as everyone waited until midnight. 2 minutes before the promised time. The group heard a light, buzzing sound overhead, which were the missiles fired by the central government from 50 miles away. This was the airstrike 13 asked them to carry out at the promised time. And just as planned, it landed on several key locations in the city with uncanny accuracy. Even from miles away, they could clearly see the flames flaring up in the city. Suddenly, all manners of flying beasts rose up to the sky in anger. Clearly, they were unhappy with the sudden attack on their base, which came from nowhere without any warning. Unfortunately for them, the attacks had only just begun. Another round of airstrikes followed, causing more destruction in the city. But these attacks didn't personally target the building that Princess Araceli had claimed as her base of operations. Even so, the attack still woke her up from her beauty sleep, angering her greatly. "I knew it," Princess Araceli thought as she hastily commanded her subordinates to mobilize to protect the city. "I knew that feeling I felt wasn't just my imagination, but it disappeared not long after I sensed it. Good thing I asked the Big Five to guard this place, and none of those attacks hit us directly." While the princess was thinking along these lines, the artillery barrage from the 69th Battalion started to rain down on the city, decimating the locations where most monsters had congregated. 13 ordered the coordinates in real time based on Athena's satellite imagery. He needed to separate the princess from her bodyguards, and he could only do this by annihilating as many of her subordinates as possible. Since she couldn't just stand by and allow her forces to suffer, she would definitely order them to either leave the city or launch a counterattack. Regardless of her decision, 13 would be there to swoop in when she least expected it, taking her in his custody. Siri, who was now inside the mobile fortress, couldn't help but marvel at Xylen's hidden forces. Hugo was just as surprised. Based on public information, he also thought that his master didn't have any avatars. It didn't take long for him to realize that the monsters were actually living monsters, not avatars. Instead of fear, his admiration and respect for Xylen only grew. For him to tame so many powerful monsters without having powers of his own was an achievement that not many people could attain at such a young age. Of course, the young man didn't know that 13 had bought, bullied, intimidated, and forced these creatures into submission to obey his will. But that was all in the past. These monsters were now truly loyal to the teenage boy and were willing to die for his sake if it meant that his life would be protected by their sacrifice. "Everyone, get ready," 13 said. "Princess Araceli is now making her move." The members of Parade of 100 demons that had infiltrated the city were keeping close tabs to the princess' movements. Now that she had finally left her headquarters, it was now time to put Xylen's plan into motion. Rocky dove deeper underground to hide its presence as it infiltrated the city, which was currently being bombarded by heavy artillery. At first, 13 thought that Princess Araceli would give the order to fight, but instead of fighting, she chose to use the chaos to escape. She left the weaker djinns to their fate, who were only as good as cannon fodders in her mind. The true fighting force of House Pavareth moved alongside her, because she had a feeling that this attack aimed at her base was not as simple as it looked on the surface. She's either the cowardly type or the smart type, 13 thought as he monitored the sizable force composed of rank 4 up to rank 7 monsters escorting the princess out of the city. "I guess I will need to put more effort into this operation." After making his decision, Rocky stalked the group from underground at a distance away from the city, Prince Xylen observed the attack with a smile on his face. Looks like Xylen doesn't mess around, Prince Xylen commented. What do you think, Izakar? Will Aracel fall today? I think that will depend on your highness' mood, Izakar replied. Should we interfere or just watch from the side as spectators? We won't do anything, Prince Xylen answered. I am the one who proposed this operation to Xylen. If we get in his way, things might get sour between us. I don't want that to happen. Also, since he can do this to Aracel, what's stopping him from doing the same to us? Izakar pondered for a bit before agreeing with the prince's deduction. But if Xylen could truly decimate their bases like this, he was wondering why he hadn't done it in the first place. What the demi-human bee didn't know was that it wasn't because Xylen couldn't do it was because doing it would not give him any benefits. Right now, the forces that had gathered in the Sigmi continent weren't enough to threaten him. With the army of monsters in his command, 13 could bulldoze his way to any location and annihilate everything in his path. But after Prince Xylen made contact with him, he changed his approach in regards to dealing with the newcomers that came from the mutated dimensional gates. According to the prince, there were at least 20 royalties who were currently in the continent. Some of them had good relationships with the Azrakith court, while the rest were hostile with them. 13 Plan. Chapter 927. 927. Pride Goes Before Destruction, Part 2. 13 had thought of possible scenarios as to how Princess Aracel would react when faced with the sudden attack on her headquarters. The princess fleeing the city was among the possibilities 13 had thought of, so he already had a contingency plan prepared for it. It didn't really matter even if there were 5 rank 7 sovereigns protecting her. The teenage boy had scarier minions that far surpassed the number of high-level combatants on the princess side, making her struggle futile. Of course, he also paid close attention to the movements of the other jinn in the area, who seemed to have noticed that something was happening near the territory of House Pavareth. Athena had also informed him that Prince Xylen and his entourage was nearby, though merely spectating from the sidelines. Clearly, they were waiting for the teenage boy to make an appearance, so they could better understand the forces under his control. I guess I should show off a bit, so they don't underestimate me in the future, 13 thought as he contacted Zed, who was currently protecting his allies at their camp. The demi-human rock didn't hesitate to obey 13's order and headed in the direction where the princess fled. The fastest air king of the Rigel continent made his move. It took less than a minute to cover a 10-mile distance. Rocky, let's do this, 13 ordered as soon as the order was given. Rocky charged upward from deep underground while unleashing its ability to turn everything in its surroundings into magma. Princess Aracel and her people noticed the temperature rising, and their heightened senses let them feel that something was approaching them from below. Fly. Princess Aracel ordered as 4 pairs of peacock-like wings unfurled behind her back. She jumped high up in the air and flapped her wings to gain altitude as fast as possible to evade the danger underground. The 5 rank 7 sovereigns were quick to follow her order and rose up in the sky as well. The rest of her forces did the same, but some weren't as fast as her that moment. A massive hellfire balboa emerged from the ground, sending lava bursting up like a volcanic eruption. Several of the monsters that followed the princess failed to evade the widespread attack, making them fall helplessly to the lava, followed by screams of fear. Rocky had no time for them and unleashed a breath attack that illuminated the night sky in a crimson color. A rank 8 sovereign? Princess Aracel gasped in shock because the creature that appeared was stronger than her bodyguards. Even Prince Xylen and Izakar, who were paying close attention to the battle, frowned after seeing a powerful monster that far surpassed any of the jinns that they brought over when they crossed to Pangaea. Fortunately, we didn't attack Xylen back then, Prince Xylen said in relief. Otherwise, we would have become barbecued insects. Your Highness, I'm a Naga, Reskarin commented. Hush. It doesn't matter if you are a Naga, a mermaid, or an insect, Prince Xylen replied. You'd be barbecued just the same. Rocky had unleashed his breath attack between Princess Aracel and her bodyguards, forcing them to separate. Before the princess could give orders after recovering from the shock of encountering such a powerful monster, she felt a faint buzzing sound around her, and a voice filled with pity reached her ears. Even if you are from House Pavareth, consider yourself unlucky for being targeted by that little devil, Zed said before knocking out the princess with a single strike. Princess. Damn you. Release her at once. *T. It's a rock. These bastards are one of the enemies of House Pavareth. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Bring her back, you mongrel. The 5 rank 7 sovereigns tried to encircle Zed, but the latter only sneered before flying straight toward Rocky, who had raised its body like a giant flaming serpent, ready to strike. This pose intimidated the princess bodyguards, making them stop pursuing the rock, who had captured their princess. Without even an ounce of mercy and gentleness in his bones, Zed casually tossed Princess Aracel inside Rocky's mouth, making everyone gasp in shock. You bastard, one of the rank 7 peacock. Sovereign screamed. What have you done? You don't have to worry about her, Zed replied. Because all of you are next. Zed sneered before flying full speed at the peacock sovereign and punched his chest, making the latter stagger in the in terms of rank, speed, and power. Zed far outclassed them, making them easy targets for him. But as strong as he might be, he was clearly outnumbered. So Zed did what he needed to do and unleashed a flurry of blows at the peacock sovereign before kicking him in Rocky's direction. Rocky didn't hesitate to swallow the rank 7 sovereign, who immediately crashed inside its mobile fortress. Once inside, the peacock was surprised to see itself in what seemed to be a beautiful paradise. Unfortunately, 2 rank 8 sovereigns, namely Khan, the Grieve-Foot, and Lord Zorkin, the Goblin Emperor, grabbed his shoulder and tossed him to a portal that led to the domain of the apocalypse. Harahan, who was a rank 7 sovereign, looked at the newcomer with a devilish smile on his face. First time? Harahan asked, making the beaten and bruised rank 7 monster visibly despair. Why did it feel despair? It was because it found itself staring face to face with a certain death bat, who was more than happy to bully someone weaker than him. Brother, how about we talk about the meaning of life? Kumasats asked, resting his arm around the peacock's shoulder as if they were the best drinking buddies ever. However, before the peacock could even reply, another one of its comrades crashed on the spot beside him, looking worse than the first peacock that had been thrown into the domain of the apocalypse. Half a minute later, another peacock appeared, followed by 2 more in rapid succession. Now, all of Princess Aracel's bodyguards were under 13's custody, making her faction lose its high-ranking fighters. With all of them gone, the rest of her forces dispersed in different directions out of fear and helplessness. Chapter 928. 928. A haughty spirit before a fall. Beads of sweat formed on Prince Xylen's forehead after witnessing the battle from start to end. The battle ended so quickly that even his strategist, Izakir, had lost all the colors on his face. The two exchanged a glance with each other. At this point, they truly realized that it wasn't Xylen who'd be at a disadvantage had they decided to capture him during their meeting. Their entire entourage narrowly dodged a bullet, which otherwise could have resulted in them being captured, just like what had happened to Princess Aracel. Hey, guys, did you enjoy the show? Were you entertained? The sudden question from behind them made all the 5 djinns almost jump out in fright. That was amazing, Xylen. Prince Xylen was the first to recover and laughed awkwardly. To think you made a short work of Princess Aracel. Color me surprised. I knew becoming allies with you was the right thing to do. I am truly amazed by my foresight. Ha ha. 13 smiled faintly at the prince, whom he could read easily like a book. However, since Prince Xylen didn't really harm him during their meeting, he decided to give the latter some slack and share a few things with him. Tell me the names and locations of the factions that have a good relationship with the Azrakith court, as well as those who have hostile relationships with you. As for your friend, Zoran, I'm afraid I cannot turn a blind eye to his existence. Since the prince of the Skavari was eyeing Erica, who was engaged to him, 13 would not give him any mercy. Of course. We are not really friends, Prince Xylen stated. We are merely acquaintances who share benefits from time to time. That's good. 13 nodded. Xylen, can I ask you a question? Yes. Is Princess Aracel dead? Prince Xylen asked. No, 13 answered. She's a valuable hostage. Then, what do you plan to do to her? Prince Xylen asked. Interrogate and subjugate, 13 answered. I promised an acquaintance of mine that after I'm done with her, I will put the princess in her custody. What's wrong? Do you perhaps fancy her? If, and only if, I fancy her, will you give her to me? Prince Xylen asked in a serious tone, The teenage boy stared at the prince long and hard before shaking his head. You deserve someone better, 13 stated. She only has beauty. Deep inside, she's even more treacherous than a snake. No offense, Reskarin. None takens, Reskarin replied. 13, then patted the prince's shoulder and bid him goodbye. I still have many things to do, but our collaboration is still in effect. I will keep you updated on the latest happenings in the continent, and I'll let you know when you can make your appearance. Don't forget to give me the list of the factions that are allied and hostile to your faction. I'll be making some rounds before their reinforcements arrive. After saying what he had to say, 13 waved and walked away. A few seconds later, he disappeared from where he stood, making Prince Xylen and his entourage gasp in shock. Your Highness, I think it will be best if we return to our base now, Izakar proposed. We have a lot of things to discuss, if you know what I mean. Prince Xylen nodded. I understand. Izakar, make sure you tell our reinforcements when they arrive here to not antagonize Xylen. I'm sure he still has a lot of hidden secrets that we are not aware of. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, inside the mobile fortress, Sherry, Viola, Sharon, Louise, and Hugo couldn't help but look at Princess Araceli with flushed expressions on their faces. This was the first time that they were seeing someone so perfectly beautiful. The ladies couldn't even help but feel inferior to her in every way. The princess, who had been tied up and unable to move, took the opportunity when Xylen was away to look at the humans and activated her power. At a moment later, Sherry and other wanderers stiffened before their faces became tender and affectionate toward the princess. Release me, Princess Araceli ordered. Sherry nodded and was about to obey her command when a pair of arms wrapped around her body and pulled her away. I was wondering why you have so little forces supporting you, but now, I finally know the answer, 13 said before planting a kiss on Sherry's cheek, making the latter blink in confusion. When she realized what she had been put under some charm spell, the young lady's face became pale. Xylen, Sherry was at a loss of words, but the teenage boy only hugged her tighter and coaxed her that everything was fine. Don't worry. Those below the champion rank naturally struggle to resist her charms, 13 said. Also, her charm will no longer work on you a second time, so you no longer have to be afraid of her. Hugo was also affected by Princess Araceli's charm, but was able to break free from it after a minute had passed. As for Viola, Sharon, and Louise, 13 needed to touch them to negate the effect of the charm spell. Xylen's monster army was unaffected by Princess Araceli's charm, because her power only worked on wanderers. As for Stella and Ciri, both of them were immune to charm due to their backgrounds. Frankly, the only people who weren't really starstruck with the princess beauty were 13, Stella, and Ciri. 13 and Stella had seen literal goddesses who would make Araceli's beauty pale in comparison. Lastly, many of Stella's mothers were also very beautiful, so she wasn't too impressed by Araceli's looks. Ciri, on the other hand, looked at the captured princess with a calm expression on her face. If not for the fact that Xylen promised her that the princess would be handed over to her after his interrogation was finished, she might have already knocked Princess Araceli and taken her to see her mother right away. I'll deal with this girl first, 13 said. Rocky, return to where the others are and protect them for the time being. I already left a message to Grandpa that I'll be returning tomorrow morning after I'm done with some business. The teenage boy then opened a portal and grabbed the chains of the princess, dragging her toward it. Release me, Princess Araceli demanded after she arrived at the domain of the apocalypse. Release me, Xylen Leventus, or my father will not stop until you are dead. The princess completely ignored Kamisats as if he wasn't of any importance. Clearly, this wasn't the first time she had seen a Magian prince. After all, her family had a handful of them under her father's command. The princess once again activated her powers and blasted Xylen with her charm ability, but the only result was 13 looking at her with an amused look on his face. It seems you have been spoiled a lot by your family, 13 said. I guess I'll have to discipline you in their place. The teenage boy heartlessly dragged the kicking and screaming princess toward his laboratory, where he hung her up, forcing her to stand in tiptoes. You are my captive, and I will be asking you some questions, 13 said. And you will answer them if you don't want to get hurt. Princess Araceli spat at the teenage boy's face, looking at him in contempt. Prideful and arrogant, 13 commented as he wiped his face with a handkerchief. You know, I plan to treat you civilly, but it seems that both of us are not speaking the same language. I will not give in to you, mongrel. Princess Aracel said in disdain. Lowly beings like you should be happy kneeling and kissing my feet. You know, before today's operation started, a friend of mine handed me a small notebook. 13 said as he took out the book that had been passionately written by Vincent and Penny a few hours ago. I skimmed on it a bit, and I found some interesting things written in it. The teenage boy then flipped a few pages of the notebook until he found what he was looking for. Ah, this is it, 13 said. According to what's written here, if I use this technique on someone, their pupils will turn to hearts. They will become very obedient and will do whatever you want. Since you glare at me so much, I guess I'll put this technique to the test and see if it's true or not. Do your worst, Princess Aracel sneered. A princess from House Pavareth will not yield. The princess glared hatefully at the young man, who only smiled back at her. For a brief moment, the princess suddenly found herself within a darkness darker than black, and looking down upon her was a pair of green eyes that seemed to see through her very soul. You know, I'm very familiar with the anatomy of peacocks, both in monster and demi-human forms. 13's calm, yet devilish voice reverberated in that darkness. I hope you won't break easily, 13 said. After all, a day in this world is equivalent to a week in Pangaea. Within that darkness, a faint rustling was heard, and soon, something fell. And along with it fell Princess Aracel's pride, arrogance, and contempt toward the teenage boy, who made her understand that there were some people in the world that she must not antagonize no matter what. Her earlier shouts of defiance and disdain could no longer be heard, and the only thing that was left was the feeling of loneliness when the teenage boy pulled back the warmth of his hands, making her feel cold in a world where only darkness reigned supreme. Chapter 929, 929. I will return to your side, I promise. Part 1. Princess Aracel tenderly kissed the palm of Xylen's rough hand filled with calluses from the many years of hardships he had gone through in both Solterra and Pangaea. With a soft carpet beneath, she knelt before the seated Xylen, who was looking down at her with an indifferent gaze. The princess kissed Xylen's palm a few times before gently flipping it over and kissing the back of his hand 3 times, as if making an oath that he was now her master. After that, she looked at the eyes of the young man who reached out to pat her head. As if she had done a good thing, a faint flush appeared on the young lady's face before he laid her head on his lap, allowing the young man to continue patting her head with his hand, and no trace of her arrogance could be seen. Her defiance look from the past had been completely replaced with a soft and gentle look as she enjoyed the happiness 13's rough hand brought her. The information you told me is very valuable, Aracel, 13 said softly. What kind of reward would you wish to have in return? See, can I ask for anything? Aracel asked, her head still resting on the teenage boy's lap. Do you wish to have your freedom back? 13 asked. I will allow it. But first, you will need to see an acquaintance of mine. I promised her that I will hand you over to her after I'm done interrogating you. A look of reluctance appeared on the young lady's face after hearing that she would be separated from the person who had subjugated her. What's wrong? 13 found the princess' expression, similar to a puppy that had lost its owner, quite amusing. I wish to be by your side, Princess Aracel said. Is that your wish? 13 asked, and no, Princess Aracel answered. I want a different wish, but I also don't want to separate from you. The princess, who had countless suitors in Gamara, understood that she would never find someone like Xylen among the princes who only sought her for her beauty. The teenage boy truly didn't care about her looks, which she could see in the reflection of his eyes. She also understood that the teenage boy only cared if she would be useful to him or not. This sense of being used as a tool made her heart skip. Princess Aracel was used to treating others as a tool herself, so she understood that 13 was superior to her in every way. His touch, his words, his gestures, his gaze, and his warmth, as well as everything that he made her experience for the past 24 hours, had soaked deep inside her body, tainting her from the inside out. Then, what do you want? 13 asked. Princess Aracel reached out to touch Xylen's hands, raising them up so that he would cup her face, which was as smooth as silk. Very well, I will allow it, 13 replied. Thank you, Xylen, Princess Aracel said before she lowered her head and took what she wanted from him. The sun had risen from the east, but the members of 13's entourage were still on high alert. Half of them were resting, while half were standing guard, ready to act as soon as something unexpected happened. The battle during the night ended in their victory, and the monsters no longer bothered to engage them in combat. Perhaps the monsters didn't know where they were. After all, they were attacking the enemies from 10 miles away, hiding behind a small canyon away from their sight. Sherry, Stella, Siri, Viola, Sharon, Louise, and Hugo had also returned to the camp and reported that their operation was successful. When the others asked where Xylen was, Viola replied that the commander was currently squeezing every last bit of information that he could from the princess. "I hope he returns soon," Siri muttered. "Is that princess really a relative of yours?" Stella asked in a volume that only Siri could hear. The two had returned using 13's Humvee, so they could talk in private without worry about being overheard. "Yes," Siri replied. "I already informed my mother, and she said that she wasn't in a hurry to talk to Princess Araceli. She even added that I don't have to rush Xylen and that I should just let him interrogate the princess for as long as he wanted. He promised to hand her over to you, and I believe that Xylen is a man of his word," Stella said. "So just wait until then, okay?" As Siri was about to say something, they heard a commotion outside of the Humvee, which made the two leave the Humvee at the same time. About a minute later, they understood why the camp suddenly became noisy. Xylen had arrived hand in hand with Princess Araceli, whose beauty made Vincent and Penny stare at her with bloodshot eyes. "Her pupils are not heart-shaped, are they?" Vincent asked. "Vincent, you and I both know that even if her pupils aren't heart-shaped right now, she could no longer defy Xylen," Penny replied. "Damn, he put the knowledge we gave him to good use as soon as he left for battle. Is he some kind of genius?" As expected of Xylen, even a Magian princess becomes an ordinary girl after spending some time with him. Vincent rubbed his chin. "His growth is truly phenomenal. Should we continue to share our secrets with him?" Penny asked the most important question. "Absolutely," Vincent answered. "Compared to us, Xylen is a saint." "Well, you're not wrong about that." Penny sighed. "Still, I can't help but feel jealous right now. That lady can bring the downfall of nations." "Indeed," Vincent agreed. "She's too beautiful for her own good. Perhaps the most beautiful lady I've seen in my life." It was not only the two perverts who were thinking along these lines, but since she wasn't tied in chains like a captive, even holding Xylen's hand as they walked, many felt that their commander might be too soft on the princess, who was a member of a royal family that hailed from Gamara. "You're back." Arthur greeted his grandson with a calm expression on his face. "Did you get the answers you were looking for?" "Yes," 13 replied. "For now, we should return to Casimir City. Are you taking her there?" Arthur crouched down and whispered in Xylen's ears. The Griffin clan and the prestigious families would definitely petition to take custody of her, and the chances of her being mishandled is quite high. "Are you sure you plan to take her there?" Princess Araceli had every strong hearing, so she heard Arthur's whisper to his grandson to at that moment. She felt Xylen lightly squeeze her hand, giving her some kind of assurance that everything was going to be fine. "I won't be taking her there," 13 answered. "I made a promise to Siri that she would take custody of her after I've finished my interrogation." Arthur frowned before glancing at the princess, who looked like someone who couldn't hurt a fly. That he then shifted his attention to Siri, who had her arms crossed over her chest and was looking at the princess like a hawk that had locked into her prey. "Are you sure about that?" Arthur asked. "The central government and the Signy coalition will definitely not like it." 13 shrugged. "I don't care if they won't like it. If they want to have a Magian princess, they can catch one on their own." The teenage boy's answer made Princess Araceli's face redden a bit, as this was the first time that someone she cared about stood up for her, and it made her chest feel warm and fuzzy, which she only felt during the past few days that she had been together with the person whose hand she was holding right now. Chapter 930. 930. I will return to your side, I promise. Part 2. Arthur smirked before patting his no-good grandson's shoulder. "You're just like me when I was your age," Arthur said. "Bold and unyielding. Very well. Just do whatever you want to do. For now, I'll just follow you." 13 wanted to say that when Arthur was his age, he was just the yes man of his wife, Lady Callista. But since he was currently on good terms with his old man, he decided to just nod his head to make Arthur happy. "Of course, I inherited my style from you, Gramps." "Ha ha. Of course. Where else would you have gotten that attitude from? After that brief exchange, 13 approached Siri, who was only observing them from afar. I will keep my promise and hand her over to you, 13 said. But you also have to promise me that she wouldn't be harmed in any way. Aracel is my tool. Do I make myself clear? Your tool. Siri arched an eyebrow. I am Xylen's tool. Princess Aracel replied before Xylen could even say anything. Is there a problem with that? Siri's eyes widened in shock, not expecting that Princess Aracel herself would call herself the teenage boy's tool. Even Stella couldn't help but give the princess a second glance. Though they weren't familiar, she had seen how arrogant the latter had been when they were inside the mobile fortress. What kind of juice did Xylen make her drink for her to be this obedient? That was what Siri and Stella were thinking at the moment because the princess had changed drastically overnight. Well, for them, only half a day had passed, but for Princess Aracel, she had spent nearly 4 days with Xylen, and that was enough time for her to fall from her pedestal. Understood, Siri replied. I will not harm her. But what if she tried to escape or harm me instead? What will I do then? Will you harm her? 13 asked while glancing at the princess, who was still holding his hand. Would you try to escape? If she does anything to me, I will fight back, Princess Aracel replied. Then I will return to your side, I promise. The teenage boy nodded before shifting his gaze to Siri. You heard her, 13 said. So make sure not to damage my goods, okay? Siri didn't know if she should be impressed or be dumbfounded by Xylen's casual remark on a princess of the Magian race. Of course, the young lady wasn't aware that Xylen had already rubbed shoulders with a Magian prince, 2 Magian princesses, Laplace Demon, the one, and the god of the apocalypse, Metatron. Being surrounded by so many wholesome beings made dealing with Princess Aracel very trivial in comparison. Very well, I will trust you with this, but just once, Siri said. I will not put shackles on you, but you better not do anything funny, or else. Princess Aracel scoffed, once again showing her arrogance that had cooled down after spending time with Xylen. The only one she treated differently was Xylen, and perhaps Sherry, whom she learned was engaged to him. Are you going to leave now? 13 asked Siri. Yes, Siri replied. The sooner we leave, the better. The young lady glanced at the people who had been paying close attention to their discussion. 13 didn't bother to talk in private, because he wanted people to see and hear that the princess was no longer going to be in his custody. Siri was one of the unknowns of Pangaea. There was no record of her in the central government's databases, and the investigation of the Cygni coalition also didn't yield any results. Because of this, they would have no clue where Siri would be taking the princess, who once again crouched down to give the back of Xylen's hand a kiss. I'll be back soon, Xylen, Princess Aracel said after making her promise. Good. 13 nodded. Safe journey, and I won't mind even if you escape halfway. The princess smiled faintly and nodded her head. However, there was a stubbornness in her eyes that made Sherry feel that Xylen might have really made the proud Magian princess truly obedient to him. After bidding goodbye, Siri summoned a giant greater bird of paradise, which made Princess Aracel nod in satisfaction. Colorful and majestic birds were the symbol of House Pavareth, and the royal family preferred to use these birds as a mount whenever they had to travel but had no intention of transforming into their true forms. We're going now, Siri said. Sorry, Stella. I'll come back as soon as I can. Stella nodded. Take your time. Princess Aracel gave Xylen one last reluctant gaze before the greater bird of paradise took flight and flew northeast. 13, then glanced at the spies of the families within his 69th Battalion and gave them the "you guys already know what to do, right?" As if understanding what he wanted to say. All of them nodded and excused themselves so that they could report to their employers. He needed this information to spread as fast as possible, so that the Cygni coalition would feel great regret when they heard about the beautiful princess whom Xylen had captured during their special operation. Zed, follow them and keep Aracel safe, 13 ordered. Are you sure you don't need me here? Zed, who was hiding a distance away, asked. I'll be staying in Casimir City for a while in order to prepare for Prince Xylen's debut as a masked hero, 13 answered. I won't do anything reckless for a week. After confirming that Xylen wouldn't go and raid any cities under the Jinn's control, Zed flapped his wings and immediately caught up with Siri, who had already gotten a head start. Did Xylen change his mind? Siri, who recognized Zed, asked. No, Zed answered. He asked me to look after the princess and take her back once you're done with her. Hearing that Xylen had sent a rank 8 sovereign to protect her, Princess Aracel couldn't help but sigh as she placed her hand over her chest to calm her wildly beating heart. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Princess Aracel asked with regret. But maybe this is also good. If I met you in Gamara, I would have ignored you, just like the rest of the men who are only after my beauty. The young lady then looked at her pinky finger and saw a pink string faintly fluttering in the breeze. This was one of the hidden bloodline abilities of House Pavareth, a string that only they could see, tied to the person whom they had vowed to serve for a lifetime. Chapter 931. 931. Return to Casimir City. What's wrong? 13 asked Sherry. A day had passed since they had left for Casimir City. Half a day more, and they'd soon reach the headquarters of the central government. But considering everyone was still tired from their last battle, 13 decided to let everyone rest a bit before continuing the last leg of their journey. The pair of lovers lay on the bed inside his Humvee. With their close proximity, the young man easily noticed that something seemed to be bothering the young lady in his arms. What did you do to Princess Aracel? Sherry asked with genuine curiosity. She suddenly became meek and obedient to you. I just made her understand that she was in no position to act so high and mighty when she's a prisoner of war, 13 replied. Don't worry. I didn't use force to make her submit. She submitted to me after she had her fill of my charms. Sherry blinked once then twice as she looked at her lover's face, who was looking back at her with a confident smile. So Viola's guess is right, Sherry commented after a while. You made her drink some kind of juice that made her very obedient to you. This time, it was 13's turn to blink. Seeing his reaction, Sherry giggled before giving him 2 quick pecks on the lips. Viola told me that you made her, Sharon, and Louise obedient by making them drink some kind of juice back in the Rigel continent, Sherry said. They added that it made them very strong. Now I'm curious what kind of juice they are talking about. That's a trade secret, 13 replied while mentally taking a note to have a talk with Viola to stop her from filling Sherry's innocent mind with things she shouldn't tell her. So, you did make them drink some juice? Can I drink it too? No, 13 replied, but I'll let you drink a different kind of juice. And with that, he sealed her lips with a kiss. When their kiss ended, a gasp escaped Sherry's lips as Zion's hands started to caress her body, which was starting to heat up due to his touch. The teenage boy then made sure that his future wife would momentarily forget about the topic they were talking about by cuddling with her under the sheets. When morning came, the 2 teenagers woke up a little later than usual. Fortunately, the teenage boy had already ordered Christopher to drive his Humvee back to the city, allowing him and Sherry to sleep a little longer. As the 2 ate their breakfast, 13 checked his communicator for the recent news being aired in the continent. As so far, it was still about the Hero Party and the Signy Coalition fighting against the Jinns within the new 200-meter-mile safety zone that the central government had deemed safe for battle. After Zion's surprise attack in Alcove City, Prince Zoran, Prince Xylen, and the other members of the royalty of Gamara decided to remain inside their respective territories. When they arrived, they admittedly underestimated the capabilities of the Wanderers of Pangaea. That it was only after Princess Aracel's capture that they finally understood their opponents weren't as weak as they originally thought them to be. What they didn't know was that they could still give problems for the central government and the Signy Coalition if they unite together. The only real threat right now was 13, who could sneak within their territories and unleash his monster army to forcefully take over their domains. This was also the message that 13 wanted to pass to the Jinns through the BBC News during his exclusive interview. Even if you hide inside your bases, we can still beat the crap out of you, so tone down your arrogance, or you will be the next one to bite the dust. Prince Zoran had sent mind-controlled wanderers to the location of the other Jinn-claimed territories, so the other members of the royal families from Gamara now knew how communicators and TVs work. Some of them even attempted to make direct contact with the central government and the Signy Coalition, asking their leaders to submit to their rule, while promising great rewards once their faction conquered the entire continent. Douglas Griffin had been personally contacted by Prince Zoran, who wished to strike a deal with the monarch of the land. However, Douglas was in no mood to deal with a sh**tty prince who wished to take over his home turf. Unfortunately, There were some factions who had agreed to cooperate with the jinns in exchange for some benefits. One of them was the Church of Destruction, who believed that the jinns had come to liberate the world from the oppression of the monarch clans and the prestigious families. This cult had grown in power as of late, and the number of their members only increased during this time of great strife. In fact, one of this cult's high-profile targets was none other than Xylen, whom they believed was in the way of the jinns' mission to liberate the world from corruption. They were a crazy bunch and had been giving the central government and the Signy coalition headaches. As for 13, he merely found this cult's existence quite amusing. In fact, he already had a few spies inside the church, allowing him to monitor their movements at all times. Several hours later, the 69th Battalion, as well as their allies, had finally reached the gates of Casimir City. They didn't make any detours and headed straight to the headquarters of the central government. After thanking everyone for supporting his field work and transferring his payment to the Legionnaires as his hired mercenary group, 13 was called to the office of the field marshal. Arthur decided to accompany his grandson after learning from Xylen that it was not only Tristan who was going to meet with him. Knowing the hidden implication behind his words, Arthur nodded and simply followed behind Xylen. When they entered the field marshal's office, they immediately saw Douglas Griffin, as well as the three patriarchs of the Latte, Gates, and Bishop families, who represented the prestigious clans of the Signy continent. 13 knew that they had arrived a day earlier before him so that they could talk to him personally about the events that happened during his field work. Of course, he was certain that one of the topics that they would wish to talk about was the reason why he allowed Princess Aracel to leave his custody. All of them naturally wanted to take custody of the princess and interrogate her as well. Looks like the busybodies found some time to bully my grandson together, Arthur said with a smile. Calm down, Arthur, Douglas replied. We came here for an explanation, and I hope Xylen can give us one. 13 didn't really mind talking to everyone inside the room, so he walked toward one of the two chairs that was meant for them and sat there with a smile on his face. Okay, so, what is the agenda for today's meeting? Chapter 932. Does this look like the eyes of a liar to you? Please tell us everything you have gathered during your journey. Douglas said he had many questions to ask Xylen, but for the time being, he decided to gather some information first. 13 nodded because he didn't mind sharing this information with the members of the Alliance. Just as we feared, the cracks in the sky represented a breach on the defenses of Pangaea, 13 replied. Because of this, the barrier protecting our world grew thinner, allowing the gates to mutate mere minutes before they fully opened itself. This allowed more powerful variants of jinns and magians to enter our world a few months earlier than our initial estimate, 13 said. These mutated gates are directly controlled by the royal families of different factions in Gamara. As of now, I gathered that there are at least 20 factions planning to invade the Signy continent. The faces of everyone inside the room turned grim after hearing the information that Xylen was sharing with them. 20 factions that belonged to the royal families of Gamara was a big deal. This meant that these factions had no lack of Magian princes and princesses, not to mention rank 9 sovereigns. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they might have a Magian king or, worse, a Magian emperor backing them up. With such a big shot taking the helm of this invasion, the Alliance understood that a few months from now, the Signy continent would be embroiled in a war that might surpass even the invasions that happened in the Antares and Rigel continents. By the way, before I continue, have you guys been contacted by the members of these royal families? 13 inquired. Prince Zoran of the Skavari has captured some wanderers and brainwashed them to serve as the helpers for the other royal factions that arrived in this land. I've been contacted by that Zoran brat, Douglas replied. He told me that if I surrendered, he would allow me to become his subordinate, becoming the overseer of this land. That's a tempting offer. 13 smiled. You should have accepted his offer, sir. Douglas snorted because he understood that Xylen was just messing with him. What the monarch didn't know was that Xylen had already added Prince Zoran to the list of jinns that he would personally eliminate. The reason? Because the prince was aiming to capture Erica and make her his consort. In fact, as soon as Zed returned with Princess Aracel, 13 planned to mobilize his army to head northeast and deal with the pesky rat once and for all. Well, then, let's get back to the topic at hand, 13 said. As you all know, we only have 2 months left before the true Jinn invasion begins. Rank 8, rank 9, and possibly Jins above that rank might appear in the war. So, I would like everyone here to brace themselves. This war will be an uphill battle. Make no mistake, we are at great disadvantage even if all the forces of humanity unite together. Of course, I'm sure all of you have prepared your own trump cards for the worst-case scenario. You don't have to tell me what they are, though I am looking forward to seeing them when the battle starts in full. 13 then glanced at Tristan, inquiring him through eye contact if he wished to ask him a question. Tristan shook his head before making a gesture for 13 to continue. Well, then, I'm sure all of you know I've captured a princess from House Pavareth, 13 stated. Her name is Princess Aracel Seraphine Valora Pavareth. Since her full name is a mouthful, let's just call her Princess Aracel. As you may already know, I was traveling with a few unknowns during my field work. One of those unknowns requested the custody of Princess Aracel, and I have agreed to her request. I agreed to her request since I believe she's one of Princess Aracel's relatives. But they are not on good terms. You can even say that they are of different factions. Before anyone says anything, let me add that the unknown I am talking about might also be a princess of House Pavareth through a branch family. While I am not 100% sure about this, I can say with honesty that we shouldn't antagonize her. And why shouldn't we antagonize her? Douglas asked with a faint smile. Because her mom is one of the 3 rulers who governs a third of the Antares continent, 13 answered. What? Even Tristan was shaken after knowing this bit of information. The Wanderers had often wondered why the Jins who have invaded the Antares and Rigel continent didn't migrate to attack the Aldebaran and Sirius continents. Little did they know, Laplace Demon and the One had simply placed a barrier that prevented them from invading any more continents. Only weaker Jins could bypass this barrier, allowing them to roam the sea and skies of Pangaea. These monsters weren't really a threat to Wanderers. Since the strongest of them were only rank 4, veteran Wanderers could easily handle them. So these Jins made sure to not venture too far from their continent, or else they would die in the hands of the people that they had tried to subjugate. For an unknown from Antares to cross that barrier and even appear in the Cygni continent was of great concern to everyone. They had always felt anxious about the possibility of Jins from the Antares and Rigel continent attacking Aldebaran and Sirius when all the major forces of humanity were defending the Cygni continent. For now, you guys don't have to worry about those outside forces, 13 said. The reason I also decided to let Princess Aracel be taken into their custody is to prevent them from stabbing us on the back. You can even say that letting them take custody of Princess Aracel is a peace offering that has no downsides. You should even be thanking me for taking the initiative to surrender her for the sake of peace. Of course, 13 was just spouting bullsh*. However, his explanation was so compelling that they found it very hard to think that he was lying. Is that the truth? Douglas asked coldly. Look into my eyes, 13 replied. Does this look like the eyes of a liar to you? If you say yes, I'll pack up and return to the Aldebaran continent. Good luck winning this war on your own. Douglas almost coughed out blood then and there. 13 was obviously blackmailing him. If he said the teenage boy was a liar, Xylen might really leave the Cygni continent and go back to the Aldebaran continent. Watching them burn with a smile on his face, Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. He really liked this domineering side of Xylen. The teenage boy didn't give a damn no matter if he was talking to a monarch or a throne, that he knew how valuable he was, and he used it to his advantage. Even Tristan couldn't help but feel sorry for Douglas, who was forced to compromise with the whims of the teenage boy, who once again reminded everyone that he could leave the Cygni continent anytime and let them handle the Jin invasion on their own. Chapter 933 Attempt at Blackmail. Look into my eyes, 13 replied. Does this look like the eyes of a liar to you? If you say yes, I'll go pack up and return to the Aldebaran continent. Good luck winning this war on your own. Douglas and the patriarchs of the prestigious clans had come to Casimir City for one thing, and one thing only. They intended to blackmail Xylen Leventus. How did they plan to blackmail him? They would not only use Princess Aracel's departure as a way to make him owe them a favor, but they would also use the remaining unknown within the 69th Battalion against him. How? They planned to forcibly take Stella into their custody and use her as a bargaining chip against the teenage boy. That way, he'd be more compliant with their demands and grant them a favor. All they needed was one favor, and they would let bygones be bygones. Unfortunately, they didn't know 13 very well that it was impossible for them to scheme against Xylen Leventis. Scheme against the system of cannon fodders? What dumb CKs they were. After hearing he would no longer participate in the defense of the Signy continent and return to the Aldebaran continent, Douglas and the 3 other patriarchs realized that they had messed with the wrong person. Xylen didn't have the same attachment to what they were fighting for, which made it easy for him to simply leave even when the Jin invasion was about to begin in full. Had the young man been an ordinary person, none of them would bat an eye and might even bless him good riddance. But Xylen Leventis wasn't anyone ordinary. He was probably the only person who could find a way out of this hopeless situation. As expected of you, Xylen. Douglas laughed and lightly patted the teenage boy's shoulder. You asked me if those eyes of yours are the eyes of a liar? Of course, the answer is you're not a liar. We're simply here to confirm what happened with Princess Aracel. That's it. Of course, Douglas knew damn well that Xylen was lying. But what could he do? The teenage boy was someone they needed desperately, and Douglas wouldn't let him leave even if it meant he had to make a compromise. Also, using Stella as a hostage against him. Very funny. 13 could already tell what the old foxes were scheming. Actually, he was even looking forward to what would happen if they took the young lady into their custody. That Stella's sisters, Maple and Cinnamon, could sneak inside the treasury of the apocalypse and make even Metatron treat them kindly if the god of the apocalypse was being friendly to the 2 gluttons. This meant that they weren't beings he dared to offend. 13 was very eager to watch the drama that would unfold once Stella's family came to pick her up. By then, he would probably get a better understanding of the family the young lady belonged to. As expected of you, Sir Douglas, 13 replied with a smile. Since you seem to think I'm a liar, let me tell you one more thing that will save your neck in the future. The teenage boy made a gesture that he wanted to whisper something in Douglas' ears. Even I'm very curious about Stella's family, 13 whispered. But if you want to die so badly, feel free to take her hostage. I'll be waiting patiently for what will happen next. Douglas stiffened because he had no idea how the boy managed to know one of the plans that they had prepared for him. However, after a few seconds, another chuckle escaped his lips. You really are very competent, Xylen, Douglas said with praise. How about it? I have a few great-granddaughters who are just a little older than you. Want to become my great-grandson-in-law? Tiona, who was coiled around 13's neck, hissed at the monarch as if telling him to leave her Xylen alone. Clearly, she wasn't too happy about Douglas trying to rope her master into their family. Arthur only found this exchange quite amusing. If he were in Douglas' shoes, he would probably do the same. Even the most powerful people in Pangaea didn't dare to offend his grandson. It wasn't because he was strong, but because he was intelligent and cunning. Arthur couldn't count how many times he thought how lucky he was that Xylen was part of the Leventis family. Although Gerald still refused to return to the main branch and kept on insisting that their family was the main branch of the Leventis family, it didn't change the fact that they were bound by blood. Well, technically, Xylen's blood was no longer that of an ordinary human because he had transferred his blood to his little sister, Rhea. The blood flowing inside of his body was the cursed blood that belonged to the Moon Princess, who had been freed from her hundreds of years of suffering. I'll be honest with you, guys, 13 said. The future looks very bleak. Several factions from the royal families of Gamara had appeared, and soon, their reinforcements would arrive to take a slice of the Signy continent. Frankly, our chance of winning is very, very small. In fact, it would be easier if you all were to submit to one of the factions trying to conquer this land and strike a deal with them. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the people inside the room turned grim. Deep inside, they also felt that they had no chance of winning. But what could they do but cling to that hope that a miracle would happen? But there's still a chance, right? Douglas asked, looking at Xylen with all the seriousness that he could muster. If humanity stops fighting amongst themselves, then sure. There is a chance. 13 smirked. At it was very obvious that he was telling the big shots of the Signy continent that infighting amongst themselves wouldn't be tolerated. He was implying, if you stop messing with me and my people, then I can bring you victory. But if you antagonize me, I'll just go to a beach and watch my girls play volleyball in their swimsuits. Tristan, who had been silently listening to the discussion, couldn't help but admire his son-in-law even more. Shauna, You're really lucky to have chosen him, Tristan thought. Xylen is a truly capable individual. Even though he was the second in command of the central government, he still had to tread carefully when dealing with the monarchs, as well as the patriarchs of the prestigious families. But Xylen didn't give a hoot about them, making him feel truly blessed that the young man would soon become his son-in-law. "Tell us what you have in mind," Douglas said. "What can we do in our current situation?" The monarch had already dropped all schemes and simply asked what they should do in order to maximize the limited time they had before the high-ranking jinns arrived. "What everyone needs to do right now is mine for resources," 13 replied before tapping on his communicator. That a moment later, a projection of the Signy continent appeared. However, there were blinking blue dots in some of the locations near their city fortresses, as well as the cities at the back of the first line of defense. Inevitably, everyone in the room was very curious about what those blinking blue dots represented. Chapter 934. 934. Sometimes we need crazy people. No matter how strong the jinns are, we can still use brute force to deal with their armies. 13 then pointed at the blue blinking dots on the map of the continent. These are the locations of the precious ores and other minerals that can be used to create high-grade weapons. As you may already know, we have many weapons that are truly powerful. But the scarcity of the materials needed to build them, especially the materials of high-end ammunition, is truly a problem. They are far too difficult to acquire. With this, we can finally put those high-grade weapons to good use. Lastly, I'm sure the other monarchs and prestigious families are going to use this battle to test their own trump cards they have developed over the years. All of you seem more desperate to create your own trump cards for this invasion. Use these mines to complete them or to add more trump cards to your liking. For now, leave the front-line battles to me and the hero party. The Signy Coalition and the central government should allocate manpower to gather as many resources as possible, so we could just shoot the Jinn armies to oblivion. Douglas, Tristan, and the patriarchs paid close attention to the location of the mines blinking in the map to make things easier for everyone. 13 even labeled each blue dot with the resources that could be mined in that location. This would allow the leaders of each faction to prioritize which location they should start mining first, so they could soon start the mass production of high-grade weapons and armors. After sending the file to everyone inside the room, they immediately made an excuse to leave as if they couldn't wait to start mining these resources. Tristan patted 13's shoulder and smiled faintly. "Good job. You made those sly foxes think twice before messing with you." 13 was actually quite amused. Under the looming threat of humanity's annihilation, the big shots of the Signy Coalition still had the energy to try and blackmail him. "But is it really okay to let Princess Aracel go?" Tristan asked. 13 didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at the pinky finger of his left hand and saw a faint pink thread fluttering in the breeze. "Yes," 13 replied. "It's fine to let her go." Truth be told, he didn't expect that Princess Aracel would bind herself to him. She said it was a tradition of House Pavareth whenever one of their people recognized someone superior to them, but as such, she had requested Xylen to let her bind her life to him. This meant that if the teenage boy was to ever face danger, the princess of House Pavareth would take half of any damage directed at him. 13 didn't know why Princess Aracel would go that far after she had fallen from grace. But one thing was clear. The tool he planned to nurture at first had suddenly volunteered to become one herself. Tiona nudged 13's cheek with her head, which was her way of telling her master to not think too much about things that were outside his control. 13 might know a lot of things, but when it came to understanding women, he was still a beginner. "I see." Triton nodded. "Very well. I will mobilize the engineers, as well as other specialists, to check the locations of the mines near Casimir City. If you need something, don't hesitate to let me know, okay?" "Yes, sir," 13 replied. "When it's just us, feel free to call me father." Tristan smiled. "I'd love to do that, but I can't," 13 replied. "One mistake, and Shauna's reputation will be questioned. I apologize in advance that I'm unable to call you father for the time being. You really care about Shauna, don't you? She's my fiancée, after all." After a bit more of small talk, 13 and Arthur left Tristan's office. "I'll be staying at a hotel reserved for our family in this city," Arthur said. "Make sure that Hans is with you at all times, okay?" "Yes, Grandpa," 13 replied. He had left Hans at the barracks of the 69th Battalion to allow the head butler of the Leventis family to interact more with his people. Since he would be fighting alongside them in the future, it was very important that they form bonds with and get to know each other. Someone as experienced as Hans could easily befriend others if he really tried. And as a champion who had a lot of experience in fighting, he also had many stories to tell. This was the only entertainment the soldiers had at the moment aside from watching the news. Fortunately, the butler of the Leventis family had plenty of stories to share, best ones of which were anecdotes of Xylen when he was younger, which Sherry, and to a certain extent, Stella liked to hear. When 13 arrived at the camp, he saw a red-faced Christopher standing outside of the lobby of their temporary quarters. "What's wrong?" 13 asked. "What are you doing here all alone?" "Hans is telling the others how the two of us met, young master," Christopher replied. "Oh." 13 smirked. The first time he met Christopher, the latter was still a very chubby boy. But now, the young man was no longer chubby but lean and toned. Because of this, his face had also become sharper, making him look more handsome in the eyes of others. "I'm going in," 13 said. "Are you still going to stay here?" "Yes, young master," Christopher replied. The teenage boy glanced at his left and right before making a gesture for Christopher to come closer because he wanted to whisper something to him. "How is everything going with that?" 13 whispered. "Everyone is very excited about the upcoming invasion, master," Christopher replied. "Those in high positions have already made contact with the targets and are currently collaborating to reach the desired path we wish to have." "Good." 13 nodded. "You've worked hard, Christopher. I'm sure this must have been a big burden to you, but I'm glad I was able to trust you with this issue." "It's not a burden, young master." Christopher shook his head. "I will do anything and everything for you." Christopher had already sworn loyalty to 13 since his first wandering, and his new master was several times better than Terence Leventis, whom he used to serve. Xylen had also made true his promise and cured his mother of his sickness. Now, Christopher had nothing to worry about. His mother was treated as a VIP by the Leventis family, and all of her needs were met accordingly. He truly felt lucky that he had chosen to serve Xylen in the end. If not for the teenage boy, he would probably still be treated as some kind of cannon fodder, whose only use was a meat shield to let Terence escape when his life was in danger. "Young master, please be very careful," Christopher said softly. "The fanatics have put a high bounty on your head. Let them do what they want," 13 replied. "Sometimes, we need some crazy people to make things easier for us." Christopher smiled and nodded his head in agreement. 13 was right. The world needed crazy people because only crazy people were crazy enough to make the impossible become possible. Chapter 935. 935. The Continent's New Hero Part 1. Somewhere in the Signy continent. "Fourth Elder, have you made contact with His Excellency?" asked a sharp-eyed man who seemed to be in his early 30s. "Yes," a middle-aged man replied. "What did he say?" "He said to gather the believers because we will have a meeting in a week's time." Finally, the sharp-eyed man grinned. "Our new believers have been looking forward to meeting His Excellency. This will definitely make them happy." The middle-aged man nodded. "I know you're happy, but don't forget to act with discretion. The central government and the Signy Coalition are now aware of our existence. Tell our members not to act suspiciously." "I know," the sharp-eyed man replied. "I told them not to do anything suspicious and wait for my news." "Should we put our assassination attempt on Xylen Leventis on hold before meeting His Excellency?" "Yes. He's in Casimir City right now and under heavy protection. Even members from the other battalions cannot meet him so easily. Let's just wait until he leaves the city for his field missions. It's a shame we can't make him one of our members." The sharp-eyed man sighed. "He has strayed away from the light and can no longer be saved by our Lord," the middle-aged man stated. "His existence hinders us from attaining true freedom and ridding this world of corruption. He must not be allowed to live." "Very well. I will see you in a week's time." "We are the last mercy. We are the last mercy." 13 sneezed as he read the documents spread out on top of his table. Sherry and Hugo, who were standing on his left and right side, looked at the young man in concern. "Do you feel sick, Xylen?" Sherry asked. "No," 13 replied. "I just feel like some people are talking about bad things about me." "You're a good person, sir," Hugo commented from the side. "I don't see any reason why people would say something bad about you." "Oh, you'll be surprised, Hugo," 13 smiled faintly. There are many people who hate me. Too many to count. Well, if they hate you, then they must be bad people, sir, Hugo replied. Sherry nodded in agreement. In her eyes, her fiancé was such an amazing person both in public and in private. She sincerely believed that all those who hated Xylen were either jealous of his achievements or were simply hating him for the sake of it. Suddenly, the teenage boy's communicator beeped, seeing the message sent to him by his subordinate. The young man grabbed the remote of the TV on top of the table and switched the channel to the live broadcast of one of the teams that were scheduled to clean up a monster den. This team was composed of the members of the prestigious families who had come to assist the Cygni coalition in battle. Several teenagers, accompanied by champions of their respective families, could be seen fighting against the jinns in the background. This particular operation was meant to highlight that the prestigious families had come to support the defense of the continent and were doing their job properly. The operation was running smoothly, and the majority of the monsters were already dead or dying. However, something unexpected happened. Several rank 6 sovereigns appeared, making Sherry and Hugo, who were watching the news broadcast with Xylen, do a double-take after seeing some familiar monsters in the background. Giga, Blackie, 01, 02, and the trolls suddenly appeared in the battlefield and started to beat the crap out of the scions of the prestigious families alongside their guardians. This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise, including the patriarchs of the prestigious families who were watching the live broadcast. The BBC reporter, Rain, changed her manner of speech to that of a boxing commentator, giving a blow-by-blow description of the one-sided pummeling happening in the background. Giga sent one of the champions flying. It made a dabbing pose in front of the camera, which made 13 facepalm. Sherry giggled, finding Giga's antics very funny. While everyone was watching this incident on live TV, a shout filled with righteousness was heard in the background. Monsters who hurt the weak and the innocent. I have come to punish you for your crimes. As if waiting for that moment, the cameraman focused on the newcomer who was standing on top of a silver beetle, covered in a very cool-looking armor in the shades of black and gold. You've hurt enough people. Now, it's your turn to feel pain, the armored hero shouted before striking a fighting pose. I am Masked Rider Beetle. The silver beetle the masked rider was riding on suddenly moved, charging at the battlefield like a train. When it neared the monster, Masked Rider Beetle jumped off from its back and delivered one of his special moves, Rider Beetle Kick. The Masked Rider Beetle's kick hit Giga directly on the chest, making the Blaze Skunk stagger as it took several steps back. Giga then roared hatefully at the Masked Rider Beetle and ordered its minions, friends, to attack the bastard who kicked him. That a very epic fighting scene between Masked Rider Beetle and the monsters ensued, making 13 wish that he had prepared some popcorn for this moment. Titan Beetle Slam. Drill Spiral Crush. Mega Horn Impact. Masked Rider Beetle sent one finishing move after the other, making every single monster he attacked collapse on the ground and disappear from sight. The Wanderers watching this scene didn't know how to react. No matter how they looked at it, this Masked Rider Beetle's fight was just like the kiddie shows they watched as tiny toddlers. You are a worthy opponent, Masked Rider Beetle said to Giga. But the time has come for you to meet your end. Raising his hand, a 2-meter beetle descended from the sky and transformed into a bazooka, which Masked Rider Beetle held comfortably with both hands. Enemies of justice, meet your end, Masked Rider Beetle shouted. Exo Burst Finale. A flashy light emerged from the cannon and hit Giga's body. A second later, a loud explosion occurred, creating a smoke composed of 5 different colors that spread out in the surroundings, marking the end of the first battle of the new hero that appeared in the Cygni continent. Chapter 936. 936. The Continent's New Hero Part 2. When the flashy special effects ended, the Blaze Skunk could no longer be found. Just like the other monsters the Masked Rider Beetle had fought, suddenly, the reporter of BBC News, Rain, approached the masked hero, hoping to ask for an interview. However, Masked Rider Beetle only shook his head and said a few words. I carry justice in my soul and vengeance in my fists, Masked Rider Beetle said. I am Masked Rider Beetle. When the weak and innocent are oppressed, I will come to save them. That is all you need to know. After saying those words, the masked hero jumped on the back of his silver beetle, which ran away in haste to escape the scene. 13 Watch this while rubbing his chin before writing a few notes on a piece of paper. The explosions are nice, but they need to be flashier, 13 muttered. On the bright side, his speech is not bad. It seems like Izaker had done his research. After finishing his notes, the young man tapped his communicator. It didn't take long before someone picked up the call, and a voice filled with excitement echoed inside 13's office. Did you see that, Xylen? Prince Xylen said happily. That was so amazing. It's so exciting. Ha ha ha. You did very well, 13 praised. Next time, I plan to procure more props to make your entrances more flashy. That sounds good. Actually, Rezkarin proposed that I should wear a cape to make me 200% cooler, but Izaker vetoed it and said a cape will restrict my movements when the fighting starts. Still, I want to wear a cape to see how it will look when I'm in battle. Then, how about a compromise? You can add a cape, but discard it before you start fighting, 13 commented. That way, you can still have a cape and look cool in front of the TV. Xylen, you are a genius. Let's do that. MMM. The two started to plan for their next collaboration, making Sherry and Hugo shake their heads helplessly. Xylen was like an excited little child with a new toy as he eagerly chatted with Prince Xylen about flashy new moves that would make the latter look even cooler in front of the wanderers of the world. Meanwhile, in the city where Roland and the other members of the hero party were stationed, Erica was holding her stomach as she laughed non-stop from watching the live broadcast that ended. Not long ago, Shauna, Mildred, Diana, Derek, and Joshua, who also recognized 13's monster, had amused smiles on their faces. Although they didn't know who this masked rider beetle was, they were certain he was one of Xylen's collaborators. What kind of low-budget kids show did I just watch? Roland, who had no idea what was happening, said with a frown. And do any of you know about this masked rider beetle? This is the first time I'm hearing his name. This is also the first time I've seen him, Erica commented. But he doesn't seem so bad. Right? Shauna nodded. He actually looks cute. I guess someone else is trying to be a hero in these dark times, Joshua said with amusement. Masked beetle rider? So cool. Mildred giggled. Huh. Diana pinched the bridge of her nose because the second-hand embarrassment was reeled at first. She thought that the Blaze skunk wasn't Giga, but when Xylen's monster friend did a dabbing pose, she couldn't help but cover her face with both hands. She had seen the Blaze skunk do it once when she was still inside Rocky's mobile fortress, so that basically confirmed it. Frankly, she didn't know if she should laugh or cry because of the special effects that were used during the battle earlier. It made the members of the prestigious families look like a bunch of extras in a show that was being broadcast live to the world. Erica was still giggling because her fiancé's antics tickled her funny bones. Although they talked every day, especially at night before they went to sleep, Xylen had never mentioned today's event to her. It's a good thing Shauna and I are scheduled to return to Casimir City tomorrow, Erica thought. I will finally be able to see him again. Tristan had decided to call the two young ladies back to personally brief them about the current situation of the Jin invasion. Of course, the field marshal also wished to let his daughter spend some time with her fiancé, whom she hadn't seen for the past few weeks after she arrived to fulfill her role as the saintess of the hero party. Tristan was well aware that the other families were also using honey traps against the teenage boy who would soon become his son Dash and Dash Law. In order to prevent Xylen from being tempted, he decided to send Erica and Shauna back to the headquarters. While the rest of the hero party remained in the city they were protecting, he also wanted to talk to the two girls so that they could convince Xylen not to wander off in dangerous places anymore. Although he believed the ladies could only keep their fiancé on the base for a few more days, those were still valuable days when Tristan didn't have to worry about the young man's safety. The next day, Erica and Shauna left the city and returned to Casimir City by riding a military helicopter. It only took them 2 hours to reach their destination, and they were looking forward to seeing Xylen again. Hey, are you going to wear that thing tonight? Erica whispered in Shauna's ear, making the latter's face redden. How about you? Shauna inquired. Are you planning to wear that thing? Of course, I will, Erica answered. Sherry has been monopolizing Xylen as of late, so I need to put some effort tonight, you know? You should do it too. But Shauna hesitated because the nightwear that Erica had brought for her was very sexy and nearly transparent. Silly girl. He has already seen you in your birthday suit, Erica whispered. What are you being embarrassed about? This and that are different. Sure, whatever you say. Erica smirked because she knew that Shauna had a competitive side to her as well. If she saw Xylen paying more attention to Erica, then she would no longer hesitate to try to catch his attention, even if she were to wear sexy and provocative clothing. But just as they were about to knock on Xylen's room, they heard a sweet moan from the other side of the door. However, this moan didn't seem to belong to Sherry, making the two girls glance at each other before pressing their ears to the door to get a better understanding of the situation. Chapter 937. 937. I'll make you spill everything you have later. MHH. Huh. That's the spot, Xylen. Do it a little harder. Yes. Just like that. Why are you, NGHHH, so good at this? Is it because, you always do this with NGHHH, your fiancés? Not so deep. Not so, hard. Erica and Shauna, who were both eavesdropping by the door, didn't know if they should barge in or return at another time. Just as both of them were thinking of what to do, they heard the teenage boy's voice inside the room. You should stop filling Sherry's mind with nonsense, 13 said. Otherwise, I'll do this. That hurts. No. Stop. You say stop, but your body says otherwise. You can't fool me, Viola. I know what you really want. Not so hard. The lady's pained moans of both pain and pleasure echoed faintly inside the room, leaking through the door, making the two eavesdroppers' faces redden. Is Sherry no longer able to satisfy him alone? Erica thought. Is he that backed up? Also, Viola, isn't that one of the captains of the Valkyries? Shauna's beet red face revealed a shocked expression when she heard Xylen mention Viola's name. Whenever she wasn't with the hero party, Shauna spent most of her time with the Valkyries. She had a very good relationship with them, which meant that she was also very close to Viola. Hearing the captain's moans inside the room, Shauna felt conflicted. By the looks of it, Xylen's libido might have increased since the last time that they had been together. She thought Sherry alone wasn't able to fulfill his needs, so he decided to shift his attention to the beautiful captain of the Valkyries, whose pained cries could be heard from the other side of the door. Erica and Shauna exchanged a glance with each other and nodded at the same time. They knew this couldn't continue any longer, so they decided to make their move. However, before they could even put their plans into action, both of them heard a voice speak behind them. What are the two of you doing? As Erica and Shauna both jumped up in fright, they accidentally banged their heads against the door, making them cry out in pain. Sherry, who was carrying a tray of food in her hands, immediately put it down and checked her two friends who had come to visit them. I'm sorry. Are both of you all right? Sherry asked. Why, yes, Shauna said as she hovered her left hand on her head and her right hand on Erica's head, using her healing abilities to heal their injuries. The door then opened, and a teenage boy with beads of sweat on his forehead looked at his two fiancés with a mildly amused expression on his face. The two girls ignored their fiancé and looked straight at the bed. There, they saw Viola lying face down with her naked back facing them. Xylen, I'm sorry, Erica said as she hugged the teenage boy and patted his head. It must have been hard on you with only Sherry taking care of your needs. Don't worry, I'm here now. I'll make sure you will be wrung dry tonight. Shauna wanted to say something similar, but conscious of Viola's presence, she decided to hold back and only look at Xylen with a pout. It was then that a faint chuckle was heard inside the room. Viola rose up from the bed and covered her upper part with a blanket. She was wearing training pants, highlighting the curve of her lower body, which made Erica and Sherry click their tongues at the same time. Right beside the bed was a small table with a bottle of therapeutic oil, which Xylen had used to massage her body. The strong scent of the oil permeated the room, making them finally realize that they misunderstood what was happening inside of it. Just to prevent any misunderstandings, Xylen was just giving me a massage as a reward for the help I gave him during the past few days, Viola said. I hope the two of you don't get jealous. You should know by now that, even if all the Valkyries stripped naked in front of him, he would just look at them and say, girls, please have some decency and wear clothes, or something like that. Oh, of course, I know that, Shauna stuttered. I have complete faith in Xylen. Erica smirked because she was confident her fiancé was not the lustful kind. She and Sherry worked hand in hand to teach Xylen what he needed to know about a lady's body, and even then, the teenage boy didn't act like a dog in heat during their lovemaking sessions. Let's go inside first, Sherry proposed. Talking here in the hallway is a bit awkward. She then picked up the tray of food meant for 3 people and entered the room. Erica and Shauna followed, making sure to close the door behind them and lock it properly. Let's finish so we can eat, 13 said. Lie down, Viola. Yes, master. Viola replied in a teasing tone, making sure to wink at Erica and Shauna. Viola had yet to know that the Saintess was already secretly engaged to the teenage boy. Directing a wink at Shauna was simply to tease her, as she was amused with how red as an apple the latter's face had turned. 13 then lathered his hand with oil before pressing it on Viola's back. Soon, her muffled moans escaped her lips as she once again felt Xylen's godly hands that knew exactly where she needed his touch. 15 minutes later, the massage finally ended. A faint snore was heard on the bed. Viola had fallen asleep in relaxation after the amazing massage she received from Xylen. 13 then hooked the sleeping lady's sports bra before going to the sink to wash his hands properly. He then wiped the sweat on his forehead before hugging Erica and planting a kiss on her cheek. Erica hugged him back and gave him 3 quick pecks on his lips before giving him another kiss on the cheek. She then let him go, allowing Shauna to have her turn. 13 hugged Shauna, but instead of kissing her cheek, he kissed her lips gently. Shauna liked kissing, and 13 had learned about this after spending time with her. The Saintess reciprocated. Before they knew it, the pair had been kissing each other for nearly a minute, only stopping after Erica let out a light cough to remind the two of them that there were other people in the room. Shauna reluctantly pulled back before glancing at the bed, where the Valkyrie captain was sleeping. Fortunately, Viola was asleep and hadn't seen this scene. Had she been awake, she would have gasped in shock. Everyone had placed the Saintess on a pedestal. She was a person that should only be looked at but never touched, and so, the moment the truth comes out, that she and Xylen were engaged, a crusade would definitely be waged against the teenage boy, who might only find all of this quite amusing. Are you forgetting something, Xylen? Erica asked with her arms crossed over her chest. I love you. Erica, 13 replied. I love you too, but I'm not talking about that, Erica said before hugging her man. I'm talking about the masked rider beetle. He's one of your people, right? How did you know? 13 blinked. Oh, please. Erica was very tempted to roll her eyes at her lover. Giga and the rest were good actors, but he got carried away and made a dabbing pose at the camera. Do you really think someone does that in a real battle? You have a point. 13 nodded. And you're right. Masked Rider Beetle is an acquaintance of mine. I knew it. Erica smirked. Now spill the beans. What kind of scheme are you planning right now? No comment, 13 replied. Oh, so that's how you want to play it. The smile on Erica's face widened. Very well. I'll make you spill everything you have later until I'm satisfied. Shauna, don't heal his hips until he tells us everything, okay? Okay. Shauna nodded. The Saintess was pouting because she also wanted to be lovey-dovey with Xylen. A part of her was very tempted to wake up Viola and ask her to leave the room so she would no longer have to hold back. However, she also understood that her captain was a very sharp person. If she were to act differently than usual, Viola would likely get suspicious, and that was the last thing she wanted to happen. She and Xylen had been separated for a few weeks, and frankly, she was running low on the Xylen energy and wanted a full refill as soon as possible. Chapter 938. Words that 13 detest the most. With eyes filled with tenderness and affection, Shauna watched the young man sleeping in her arms. You sure missed looking at his sleeping face, didn't you? Erica, who was hugging Xylen from behind, said softly. Yes, Shauna replied. I miss him so much. We've been away for so long, and yet, he's still a baby. Erica commented because Xylen's lips were connected with Shauna's. He's our baby, Shauna replied. But there seems to be someone who wants to squeeze into our ranks. Are you talking about Princess Aracel? Erica asked. Yes, Shauna replied. At least, based on what Sherry told us, that princess seems to be submissive to Xylen. Why didn't you ask him earlier how he did it? Erica inquired. Or were you too busy having your fill of him that you completely forgot? Shauna shook her head. When I'm doing intimate things with him, I don't want to talk about other women. Fair, Erica replied before kissing Xylen's neck and sucking it a bit to make sure that a mark would be left behind. You're now feeling possessive, huh? Shauna smirked. I called dibs on him first, Erica commented. So it's only natural that I mark my man. Shauna wanted to do it as well, but since Xylen was currently sharing something very intimate with her, she decided to just do it tomorrow. As for Sherry, She decided to give them some space, so she slept in another room, with Tiona keeping her company. Still, we should be more careful about our future raids, Erica frowned. Xylen told us that the Prince of the Scavari wants me to become his consort, while you, Mildred, and Diana would become his concubines. Shauna nodded. Yes, that giant snail with countless eyes is a very dangerous creature. I don't want to get my mind controlled by it and fall into that filthy man's embrace. Just the mere thought of another person having her way with her body, which she had already offered Xylen, made Shauna shudder. Don't worry. Both of you will not be affected by that monster's power. 13, who was woken up by the two ladies' talk, hugged Shauna tighter. Did we wake you up? Erica kissed Xylen's cheek. Sorry if we are too noisy. It's fine, 13 replied. Still, both of you should be careful with your raids. That said, Mildred is also immune to mind control and charm because of the rings of the apocalypse. The same can be said for Derek and Joshua. The only vulnerable ones in your group are Roland and Diana. Although I believe Roland can overcome being mind-controlled, Diana is still in danger. But I don't own a ring of the apocalypse, so why do you say I don't have to worry about getting hypnotized? Shauna inquired. Oh, just the other day, I blackmailed Laplace Demon to make my family and my fiancés become immune to any forms of mind control and charm. Erica and Shauna didn't expect to hear this kind of answer from Xylen. You sure have guts, Erica said sweetly. I think you're the only one who dares to blackmail the Laplace Demon. It's fine. I offered them something of equivalent exchange, 13 replied. They're not losing out on anything at all. What did you exchange for our sake? Shauna asked, feeling a little anxious. Sorry, I can't tell you that, 13 answered. I signed a contract, so I can't share it with others. But you don't have to worry, Shauna. The blessing I asked for all of you is worth the price. Shauna planted a kiss on 13's forehead and hugged him tighter. You're making me fall in love with you all over again, Shauna said. I'm glad you became my fiancé. Honestly, I didn't think that we would have this kind of relationship, 13 admitted. Back then, I had no intention of getting involved with the hero party. But one thing led to another, and now we are here, lying naked on the same bed together. It must be fate, no? Erica asked. It's not, 13 replied. Please, don't ever mention the word fate or destiny when we're together. I detest those two words the most. Erica's eyes widened in shock because this was the first time that Xylen had opened up about the things he didn't like. I'm sorry. Erica hugged the teenage boy tighter. I didn't know that you hate those words. I'll make sure to not say them again. Thank you, and I'm sorry too. 13 turned around to kiss Erica's lips. I just really hate those two words. Are there any other things you hate? Shauna, who wanted to know more things about Xylen, asked. 13 was about to say that he hated heroes as well, but since his two lovers were technically members of the hero party, he decided to speak about the other things that he hated instead. I hate Aaron Ashford, 13 replied. Aside from Sir Lawrence, I hate the rest of the monarchs of Pangea. Can you tell us the reason why you hate them? Shauna asked. Someday, 13 replied. I promise I will let you know about everything someday. Understood. Shauna lightly patted the young man's head. I'll wait for that day to come. Thank you. You're welcome. Shauna then slowly pulled Xylen closer to her. Understanding what she wanted, 13 obliged and closed his eyes to sleep, returning to his previous position earlier. The two ladies, who had gotten to know their fiancé a little more, exchanged a knowing glance with each other. Both of them would keep his secrets and wait for the time when he was ready to talk about it. However, after this discovery, the two young ladies felt pity for the five monarchs. Little did they know, they had made the one person who could basically screw them 10 times over hate them very much. Soon, the two ladies also closed their eyes to sleep, wishing for the day Xylen would tell them his secrets to come soon. Asterisk, 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 asterisk somewhere in the Antares continent. Princess Aracel looked outside the window of her room and glanced at the moon in the sky. Unlike her homeworld, Gamara, where everyone could see countless stars in the sky, the young lady only saw a single moon hanging. Above her, from time to time, a few falling stars would streak across the heavens, signifying that a few wanderers had met the end of their journey. She then lowered her gaze and looked at her left pinky finger, where a pink thread fluttered in the breeze. So you hate the words fate and destiny very much, huh? Princess Aracel muttered. Also, you hate the monarchs of this world as well. The young lady's eyes glowed faintly as she recalled the images of the 5 monarchs of Pangaea. Since Xylen hated them, she would make sure to hate them as well. Chapter 939, 939. The 69th Battalion's next mission. Commander, are you all right? Hugo asked with concern when he saw 13. The young man visibly struggled to walk, relying on the hallway's wall to support him as he moved forward. I'm perfectly fine, Hugo, 13 replied calmly. This is just the body's natural reaction after some intense physical exercise. Then please don't exert yourself again, sir, Hugo said. Everyone looks up to you, so if they see you like this, they will feel anxious. Well, you have no choice but to get used to it. I'll be like this for at least a week, 13 replied, walking at a steady pace, although his legs were shaking a bit. Our enemies are strong, so everyone must do their best to train every day and raise their stamina as much as possible. Erica giggled after hearing the young man's reply. When the teenage boy woke up in the morning, his hips ached a bit. However, seeing little Xylen standing tall and proud, Shauna couldn't stop herself and pinned Big Xylen down on the bed, which lasted for nearly 2 hours. Erica got a little envious, so she decided to join as well. When Sherry arrived to wake them up, she found them in the middle of some intense physical exercise. The young lady wanted to excuse herself, but Erica caught her, stripped her naked, and tossed her to the bed. Not wanting to lose, Xylen fought the 3 of them at once. Unfortunately, even though his heart and mind were strong, his body was weak, leading to him being helplessly overwhelmed by his 3 lovers. Shauna took pity on him, so she healed him a bit, allowing him to at least walk by himself. Truth be told, she got a bit jealous of Viola and wanted to let her know that the teenage boy was already taken. Because of this, she didn't heal Xylen fully. This way, the ladies who had set her sights on him would understand that Xylen had his hands full with Erica and Sherry already. Since she couldn't bring any attention to herself, she left the teenage boy's room after kissing 13 at least 30 times. It could have been more, but Erica pulled her away so he could bathe and meet his subordinates. With a lot of effort, 13 finally arrived at the training field where his soldiers were training. When they saw their commander walking like a zombie, Vincent and Penny exchanged a knowing glance with each other before doing a fist bump. Christopher immediately went to his young master's side and helped support his body. Sir, did something happen? Christopher asked in a volume only 13 could hear. Don't worry, I just overexerted myself with physical exercise, 13 replied. Then you should rest for now, Christopher advised. I can handle the training of our soldiers. It's fine, Christopher. If I return to my room, instead of resting, I might get more exhausted. Christopher blinked once, then twice. Given the people around 13, the young man miraculously remained pure, so he didn't understand his young master's reply. But Colbert and the other guys had plenty of experience in that field, so they subconsciously glanced at the sexy Erica and the innocent-looking Sherry behind their commander. Seeing them look at her, Erica gave everyone a playful wink, as if confirming what they were thinking. Almost everyone, aside from Colbert, clicked their tongue in envy. They finally realized why their commander was having trouble walking. While everyone was imagining their commander's envy-inducing night battle, 13 made an announcement. Everyone, I'm glad to see all of you training diligently, 13 said. Because of this, I decided to train myself as well to the limit. So, if you see me walking like this in the future, know that I am also doing my best to prepare for the upcoming war against the Jinns. Nearly half of the 69th Battalion cursed their commander for being shameless. All of them knew exactly what kind of training Xylen was talking about. If they had the privilege, they'd happily trade places with him. Stella, who trained alongside the soldiers, lowered her head slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She had seen her father act the same way a few years ago when all of her mothers, who numbered over 45, by the way, decided to jointly spend a night with him. The next day, her father was unable to walk properly, relying on a staff to support his body as he barely escaped his room. Those who saw him even thought that he was running away from devils due to his expression. However, 13 was still not finished with his announcement. Currently, the Cygni Coalition and the central government are focusing their attention and manpower on mining ores and other precious resources. As such, the only teams that are clearing up the dens of the Jinns are the teams composed of the prestigious families from the other continents, the Hero Party, and us. I will give you all a week to make your final preparations before we once again venture outside the safety zone. This time, we head northeast and target one of the princes who hail from Gomorrah. This will not be an easy battle like in Alcove City, so I hope all of you take this operation seriously. After hearing the contents of their mission, the soldiers straightened up a bit, and their gazes sharpened. They still remembered Princess Aracel and how beautiful she was. In fact, after seeing her, the other girls whom they admired in the past suddenly looked lackluster. It was only natural. Once someone laid eyes on such otherworldly beauty, their standards were bound to rise accordingly. "Commander, are you going to capture that prince as well?" Penny asked. "Yes," 13 replied. "Why? Do you want to personally interrogate him, Penny? If so, I will allow it." The young man gave Xylen the "if there's a hole, there's a goal" gaze, making Vincent, who was standing beside his new best friend, take a step back and avert his gaze. The last thing he wanted was for 13 to lump him together with Penny, who might as well be one of Zeus' bastard sons, with how the young man didn't give a damn as long as he can jam his meat in. Unfortunately for Vincent, 13 had long decided that the two cultured men were peas in a pod. "Oh, before I forget, everyone got that report about the giant purple snail that likely has a skill that can hypnotize or mind control people, right?" 13 stated. "'Cause we're heading to the territory of that monster. That said, please do some willpower training so you can resist its mental attacks. To a certain extent, those with strong wills wouldn't easily fall under the power of charm, hypnosis, and other mind-controlling abilities." 13 wanted to personally see how powerful the giant purple snail with countless eyes was. He wanted to know whether it had the same powers as the brain beetle, Evavug, or the overlord beetle. Not as well, as if it were a creature that relied on its victims to look at it before they fell into a trance. Either way, he would find out once their team ventured northeast. 13 would not allow someone like Prince Xylen to remain at large, especially when the Skavari prince was targeting his women. After giving his soldiers a few more reminders, 13 went to see Tristan in his office, who was currently having a private talk with his daughter about the current situation of the battlefield. Chapter 940. 940. Only time would be able to tell. "Have you still not found her?" "Not yet, Your Highness. When we interrogated her subordinates, they only said she was tossed inside the mouth of a hellfire balboa and was never seen again." "Ha ha." A beautiful young lady with two small horns on her head laughed out loud. "That arrogant B*TCH finally got what she deserves. She always looks down on people as if they're insects. And where is she now? Ha ha. That B*TCH has become monster poop by now." Her spade-like tail rose, like a scorpion tail ready to strike. The wings behind her back unfurled, showing her true form as a succubus of the Valmoria royal family. She and Princess Aracel were always compared to each other because they were the top beauties of Gomorrah. But even she had to admit that the princess of House Pavarith was more attractive than she was, fueling her inferiority complex. "You may leave," Princess Valencia said. "Yes, Your Highness." The man bowed before leaving the room. The young lady then glanced at the 115-inch TV in front of her and pushed the play button. She was watching the recording of the battles of the hero party, observing their fighting style with a smile on her face. As her gaze locked onto Roland, the strongest among them, the smile on her face widened. "He's not bad for a human," Princess Valencia muttered as she licked her lips. She then shifted her attention to Derek, and a chuckle escaped her lips. "Easy prey." That was her opinion of the swordsman, whom she believed would easily fall into her charm if she decided to mess with him. When her gaze landed on Joshua, she couldn't help but arch an eyebrow. At a single glance, she could tell that she and the sage were two peas in a pod. Hard pass. Princess Valencia smirked. "As for the girls, Zoran wants them, especially that sorceress." The Skavari prince had approached her and asked her if she wished to collaborate with him to capture the members of the hero party. After Princess Aracel went missing, Prince Zoran decided to play it safe and look for collaborators to assist him in his plans to capture wanderers. He wanted to brainwash the members of the hero party and use them to infiltrate the enemy ranks, destroying them from within. This would then earn him a lot of merit, giving the Skavari kingdom the leverage when the negotiations to split up the continent finally took place. The deal was really simple. Prince Zoran gets all the ladies, While Princess Valencia gets all the men. One of the wanderers the prince had brainwashed had already infiltrated the city where the heroes were stationed, quietly keeping a close watch on their every move. Prince Xylen wanted to speed things up because of the information he received. The lady he had his eyes on, Erica, already had a fiancé. Frankly, the prince didn't care if Erica was a maiden or not. The Scavari only looked for women who had strong magical powers. They were ideal wives because of their race's method that allowed the children born by these powerful women to inherit their powers as well. Prince Xylen had the power to conjure purple flames, and he believed that once he impregnated Erica, he would have a child that had both of their powers, surpassing their parents. His frustration. The hero party had been holed up in Livia's city for days, not conducting any raids, and leaving him with nothing but growing impatience. His territory and Princess Valencia's territory were right next to each other, so he decided to ask her if she was interested in joining forces to capture the pillars of the younger generation of Pangea. Princess Valencia, who had also become a fan of Roland, readily accepted this proposal. For her, capturing the young man would allow her to gain a new plaything who was totally her type. Then there's also this Xylen brat. Princess Valencia switched to a different recording and observed the young man who had defeated her rival, Princess Araceli. Well, he's not half bad, but Roland is still more good-looking. However, when the teenage boy looked directly at the camera, the succubus princess suddenly felt a shudder run down her spine. It was as if the teenager on the TV screen was looking directly at her soul, making her feel apprehensive all of a sudden. As expected of the person who defeated that Araceli, Princess Valencia thought. He's not simple. One of the things that Princess Valencia prided herself on was her uncanny intuition. The moment her eyes met with Xylen's, she instinctively understood this wasn't a person she should mess with. Fortunately, we're only targeting the hero party. Princess Valencia turned off the TV as she tried to calm her wildly beating heart. To think I will feel this way after only seeing a recording. If I saw him in real life, I might not be able to stop myself from fleeing as fast as I can. As the vanguard sent by the Valmoria royal family, she, too, wished to gain honor and glory for her people. She, alongside Prince Xylen, Prince Xylen, Princess Araceli, and the other members of the royal families of Gamara, were rivals and competitors. They might be cooperating right now, but once the Wanderers were all defeated and enslaved by their combined armies, chances were they'd be hostile against each other again. If it weren't beneficial for both sides, they wouldn't be cooperating at all. Now that Tch is out of the picture, I can finally enjoy this invasion, Princess Valencia mused. I can't wait to see how House Pavareth will react once they discover their arrogant princess had died a pitiful death. It was truly a pity that they couldn't send news back to Gamara at this point in time. If it were possible, Princess Valencia wouldn't hesitate to spread the news and watch as the House Pavareth fell into chaos. Both their factions had never really gotten along with each other, so she was more than happy to make their rivals feel anger and despair, while the succubus princess was imagining her glorious future. Princess Araceli stood in front of the mirror, but in front of her was not her own reflection. Instead, she found herself staring at a mature woman who met her gaze with a gentle smile. I didn't think I would get the opportunity to see one of my nieces, the beautiful woman said. You truly belong to House Pavareth. Your mere arrogance is worthy of our bloodline. It is also a pleasure to finally meet you, Aunt, Princess Araceli replied. You are very famous, and your life story has been a rather entertaining pastime. I'm sure you're right. The beautiful woman smiled. House Pavareth dislikes it when their noble bloodline is mixed with the blood of the other races. Being born a half-blood certainly made my younger years a very troublesome experience. Princess Araceli smiled faintly. Let's not beat around the bush, Aunt. Do you plan to make me a prisoner or a hostage you can use to bargain with House Pavareth? I'm sure you still carry a grudge. You plan to use me to take advantage of the situation, don't you? The men of hundreds of years ago will agree with your statement, the woman replied. But things have changed now. Of course, you're not wrong. I do still carry a grudge. But this is not directed to you or the members of the young generation of House Pavareth. I am only interested in tearing the flesh and blood of those old fogies who made my life miserable back in Gamara. Let's just say, being sent to Solterra to become cannon fodder isn't what I signed up for. Then, What do you plan to do with me? Princess Aracel asked. Right now, I am like a bird trapped in a cage, all under your mercy. Please, let's be honest with each other and speak only the truth. What I plan to do with you? The woman asked back in a teasing tone. Nothing. I just asked my daughter to bring you here so I can see you. And now that I have seen a kin of mine, you are free to do what you want. So, what do you want? Do you want to return to the Signy continent? Or would you rather stay here, where it's safe, and wait until the war has been concluded? Very funny, Aunt, Princess Aracel replied. I want to return to the Signy continent. I have duties I need to fulfill. Duties? The woman smirked. Duties to House Pavareth, or duties towards Xylen Leventis. Let me tell you something funny, niece of mine. It's best that you find a way to hide that string on your pinky finger. Although ordinary people can't see it, the elderly women of our clan can. If they discover that you have chosen to discard your birth feather and have given it to a human, they will go all out to kill him. You already know how desperately they refuse to let their bloodline mix with other races and give birth to half-bloods like me. Are you sure that this is what you really want to happen? The expression of Princess Aracel faltered a bit as she looked at the half-blood of their family. She had said many foul words about the woman in front of her because she was the shame of their bloodline. But when she was reminded that she was following the same path as her predecessor, she finally understood that she would be looked down upon by her family as well. Seeing her reaction, the woman in the mirror smiled. Worry not, niece of mine, the woman stated. Since we have been brought together by fate, allow me to give you a gift that will solve your problem. The woman then tossed a silver pill to Princess Aracel, which the latter caught by reflex. Drink that, and the only one who will be able to see that string of promise will be you and your chosen one. But let me tell you something that you should remember. The man you chose isn't an ordinary person. Do not treat him as such, and do not compare him with others. He is fundamentally different from the rest of the wanderers of this world. While he is no longer a brick, it will take a lot of effort to break past his defenses. So if you are only doing this half-heartedly, I suggest that you snap that string now before it's too late. Princess Aracel shook her head. I didn't do this half-heartedly. Well, just remember that if you are exiled from your house, you can live here in my domain, the woman stated. Since my daughter is also your distant cousin, Chapter 941. He acts tough, but he's only a third-rate villain. Ciri and Princess Aracel met up to depart the Antares continent and head back to the Signy continent together. Along their way, several djinns from the other factions greeted Ciri and asked her where she was going as much as she itched to retort by telling them it was none of their business. She held herself back as the other party's masters were a pain to deal with. In the end, the young lady decided to tell the truth so they could be on their way. I'm headed to the Signy continent, Ciri replied. Now, can you please let us pass? We're in a hurry. The three-legged crow blocking the path of the young ladies chuckled before shifting its gaze to Princess Aracel. This is the first time I've seen this young lady, the crow said. But I can tell that she also hails from House Pavareth. Both of your bloodlines are making me feel itchy. Then you better scratch that itch, Mr. Crow. Princess Aracel replied with a smile. Who knows? Maybe there are some mites hiding under your feathers. Clever little peacock. The crow didn't seem offended by the princess' subtle jab and even seemed to find her interesting. What is your relationship with her, Ciri? She's my cousin, Ciri replied. Can we go now? If the meddlesome crow wasn't a rank 8 sovereign, she might have already taken the initiative to attack. Before that, has your mother reconsidered the offer of our prince? The crow inquired. The Vermilion royal family wishes to form a lasting partnership and alliance with your family. As such, our prince strongly hopes that you will accept his proposal for marriage. How many times should I tell you I am not interested in the Vermilion prince? Ciri asked. My mother also has no intention of marrying me off to your master. So can you just give up? Well, if you don't want to marry him, how about this cousin of yours? The crow-eyed Princess Aracel. I think she and our prince are a perfect match. How about you visit our castle and introduce her to him? I'm not interested in meeting your prince, Princess Aracel stated. Now, can you move aside? We have important matters to attend to. Oh dear, this young miss has a temper. The crow chuckled. It seems her temper is worse than yours, Ciri. But she's much more beautiful than you, so I can forgive her. Ciri was this close to spitting at the crow and roasting him over an open fire. Unfortunately, Those who belonged to the vermilion bird clan had very high resistance to flames, so it was nearly impossible for them to get hurt by any flame-related attacks or abilities. Not to mention, she knew Princess Aracel was indeed a notch more beautiful than her. Even so, no lady would want to hear others saying they were not as beautiful as the girl right next to them. Move aside, Crow. Princess Aracel, who was starting to lose her patience, narrowed her eyes. Now that she had been granted her freedom, she wished to return to the Cygni continent as soon as possible. However, the bird brain seemed very eager to mess with them and kept on blocking their way, making her feel very irritated and annoyed. Just as the two girls were about to start throwing hands, Zed appeared and hovered between the three-legged crow and the two ladies, who were riding on the back of a greater bird of paradise. Move it, Crow, Zed said, or I'll force you to move. Oh, the crow arched an eyebrow as this was the first time he was seeing Zed. And who might you be? Instead of giving a proper reply, Zed smashed his fist on the crow's face, sending the latter flying. Although both of them were rank 8 sovereigns, Zed was only a step away from becoming a rank 9 sovereign. 13 had helped the demi-human rock raise his rank after the latter swore allegiance to him. Naturally, Metatron was more than happy to give Zed some benefits so he would become the teenage boy's protector. How dare you? The crow angrily screeched. Are you declaring war against the Vermilion royal family? If you got guts, come and fight against House Pavareth, Zed replied before throwing another punch at the crow, who couldn't match his speed. The corner of Princess Aracel's lips twitched after hearing Zed use her family as a shield to escape the responsibility of beating the crap out of the three-legged crow, but the crow was truly annoying, so she even cheered for Zed, whom 13 had ordered to become her bodyguard during his stay in the Antares continent. The members of the other factions watched this entertaining scene and even laughed at the three-legged crow's suffering. They were not allies, but competitors and rivals. Seeing that one of them was getting pummeled to oblivion, the members of the peanut gallery cheered, even shouting that Zed finish off the crow. Why you? I will remember this, the crow shouted before flying away. This isn't over. Zed clicked his tongue as he watched the retreating Jinn in the distance. He acts tough, but he's only a third-rate villain. How pathetic. Ciri gave Zed a thumbs up before urging her greater bird of paradise to resume its flight. Zed followed behind the two girls just in case the crow returned with some reinforcements. Only after they had safely made it to the open sea did Ciri sigh a breath of relief. She worried that the petty crow would call his prince to avenge it. I didn't know that the Vermilion bird family has already planted their roots here in Pangaea, Princess Aracel said. They are a very troublesome bunch. You bet they are, Ciri replied. Although their prince is actually very decent, I just hate them continuously pushing for a marriage even after my mother and I said no many times. Well, your true form is that of a bird, so I guess that's one of the reasons why that prince is interested in you, Princess Aracel commented. Wow, look who's talking. Ciri smirked. Tell me, did Xylen pluck your feathers until nothing is left, or did he pluck something else from you? You're right, Princess Aracel replied. He plucked all of my feathers and plucked something else as well. Are you for real? Ciri's eyes widened in shock. He really plucked all of your feathers? The young lady then hissed and immediately labeled the teenage boy as a devil whom she mustn't offend. Ciri already experienced what it was like to fight against Xylen in the Temple of Courage and even wanted to ask him for a revenge match. The young lady had trained extremely hard during the past 2 years and believed that the next time she fought against Xylen, the one who would be standing on top was none other than her. The two of us are going to spend a few days traveling, Princess Aracel said. So, to pass up time, how about you tell me how you met Xylen? Well, I guess I can tell you how we met. Ciri pondered. It all started during my first wandering. I met Xylen in a place called Absolute Heaven. The moment she started talking, she was no longer able to stop and told the princess everything, including her defeat against the teenage boy in the Temple of Courage. Princess Aracel listened silently because she enjoyed hearing stories about Xylen. Zed, who was following behind the two ladies, only shook her head because his master really had a way of making the most arrogant and prideful ladies melt from his touch. Chapter 942, an appealing contradiction. Fascinating, Princess Aracel said after Ciri had finished her tale. But there's one thing bugging me. And that is? Ciri asked, Why is Xylen so strong? He's supposed to have restrictions on his body, right? Even I want to know the answer. It's difficult to believe that a mere rookie defeated me in battle. It's simply not possible. Princess Aracel had already used her ability to check how strong Xylen was when she had been captured by him. However, the teenage boy's strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary human in her eyes. Princess Aracel could, in theory, kill him with a single punch if she wished, but she refrained from doing so because her instinct was telling her that doing so would be a bad move. Because of this foreboding, the young lady lost the initiative and ended up subjugated by the teenage boy, but she didn't regret it. In fact, being separated from him made her heart ache. She wished they could fly faster so she could be by his side a second sooner. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, what kind of relationship do you have with Xylen? Siri inquired. I have no idea what happened between the two of you. All I know is that he interrogated you for answers. You were with him for only half a day. But the next time I saw you, you seemed to have completely fallen from grace. The worst part is, I can instinctively tell that you now care about Xylen. Just what happened back then? Can you tell me? Princess Aracel pondered for a bit before answering Siri's question. For all of you, it might have only been half a day, Princess Aracel answered. But for me, it felt like days, years even. During that time, Xylen never left my side. At first, I thought he might have cast a charm spell on me. But I soon realized it was just me making excuses because my willpower wasn't as strong as I thought it was. In the end, I was the one who begged him to forgive me and show me mercy. The young lady then raised her hand and placed it over her chest, inside of which her heart was beating wildly at the moment. As for our relationship, I'm hoping I can make him treat me more kindly in the future. But since that doesn't answer your question, you can think of me as a willing tool who will do anything he wants. Anything. Siri arched an eyebrow. Even give birth to a half-blood that will make House Pavareth treat you like a disgusting worm? Yes, Princess Aracel replied without hesitation. Frankly, I didn't think I would feel this way towards a human. I'm sure that me a month ago would look at my current self in disgust. Although I don't want to admit it, the mere thought of staying by his side makes me feel liberated. All the burdens, responsibilities, and shackles that bound me as a member of House Pavareth start to disappear when I'm with him. Girl, you have fallen big time. Siri didn't know if she should pity the princess or be in awe of Xylen for successfully taming the proud and arrogant lady of House Pavareth. I once heard Shauna say that the Xylen virus is a very potent virus. Looking at you, she was certainly right. Princess Aracel couldn't help but smile at the term Xylen virus. It sounded very endearing, and she didn't mind getting infected by it. Shauna is the saintess, right? Princess Aracel asked. Yes, Siri replied. And does she have a relationship with Xylen? Her? I don't think so. Why did you ask? Oh, just a bit curious since you said she might have discovered the Xylen virus first. The string of fate that bound her to Xylen allowed her to know a few things about the young man. She could hear the discussion of the people around him, and to a certain extent, see them if she concentrated hard enough. The world likely thought of the saintess as someone pure and innocent, but Princess Aracel already knew her secret through her connection with Xylen. I was forced to hear her moan for hours. Princess Aracel's face reddened a bit as she remembered what happened several hours ago. Due to the time difference between the Cygni and Antares continent, she stumbled upon this piece of news while she was taking an afternoon bath. Even with the water washing over her body, Princess Aracel couldn't help but feel hot as the images of Xylen and his two lovers flooded her mind. Well, even a saintess is still a woman in the end, Princess Aracel thought. She's just like me. Neither of us probably expected that we'd have a complicated relationship with Xylen Leventis. Still, I can't believe that a brat younger than me by a few years is already engaged to Erica and Sherry, Siri commented from the side, not knowing what Princess Aracel was thinking. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Princess Aracel arched an eyebrow. If so, go and look for the Vermilion Prince. All you need to do is say yes, and a wedding will be held before you can even blink. Ha ha. Very funny. Siri scoffed. So, tell me, do you really like Xylen? Or are you just waiting for an opportunity to get revenge? How about both? Princess Aracel replied. So you really like him, huh? Siri rubbed her chin. What part of him do you like? I mean, yeah, Xylen isn't bad looking. But your standards should be high, right? So, what's so good about him that made you? Erica and Sherry unable to resist his charms. It was never about his looks. Princess Araceli shook her head. It's his confidence. It's like, no matter how much I struggle, I feel like I'll always be dancing on the palm of his hand. He has a way with words. He's a liar, a schemer, and a straightforward person merged into one. The contradiction about him is what makes him very appealing in my eyes. Also, his wisdom seems to surpass his years. I find myself captivated by his eyes that seem to know all the secrets of the world. And once you have fallen for it, he will seal it with his touch, making you addicted to it. Siri stared at the princess beside her with a conflicted expression on her face. Her mother once said that she shouldn't antagonize Xylen because he could become her most steadfast ally. That said, Siri knew that the teenage boy was a very capable person, but deep inside, she was afraid of him. Why? Because in Siri's eyes, Xylen Leventis wasn't a human, he was also more terrifying than monsters. Perhaps Princess Araceli was right. The contradictions surrounding the young man made him a very attractive person in the eyes of those who were looking for that missing part in their lives. Chapter 943. Which heart would rise to the occasion? Your day has finally come, Xylen Leventis, Prince Xylen said with a devilish smile on his face. Now choose. Of these 3 girls I hold hostage, which one will you save? The prince of the Scavari race held the unconscious Erica and Shauna with his arms, as well as Sherry with his tail. They were all in front of him, serving as shields against the teenage boy standing before him. You want me to choose? 13 asked. That's right. Prince Xylen sneered. You can only save one of them, and the rest will be mine. For a brief moment, memories of his previous host's pitiful deaths flashed in 13's mind. Most of them had been related to their loved ones. Both villains and heroes had taken them hostage, leveraging them to force 13's previous hosts into submission. To ensure their safety, his previous hosts had been forced to either take their own lives or commit vile acts to think that the same thing would happen to him. The system of cannon fodder smiled faintly. Time's up, Xylen Leventis. Prince Xylen shouted. Who are you going to save, Ak? Shut up, 13 said as he slashed down, slicing the man who used his lovers as a shield in half. Why you? Prince Xylen coughed up a mouthful of blood as he and the 3 girls he held hostage were mercilessly sliced in half. Even your own lovers. How could you? You threatened the wrong person, 13 said coldly. I exist to get my revenge. Your pitiful attempts to stop me just make me laugh. Without waiting for the prince's reply, 13 crushed his head like a watermelon. The teenage boy then looked in a direction, his cold gaze fierce and penetrating. Do not forget, 13 said. This is who I really am. I'm not a weakling who will allow anything to threaten me. Whether it be my family, my lovers, or friends, I can sacrifice everything for my goal. The teenage boy then pointed his finger at the person in front of him. His body vanished, but those fierce green eyes, glinting with a chilling light, remained, locking onto the one he had pointed at just moments before. Do not forget the purpose of our existence. 13 abruptly opened his eyes and found himself wrapped up in a loving embrace. His face was buried on Shauna's chest, making him understand that everything he saw and experienced was just a dream. The teenage boy's breathing became a little ragged as he forcefully tried to calm his wildly beating heart. The images of his lovers, whom he had killed without mercy, flashed inside his head, making him feel nauseous. Xylen, are you all right? Awakened by the teenage boy's sudden movements, Shauna groggily opened her eyes. When she saw her lover's pale countenance, she immediately used her diagnostic ability to check what was wrong with him. I'm fine, 13 replied, but he didn't make any move to reject Shauna's intention to double-check his condition. I just had a bad dream. Shauna nodded in understanding. Yes, your heart rate is a bit fast right now. The young lady then pulled the young man's head to her chest and lightly brushed his hair. It's fine. You're safe here with us, Shauna said softly. Suddenly, 13 felt another pair of hands hug him from behind. Everything's going to be fine, Xylen, Sherry said, sharing her warmth with the young man, whom she had always looked up to. I'll keep you both warm. Still half asleep, Erica reached out and wrapped her arms around both Sherry and Xylen, pulling them into a hug. It's been a while since we've given you a group hug, Xylen. How does it feel being hugged by three naked beauties? Tiona, who had also been alerted by her master's sudden movement, nudged his cheek as if telling him that she was also there with him, being surrounded by his confidants. 13 closed his eyes to calm his wildly beating heart. After witnessing such a horrible and very realistic scene inside his dream, the teenage boy wondered what he would have done if he were in the same situation. The old him wouldn't hesitate to kill Prince Soren and the three ladies even if they were his future wives. That he didn't know why he was given a chance to live as a human, but his goal had always been the same: to Tio fight fate and his father, who refused to grant his wish, even if that meant using others as sacrifices to reach his goal. Right now, he was enveloped in warmth and softness. He suspected his former hosts felt the same emotions before, and it helped him understand, even just a little, what it meant to be human. Seeing that the teenage boy had finally calmed down a bit, Shauna planted a kiss on his forehead before looking in Sherry's direction. The young lady nodded in understanding, then gently reached out, cupping Xylen's face to guide his gaze toward her. Sherry then kissed her lover's lips 3 times before allowing Erica to kiss him next. When the sorceress had finished kissing him, Sherry hugged him close and lightly patted her back. But on the other hand, Erica lightly patted 13's head as a way to tell him that she would always be there for him. Wrapped in such love, tenderness, and warmth, the teenage boy found himself falling asleep once more. The 3 ladies looked at their lover with affection before closing their eyes to sleep as well. There were times when Xylen experienced sad dreams, making him cry silently in his sleep. The girls would wake up by then because they would feel something wet and warm flowing in their chests. High above the celestial realm, the system god looked at the black sheep of his family and smiled faintly. I wonder what choice you will make in the future. 13. Deus Ex Machina asked with a smirk. I want to see which heart of yours will rise to the occasion. Will it be the heart of the system of cannon fodders who exist only for revenge? Or the heart of Xylen Leventus, whose identity you are using right now? The system god had made his son dream that particular dream as a warning that he was still bound to the whims of fate, which he was desperately trying to fight with everything he had. Chapter 944. 944. We shouldn't choose the easy way out. Is there something wrong with the commander? Christopher asked Sherry. He's been staring off into the distance for the past hour. Did something happen last night? The teenage boy was still fine when he returned to rest yesterday after training the new recruits, but now, he seemed absent-minded. Christopher had been with Xylen for a long time, but this was the first time he saw the latter act like this. He had a bad dream earlier, Sherry replied. He might still be thinking about it right now. Xylen had bad dreams before. Sherry could still remember the nights when he cried in her arms as he slept. And most of the time, he would call out names she had never heard of. So far, Sherry recognized only one name among the many her lover mentioned, Vincent. However, that was before Xylen met the other party during the tournament sponsored by the Ashford clan. But in the past, even if she could tell that Xylen had a nightmare and no matter how much he cried during the night, the teenage boy would be perfectly fine when morning came. This was the first incident when he was still affected after waking up. Xylen seemed to be thinking about something very deeply, and it made Sherry feel anxious. Erica and Shauna had left for an inspection in the nearby city. This was done to help boost the morale of the defenders there, as well as make sure that the presence of the members of the hero party could be seen. As Xylen continued to stare in the distance, Vincent appeared and sat beside him. Xylen, I think you have some love problems, Vincent said. But worry not. I am a love expert. If you have some concerns, feel free to ask me. The young man patted his chest with confidence as if to say he knew anything and everything about love. 13 gave him a sidelong glance before staring off in the distance once more. Then let me ask you a question. If your loved ones were taken hostage and the culprit asked you to kill yourself in return for their safety, what would you do? 13 asked. Such a specific question, Vincent frowned. But since you asked, then allow me to give you an answer. The young man, who had cultivated the Tao of love when he was still 13's host, also looked in the direction where the teenage boy was looking. Frankly, if I can guarantee their safety, I believe I'll choose to sacrifice myself so they can live, Vincent replied. 13 already expected this answer from the other party. After all, the love expert had walked this talk in the past, but Vincent was still not finished with his explanation. At least, that's what I should do. Vincent sighed. However, I'm sure the lovers I'd leave behind would also choose to follow me in the afterlife if I were to die for their sake. You see, Xylen, love is complicated and simple at the same time. Anyone would wish to protect the ones they loved, whether they be family, lover, or friends. It's a very human thing to do. But remember this. If others were to use our loved ones against us, then what is stopping them from doing vile things to them after we are gone? What's the guarantee they will keep their word? Perhaps our continued existence is the greatest protection we can offer them. The fact that they cannot fight us directly and have to resort to such lowly acts means that they are scared of us. Vincent chuckled faintly, as if remembering a very distant memory. There are times when we need to make hard choices, Xylen. And sometimes, we shouldn't choose the easy way out for the sake of convenience. Take this with a grain of salt, but if my loved ones are used as hostage against me, I will not choose to kill myself. I will simply walk in their direction and stare at them with killing intent. This will let them know that if they do something funny to my lovers, I will make them die a very slow and painful death. 13 glanced at the young man, who had a determined look on his face. In his past life, he had chosen to sacrifice himself for his loved ones. But this time, Vincent was implying that sacrificing oneself may not save the people he loved, but instead, make them suffer more once he was gone. You've changed, 13 said softly. I changed? Vincent asked in confusion. What do you mean? No, I misspoke. Don't mind me. Well, if you say so. Vincent shrugged and decided to no longer persist on the topic. Now, are there any more questions you want to ask? Vincent asked in a mischievous tone. For example, how to melt the hearts of ice queens and the like. I have a surefire method on how to do that. How about ice princes? 13 inquired. All that. Vincent scratched his head. You will have to ask Penny for that since he swings both ways. Is that so? 13 pondered a bit as a nefarious plan started to form inside his head. Xylen, I don't like that look on your face. Are you perhaps planning to throw someone in Penny's way? No comment. Vincent uttered a silent prayer in his heart for whoever the unlucky being Xylen was plotting against. But before he could finish his litany, 13 stood up and lightly patted his shoulder. Thank you for the advice, 13 said. I feel much better now. Glad I helped. Vincent replied and raised his fist. 13 understood what he wanted and exchanged a fist bump with his former best friend, who once sacrificed everything for love. He then approached Sherry, Christopher, and Hugo and smiled at the three of them. Why do the three of you look worried? 13 asked. We're worried about you, sir, Christopher replied. I see. 13 nodded before patting his right-hand man's shoulder. Thank you for worrying about me, but I'm fine now. He then held Sherry's hand, intending to pull her back to their room so they could talk in private. They would need to make a trip to the domain of the apocalypse for a while, because 13 had finally made a decision. He would not sacrifice anyone in this lifetime. Not himself, not his family, lovers, or friends. Those who would use his people against him would soon realize that they were messing with the wrong person. 13 wasn't human. He was once the system of cannon fodders and could think of countless ways on how to give his enemies a very slow, painful death. Back then, he thought his hosts were stupid for prioritizing saving their loved ones at the cost of their lives. Even now, he still believed that they made a bad decision. As long as they were alive, there was hope. So why would they end their lives like that? Vincent's words earlier had also made the teenage boy realize that he was no longer the same person as he was in his past life, in this life. His previous host had learned to no longer choose sacrificing himself and choosing the easy way out. 13 still didn't fully understand what love was. But he knew with every fiber of his being that he would not allow Erica, Sherry, and Shauna to get hurt because of him. For that, he would need to make preparations and ensure that those who dared to touch his reverse scale would suffer a fate worse than death itself. Chapter 945, Kamarasipa's Gift. What are you cooking, Xylen? Kamasats asked. Sugar, spice, and everything nice, 13 replied as he continued to draw runes in the air, making them merge with the 4 rings on top of his work table. That sounds like something that might rot my teeth, Kamasats commented. The death bat had been rather easygoing as of late. He had expanded his territory in Solterra and defeated his enemies during the past 2 years. His explosive growth and the fact that he didn't rely on the powers of his legendary armor during his Battles proved that Kamisatz had overcome his fear of taking new challenges along the way. The past Deathbat bullied the weak and feared the strong. But everything changed after he had faced the lightning tribulation while 13 was upgrading his armor to the legendary rank. Even Paimon, who used to look down on Kamisatz in the past, had been defeated by him. The impression of the other members of the Order of the Apocalypse, including some of their most senior members like Beelzebub, toward the Deathbat had also improved. Say, Xylen. I heard from Derek that your home world seems to be in a pinch right now, Kamisatz said. Yeah, 13 answered casually as he continued to draw more runes in the air. So, I was thinking, will your preparations be enough? Kamisatz inquired. I don't know, 13 replied. At the start, I was very confident I could overcome the situation because I had made enough preparations. But the mutation of the gates was a variable I didn't expect. Once the Tier 7 and Tier 8 gates finally open, there is a very high chance that they will mutate as well. Perhaps, Magan princes and Magan princesses would appear for the first time in history. Kamisatz smirked and patted the young man's shoulder. Then, how about you just bring your family and live with me? Don't worry, I got you covered. With your brains and my strength, we will be unstoppable. 13 gave the Deathbat with the "have you drank your medicine today?" gaze, which made the corner of Kamisatz's lips twitch. Suddenly, a giggle reached their ears, prompting the two to glance at the beautiful Magan princess of prophecy, who had overheard their discussion. Wouldn't it be better if 13 lived in my domain instead? Camarasipa asked. I am currently governing a kingdom where jinns and humans coexist. It's certainly much better than living with you, Kamisatz, whose kingdom is surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters. Well, I guess you do have a point, Kamisatz commented. Oh, you're not going to disagree. Camarasipa arched an eyebrow. I only gave 13 my offer because I thought no one else will, Kamisatz replied. Also, I hate to admit it, but my domain is really filled with danger. My subordinates might also not like Xylen if they see me give him preferential treatment. If one of those fools were to sneak attack and kill him, I would lose a very important ally and friend. With that said, I also believe your domain is the safest place for him right now, Camarasipa. Indeed. Camarasipa nodded. Just in case you think your situation is hopeless, 13, don't hesitate to seek asylum in my kingdom. I'll make sure that you live like a prince. Thanks, both of you. 13 stopped writing runes in the air and looked at the two members who were part of the original trinity that he was certain that Kamisatz and Camarasipa approached him in the past because they had some hidden agendas, but now he believed that the two of them had truly become allies after everything they had been through together. Still, rings, huh? Camarasipa smiled sweetly. Are you planning to use them as engagement rings? Why do you have 4 of them? I know Erica, Sherry, and that saintess, Shauna, are your fiancés. But who is the 4th one? The Magan princess glanced at the black snake on 13's neck before tilting her head to the side. Is the 4th one meant for Tiona? Camarasipa inquired. Yes, 13 replied. The 4th one is for Tiona. Oh, how sweet. Camarasipa's smile widened before a thought suddenly came to her mind. Can I borrow Tiona for a bit? There's something I want to talk to her about. The teenage boy and the black snake glanced at each other. You want to go with her? 13 asked. Tiona hesitated but eventually nodded her head. She didn't know why Camarasipa wanted to talk to her, but she was certain that the Magan princess wouldn't hurt her. After gaining her approval, 13 reached out his hand toward Camarasipa, and Tiona crawled over it. The Magan princess extended her own hand to let Tiona crawl on her arm as well. Well then, I'll be back in a bit. Camarasipa winked at Xylen before opening a portal that led to her domain. 13 then returned to his rune crafting, while Kamisatz chatted with him from time to time. Both didn't know what the Magan princess was planning, so they decided to wait until she returned to the domain of the apocalypse. Somewhere in Solterra, Camarasipa walked the halls of her palace and headed to the treasury with Tiona curled into her right arm. The Magan princess told the Domini Mortis that she planned to give her a gift that might become useful in the future. You know, I've always wondered how 13 would react if you suddenly took human form, Camarasipa said with a smile on her face. I have taken an interesting artifact in the 3rd layer of the treasury of the apocalypse after I cleared it a long time ago. Back then, I thought it was an interesting item, but I've never really put it to good use. Now, I can finally see if taking it was worth it. So what do you say, Tiona? Would you like to have the ability to turn into a human? Tiona pondered for a bit and hissed a few times, making the beautiful woman chuckle. I don't know if Xylen will like it or not if he sees you in human form, Kamruspa replied. But I am certain that he will not hate you for it. Tiona thought for a bit before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Well, then, Tiona, here we are, Kamruspa said as she looked at a pedestal, atop of which a black pill lay. If you eat this, you will gain the ability to transform into a human anytime you want. However, according to Metatron, ingesting it will be very painful. If you don't want it, you can just say no. I'll just give you another treasure instead. The black snake hissed a few times, telling Kamruspa that she wanted to eat the pill. Good. Kamruspa nodded and removed the case, protecting the black pill from getting stolen. It's yours. Kamruspa took the pill and offered it to Tiona, who didn't hesitate to eat it whole. A moment later, the black snake's body started to twitch and convulse, as if she was undergoing a painful change in her body. Kamruspa watched this from start to finish with a solemn expression on her face. Earlier, she was all smiles, but after seeing how much suffering the black snake was experiencing, she was starting to feel anxious instead. She knew that if something really bad happened to Tiona, 13, would not forgive her. Fortunately, the black snake's twitching stopped 15 minutes later. After that, Tiona fell into a deep sleep, as if she had fallen into hibernation. Kamruspa didn't know how long the black snake would be sleeping, but she believed that once the latter woke up, Tiona would never be the same again. Chapter 946. 946. I'll become strong and protect you for the rest of your life. What happened? 13 asked as he looked at Tiona, who seemed to be unconscious and not responding to the teenage boy's touch or call. I made her eat something, Kamruspa replied. Don't worry. She's not in any danger, but she might have fallen into hibernation. Do you want me to take care of her for the time being? It's fine, 13 replied. I'll just put her inside Rocky's mobile fortress. She will be safe there. He stopped whatever he was working on and summoned Rocky inside the domain of the apocalypse. After entering his mobile fortress, he took Tiona inside the cottage his monster army had built for him. Sleep well, Tiona, 13 said before laying down the black snake on the soft pillow of his bed. Pico, look after her for me, okay? Yes, boss. The two Pocopocos replied in unison, understanding how important Tiona was to their young master. After gently patting the black snake's head with his finger, 13 returned to the domain of the apocalypse to finish his work. Only half a day passed in the outside world, but Xylen had already spent nearly 4 days inside his laboratory. Every night, he only slept 3 to 4 hours before waking up and returning to his work. Clearly, he was placing great effort and importance into the rings he planned to give to the special people in his life. These rings had been crafted by Gerald in the past, and all of them were of the adamantine rank. They had decent stats, but 13 added more potent passive abilities to them, spending nearly 4 days to complete his work. When he finished adding dozens of rune symbols to it, the 4 rings were upgraded to mythical ranked accessories. The only downside was that he had used nearly all of the Jinn cores in his possession. Of course, 13 didn't regret it one bit. Anyway, the entire continent was teeming with Jinns, and he could always just hunt them down if he needed their cores. On the other hand, giving protective accessories to Erica, Sherry, Shauna, and Tiona was something he was compelled to do as soon as possible after he woke up from that nightmare, where he was forced to choose who to save among his 3 lovers. Although he was tired and nearly feverish from exhaustion, he finally completed his task. When he left his laboratory, Erica and Sherry were already waiting for him outside. As soon as he appeared, the 2 ladies felt heartbroken due to how pale the teenage boy looked. Your body is so hot, Xylen, Sherry said. You have a fever. You should go back now, Erica said anxiously. Sherry, make sure to take him to the infirmary when you return. Erica was currently with Shauna, and they were visiting a few cities near Casimir City to help boost the morale of the soldiers defending them. She couldn't possibly disappear out of nowhere. If she did, it would cause confusion and chaos to the people who were sent to guard her. Erica, bring Shauna here, 13 said as he handed the sorceress a ring that would allow the saintess to enter his domain. I have something to give you girls. Can it wait until you get better? Erica asked. We will be back after 3 more days. 13 shook his head. No, bring her here now. Although he was feverish, The teenage boy's gaze was firm, making the sorceress realize that her fiancé was planning to give them something important. Understood. Erica nodded. I'll be back soon. Without another word, the sorceress returned to reality, leaving Sherry to take care of Xylen for the time being. Metatron watched as the young lady helped the teenage boy drink some water. Truth be told, the god of the apocalypse could easily cure his condition, but he refrained from doing so. He had a feeling that if he were to do that once, 13 would do even more reckless things, as his subconscious clung to the idea that the god of the apocalypse could treat him in a heartbeat. Metatron had high hopes for the 13th seat of his organization, so he didn't want him to push himself to the very limit and, in turn, endanger his life. A few minutes later, Erica returned with an anxious-looking Shauna. The moment the saintess saw Xylen's condition, she didn't hesitate to use her powers to heal him and make him feel better. But the saintess' abilities were mostly healing magic. It could not treat diseases and ailments. The most she could do was bolster her lover's immune system for a short period of time, allowing his body to cure itself naturally. When she was done, 13 thanked her before holding her hand. I was thinking that since the three of us are engaged, I should give the three of you proper rings, 13 said as he slipped a ring made of mithril on Shauna's ring finger. Consider this as our engagement ring, Shauna. Is this the reason why you look so haggard? Shauna asked, feeling grateful for the gift given to her by the person she loved. Yes, 13 replied. It's a good luck and protection charm merged into one. He then reached out to hold Erica's hand and slipped a ring that looked exactly like the one Shauna was wearing on her ring finger. You are bold and courageous, Erica, but don't wander too deep into the enemy's ranks, 13 said softly. You are strong, but do not forget that there are many more beings stronger than you. Take this ring so I can always watch over you wherever you are. Thank you, Xylen, Erica said, hugging her lover, whose body was very hot right now. I'll treasure it. 13 hugged her back and kept this position for nearly a minute before he reluctantly pulled back to face Sherry. Sherry, you are smart and kind, 13 said. Sometimes I worry a lot because you are too kind. Remember this, the world takes advantage of kind people. This is why they get hurt very easily. As much as I want you to be a little selfish, I know it's not part of your nature to do so. But I want you to remember that I can't always be by your side. There will come a time when you need to make a hard choice, and the only one you can rely on is yourself. The teenage boy then slipped the ring on her finger before raising her hand to kiss it. Truth be told, you worry me the most, 13 added. But I'm sure you will grow to become a very strong wanderer. Sherry nodded. I'll become strong and protect you for the rest of your life. That doesn't sound so bad, 13 replied. I look forward to seeing your growth. 13 then hugged the young lady before his body finally gave way. Did he faint? Erica asked. Yes, Sherry replied with a sad look on her face. I never thought that Xylen would feel this light. As a wanderer, Sherry was stronger than an ordinary person. So, feeling how light her lover was, she couldn't help but remember that Xylen was not physically strong. But in everyone's eyes, he was very strong. That he always stood at the front lines, giving everyone a sense of security that only he was able to bring. Although they knew he had survived fights against a Magian prince and Magian king, Sherry and Erica knew that Xylen wasn't really powerful enough to beat such beings on his own. He only managed to overcome such hurdles because of the preparations that he had made beforehand. Not to mention, those battles were close calls and could have gone an entirely different way. Take care of him, Sherry, Shauna said, almost pleadingly. We will return as soon as we can. I will, Sherry replied firmly. I promise. Erica and Shauna watched as the young lady carried Xylen through the portal that led to his room inside the temporary barracks of the 69th Battalion. They hoped that when they saw him again, their fiancé would be fully recovered and once again become the pillar everyone looked up to, even if the sky were to fall on their heads right at this very moment. Inside the infirmary of the central government. What is his condition? Tristan asked the doctor, who had just finished administering some medicines to the sleeping boy. He still has a light fever, but I believe it will be gone when morning comes, the doctor replied. It's just a little worrying because his brain waves are a bit weak right now. It's like he had mentally exhausted himself, forcing his brain to enter a hibernation state to help him recover faster. Is there any danger to his life? Tristan asked, No, the doctor shook his head. His life isn't in any danger, but I believe he needs to rest for a few days. Thank you, doctor. Tristan nodded. If something happens, don't hesitate to contact me directly. Yes, sir. The field marshal gave Xylen one last glance before leaving the room. The teenage boy was currently in the ICU, and a few guards were assigned to guard his room. People might think that Tristan had over-exaggerated a bit since the teenage boy only had a fever. However, in his eyes, 13 was a priceless treasure that needed to be protected at all costs. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise, Tristan thought as he approached Sherry, who was currently seated on a bench beside Xylen's room. With him here, I don't have to worry about him wandering off into any djinn-infested territory for the time being. Still, he wanted to ask the young lady what exactly happened because she was the one who brought Xylen to the infirmary after the latter fell unconscious. Sherry had already anticipated that she would be questioned about what happened to Xylen. Because of this, she had already prepared a believable excuse that would put everyone's worry to rest. Chapter 947. 947. I'll believe in you, the featherless angel only I know. When 13 opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark place. His body felt light as if he was floating, but he couldn't move his body. Even lifting a finger seemed to be impossible at this point in time. But within that darkness, 13 heard something that at first, it was faint. But the more he focused on it, the clearer it became that it was the sound of a guitar being strummed as he listened. He heard a young female voice singing a song alongside music being played in the background. A shadow falls from beyond the sky, I looked up to. That day, a lost angel lost its feathers. For some reason, the voice sounded familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. 13 did his best to recall who owned the familiar voice, and as he did, his soul core whirred into life. While this was happening, the singer continued to sing with the voice of an angel, making 13 dig deep in his memories that spanned thousands of years. But as his search intensified, he came upon a blank portion of his memory. 13 frowned when he remembered he had purposely deleted this particular memory from his soul core, for it had caused his system to become unstable in the past. Although he couldn't remember who the singer was, his heart ached after hearing her voice. This wasn't the first time 13 had deleted something from his soul core. There were a few blank entries in his soul core, hosts whose faces and names he couldn't remember. Their endings had been too tragic, and keeping them inside his soul core had caused him to malfunction several times. So, with great regret and hardship, he decided to delete these memories. Perhaps, after suffering so many heartbreaks, 13 finally reached his limit. This was why he decided to rebel against fate and the system god, for he couldn't take it any longer. It was the most logical decision he had come up with at that time, which led to his confrontation with his father and creator, the system god. That moment, he felt something warm falling on the side of his face. 13 knew what it was, and yet, he didn't do anything about it. His heart ached for this particular memory he couldn't remember. That voice and that face he had permanently removed from his life were trying to resurface after he had fallen deep inside his subconscious mind. In the sky I looked up to, snow lightly falls without making a sound. When it touches my trembling cheek, winter starts. 13 felt his heart breaking apart. As he forcefully tried to reconstruct the bits and pieces of the memory that he had lost, he wanted to remember, he wanted to once again see her. The song, which he had not heard for an extremely long time, continued to play, drawing out something from him that he didn't know existed. Your feathers shroud the world and turn to snow. Whenever they warm someone up, I'll sing gently. Even if the future you wish for hurts someone, I'll believe in you, the featherless angel only I know. From within that darkness, something stirred. A faint pink thread rose up from the teenage boy's pinky finger and fluttered toward that darkness. Within that darkness, a faint silhouette appeared, one that 13 tried hard to recognize, but simply couldn't. But even though he couldn't remember her, he knew with every fiber of his being that she was someone he truly cared for. So much so, he almost broke down when she met a tragic fate. He also knew that the song that she had sung earlier was meant for him. 13 was the featherless angel that only she knew. The fragmented pieces of his memory slowly whirred to life. He remembered that she had once been an angel who had fallen from the sky. She was heaven's lost property, and yet, no one had come to bring her back home. Such She slowly became a fallen angel. Point one that could fly, but could no longer return to the place where she rightfully belonged. Who are you? 13 called out towards the darkness hoarsely. Tell me who you are. The pink thread fluttered as it once again tried to piece together a memory, but only the image of a string cut in half, fluttering in the wind, appeared within that darkness. That, of course, 13 wasn't a fool. He was very smart. His intelligence surpassed most beings in the multiverse. How could he possibly not connect the dots? But even if he knew that the memory he wanted to recall belonged to the same person who had bound herself to him recently, that still didn't answer his question. What he wanted to know was who she was in her previous life, the memories they shared, the smiles, the tears, the trials, and the tribulations they faced together. He wanted them to return to him. Back then, he couldn't accept these memories because they made him malfunction as a system. But now, he was a human, or at least, had a human form and heart. Using his standards, 13 didn't classify himself as 100% human. His soul core was embedded in Xylen's heart, allowing it to beat once more. His blood was no longer that of a human from Pangea, because the royal bloodline of Chandria now flows inside his veins. Technically, he was human, but 13 knew he was similar to a chimera whose body was made up of different parts, functioning to create a being that wasn't normal by any human standards. The angel once again sang the same song. But this time, it had more feelings, soothing the teenage boy's heart, which was starting to ache for what he had lost over the past thousands of years. It was like a spoken promise, telling him that perhaps he didn't need to look back in the past all the time. Instead, he should look at the future and grasp it with his hands. Whenever they warm someone up, I'll sing gently. Even if the future you wish for hurts someone, I'll believe in you. The featherless angel only I know. The silhouette of that fallen angel then hugged 13, making him feel drowsy. Soon, he once again fell into a dreamless sleep as his memories brought him back to the present, where he could shape his own destiny and free himself from the shackles of fate. A/in. If you want to listen to the song, search for Bokutin opening movie on YouTube. The lyrics fit this chapter perfectly, so I had to use it, despite knowing that the copyright god would give me a yellow card XD. Anyway, have a good day everyone, and I'll see you in the next chapters. Chapter 948. 948. The Altar of the Sky. NGH. Princess Aracel slowly opened her eyes as she awoke from her slumber. The sky was still dark, and the greater bird of paradise was still flying in the air at a steady pace. It might not sound comfortable, but with the giant bird's ability to protect its riders from air resistance, Siri and the princess had a comfortable journey. The princess even slept well, as the bird's feathers were soft enough to act as a bed. However, she had a strange dream. There, she looked very young, around 3 to 5 years old, but the her in the dream and the her in reality had one difference. On the former, she had a golden halo on top of her head and 4 pairs of wings as white as snow. Young as she was very curious about many things. When she visited the mortal realm, she would sing songs from the sky, encouraging the mortals on land to be brave and live their lives to the fullest. The dream was quite strange, familiar yet unfamiliar. In it, she remembered being accompanied by a young man. Similar to her, this young man had a halo, but instead of it being golden, it was red. The wings he possessed were also far different from hers, which were made up of feathers. His were like tendrils of golden light, fluttering as the wind blew past them. He was a featherless angel, and he would only appear whenever she was alone or when she needed him the most. 13. Princess Aracel muttered. That was the name she called out in her dream. The name of the being who was always by her side and gave her some good advice whenever she needed it. Normally, the word 13 only represented a number. But in that dream, it was something more. 13 was everything she ever needed. More than a friend, but less than a lover. Not only was he her steadfast supporter, but he was also the one who granted her the name Araceli. This name means the altar of the sky, 13 said. But in reality, its meaning is closer to the altar of heaven. Such a beautiful name. Are you sure I can keep it? The young Aracel asked. Of course you can, 13 replied. Because you deserve all the best in the world. The featherless angel didn't smile, but his gaze and gesture spoke louder than words. She could tell when he was worried about her. His gaze also carried a loneliness that Princess Aracel wished to chase away, but inexplicably could not. Several years passed as the two traveled the world together. They enjoyed the sights and sounds of the mortal realm and watched the lives of the people who couldn't see them because of what they were. Hey, would you like me to compose a song for you, 13? Araceli asked with a smile. A song for me? 13 looked amused and troubled at the same time. But when he saw the girl, now an exceptionally beautiful young lady, looking at him with eyes full of expectation, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Do what you want. Yay. And so, the young lady started to write a song for her featherless companion. Using the time she had spent with him, she was able to compose a simple song for him. When she sang it to him, the young man said it was the best song he had ever heard since his birth. As she reminisced about the content of her dreams, she subconsciously started to sing. She didn't know what prompted her to do so, and she had never heard this song before. But for some reason, she knew the lyrics by heart. Even though I should have forgotten these feelings, your feathers shroud the world and turn to snow. Whenever they warm someone up, I'll sing gently. Even if the future you wish for hurts someone, I'll believe in you. The featherless angel only I know. Her voice was beautiful, as if she were born to sing. Even her parents only had praises for her voice, so Princess Aracel was proud of it. As the final note faded into silence, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her heart ached, and her very soul seemed to be crying out. Feelings she didn't know existed deep inside of her rose from her chest, giving birth to the beautiful tears that now flowed ceaselessly from her eyes. What's wrong? Asked Ciri with concern. She was woken up by Princess Aracel's song. Awed by her cousin's voice, she was about to compliment the other party when the young lady started crying as if she had suffered some kind of heartbreak. I'm fine, Princess Aracel replied as she closed her eyes, allowing the tender feelings that had risen to her chest to linger despite the tears that fell like rain. She hadn't even noticed she was crying until she was asked. Only after she heard Ciri's question did she lift a hand to her face, wiping the tears on her cheeks. You don't look fine to me, Ciri commented. I'll be fine soon. Okay. Zed, who was trailing behind the greater bird of paradise, looked at Princess Aracel with a conflicted look on his face. Just like Ciri, he was surprised when he heard the princess sing a song that felt like it was intended for someone very dear to her. For a brief moment, he felt sorry for her because they were nearing the Signy continent. That also meant that the princess would soon return to Xylen's side, whom Zed had labeled as a devil. He didn't know what kind of diabolical plans the teenage boy had prepared for the beautiful princess, but he hoped that his new master would not treat her too unkindly. Even by his standards, Princess Aracel was a peerless young lady, someone who could become Xylen's prized consort and make all the men feel envious of him. Maybe I can put a word or two for her sake, Zed thought. Since she didn't try to escape even once during this trip, maybe 13 will be a little bit merciful in his treatment of her. Just like his comrades who had been trapped in the domain of the apocalypse for some time, none of them could understand or predict what the teenage boy was thinking. He wasn't moved by money, women, power, and influence. His plans could be extremely simple or even extremely complicated. They all agreed that anyone on the other side of Xylen's schemes would suffer a very pitiful ending. Their master's lack of physical strength, he made up for it with wisdom. Wisdom that had turned the tides in his favor during his previous battles against enemies far stronger than him. We're almost there, Ciri said as she watched the sun slowly rise over the horizon. I can already see land in the distance. Princess Aracel then gently wiped her tears before opening her eyes. Now that she had arrived on the Signy continent, it wouldn't be long before she reunited with the featherless angel, who still lay in a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 949, 949, A Chance Has Come. How are you feeling? Sherry asked. I feel better than yesterday. 13 replied he did feel better, but his body was still as heavy as lead. It seemed that he had truly overworked himself in his most recent project. Truth be told, his body had constantly been in an overworked state ever since he arrived at the Signy continent. Whenever he was free, he sometimes visited the domain of the apocalypse and tinkered with a few things, just like Prince Xylen's power suit and the beetle cannon the prince had used to fight against Giga. He thought he was properly pacing himself, but based on his current situation, he had miscalculated by creating 4 mythical ranked rings. And all because of one particular dream, where he had been forced to choose whom he must save among his 3 lovers. If such a situation were to become a reality, 13 had no intention of choosing or forsaking those close to him. He refused to end up just like his hosts, whose loved ones had been used against them. Such an ending was nowhere in what he envisioned for his current lifetime, and if he could help it, he would not allow it to become a reality. "What do you want to eat?" Sherry asked. "Cereals," 13 replied. "With milk." Sherry nodded and left the room to get the food that her lover wanted to eat. Truth be told, 13 wasn't a big fan of cereals. That he preferred the home-cooked meals his mother made whenever he was home. But he didn't want to worry Sherry too much, so he decided to eat something plain and simple. Maple and Cinnamon would often eat cereal for breakfast when they were still together. Maybe he missed the 2 energetic gluttons and decided to eat some cereal to get some of their energy. Closing his eyes, he communicated with Rocky, who was currently hundreds of meters under the infirmary of the military. The Hellfire Balboa was also worried about its master, so it decided to rest somewhere where it could immediately come to the latter's aid as soon as needed. 13 wanted Rocky to make a quick trip to the planar mountain range to pick up Evavug. But to his surprise, Rocky refused. The Hellfire Balboa insisted that it would stay with 13 until he was well enough to defend himself, especially since Tiona was currently in a state of hibernation. "But I'm inside Casimir City," Rocky, 13 commented. "This is the safest place for me here in the Signy continent." However, the Hellfire Balboa still refused, making the teenage boy sigh internally. "Fine," 13 said. "But once I'm better, the first thing you'll do is pick up Evavug, okay?" Rocky agreed with this compromise and resumed, keeping a watchful gaze on its master, whom it could immediately send inside his mobile fortress at a moment's notice. As 13 waited for Sherry to return, he looked at the television, which he had asked her to turn on earlier to the moment. News about what was happening in the Signy continent was being aired. Among them was the second appearance of masked Beetle Rider, who had swooped in to once again save some wanderers from peril. People were very curious about his true identity, and several conspiracy theories about him started to spread on the internet. Of course, the one spreading the news was none other than Xylen, who made sure to fan the flames so it would become bigger. Since the big shots of the Signy coalition and the central government had shifted their manpower from clearing all the monster dens in their surroundings to hoarding valuable ores and resources in preparation for the upcoming Jin invasion, only a few raids were being conducted to repel the monsters in the vicinity. It was like the calm before the storm, and everyone understood that once the storm finally arrived, the battlefield would undergo a drastic change, which would decide the fate of the Signy continent. Suddenly, a live broadcast of Erica and Shauna inspecting one of the cities at the front lines was aired. 13 couldn't help but smile when he saw how holy and pure Shauna looked on television. Only he, Erica, and Sherry knew how unholy the saintess could be when she was in private. And if it were ever leaked to the public, people might even start to question their existence or the universe. This included her father, mother, brother, and grandfather, who would definitely not believe the evidence even if it was dangling right in front of their faces. For them, Shauna was the epitome of a prim and proper girl. Unfortunately, the Xylen virus was simply too strong, making her unable to resist its temptations. "Are both of you going to continue inspecting the other cities?" the reporter asked. "Yes. We are headed to Myrtle City next," Shauna replied. "We wanted to check the conditions of our brothers and sisters in arms and confirm if they are truly safe and sound." "That's right," Erica commented. "Everyone is doing their best to protect this world. So, we also must help those who are risking their lives for the sake of their loved ones." The reporter thanked the 2 ladies for accepting her interview. Erica and Shauna both waved at the camera, with Erica even blowing a flying kiss. Clearly, it was meant for her fiancé, who had seen it on live television somewhere in the Signy continent. "Myrtle City, huh?" Prince Zoran smirked. "Finally, a chance has come." The handsome prince raised his hand, and a subordinate knelt in front of him. "Inform Princess Lavinia that if she wishes to continue our cooperation, she is to help me with a mission," Prince Zoran ordered. "Yes, Your Highness," the subordinate replied before leaving to carry out his master's orders. Prince Zoran then shifted his attention to the 2 beautiful ladies on the screen and licked his lips in anticipation. Since the perfect opportunity had come for him to capture the ladies of the Hero Party. He decided to make his move. While his priority was to make Erica his wife, he didn't mind having a child with the Saintess as well. That way, a child with holy powers would be born under his wing. With Princess Levintia's help, he was confident he could sweep in to capture his targets and leave before any reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 950. Then War It Is, Part 1. Finally, we finished our duty in this city. Erica sighed in relief as soon as she closed the door to her shared room with Shauna. I want to return and see Xylen soon. Right? Shauna nodded. She was still quite worried, knowing their lover had exhausted himself too much when he created the rings that were now on their fingers. As much as Shauna felt very happy that Xylen poured his feelings into creating the rings, she was still a little upset with how he disregarded his health in the process. Erica, who had no idea what the young lady was thinking, tapped a few buttons on her communicator. A few seconds later, a projection appeared, showing Xylen eating cereal that Sherry was spoon-feeding him. Did you finish your work? 13 asked after he finished chewing the food inside his mouth. Yes, Erica replied. We're heading to the next city after lunch. How are you, darling? Can you not call me darling? 13 replied. You're giving me goosebumps, Erica. The sorceress chuckled because the look on Xylen's face after she called him darling was priceless. You can't move your body? Shauna noticed the incline of his bed and figured it might be because Xylen couldn't sit up on his own. Yes, 13 answered. But it's fine. Sherry is here to take care of me. He then opened his mouth and waited for the young lady to feed him again. I hope you'll get better when we return to Casimir City, Shauna said. We'll probably return after 3 to 4 days. I think I'll be fine by then, 13 replied. As long as I don't work on my other projects after I recover, that is. Okay, you're also banned from working on your projects for now, Erica stated. We can't afford you getting sick, especially when the Jinn invasion is fast approaching. 13 didn't reply right away because there were still a few things that he needed to do before the royal families of the different kingdoms in Gamara made their move. Perhaps knowing what he was thinking, Erica, Shauna, and Sherry looked at him with the don't you dare do it gaze, making him ignore the question completely. Make sure to always be alert during your travels, 13 said. Myrtle City is at the front lines of our defensive formation. It's the closest fortress city to the border of the 500-mile safety zone. If you're not careful, you might get ambushed, especially since the Jinns now know how to use communicators and televisions to monitor our movements. Erica and Shauna nodded seriously to 13's warning because Myrtle City was indeed the first city that the Jinns might attack when the war started in full. We will be careful, so make sure that you also take care of yourself, Erica replied. The 4 people then chatted for nearly an hour before Erica and Shauna had to make their preparations for their departure. The 2 members of the hero party would travel by helicopter, accompanied by a heavily armed escort. Tristan didn't skimp on the security measures for his daughter and Erica. They were accompanied by 5 champions, 20 grandmasters, and over 50 masters. That was more than enough to deal with any situation within the 500-mile safety zone that Xylen had declared, which the Signy Coalition and the central government recognized. However, the helicopter pilot immediately sent out an emergency message after noticing several fast-moving dots on his radar, which he believed were hostile forces. Harpies. Erica's face turned solemn when she saw over 100 of these monsters headed in their direction. They weren't ordinary harpies that could be seen in Solterra, but bloodfeather harpies, all of which were rank 4 monsters. And seeing this elite force led by a rank 7 harpy queen, Erica's and Shauna's escorts scrambled to protect the 2 teenagers whose safety was entrusted to them by their field marshal. Shauna, stay here, Erica said before opening the side of the helicopter. I'll deal with them. Without another word, Erica jumped off before summoning 2 flaming wings on her back, allowing her to fly. The sorceress then summoned dozens of fireballs and hurled them at the harpies to obliterate them. However, purple fireballs appeared out of nowhere and clashed with her fireballs, negating them. You're quite a feisty lady. I like it. Erica glanced in the direction from which the voice sounded and saw a handsome young man riding on top of Venom Drake, a very aggressive and highly venomous wyvern. Who are you? Erica asked while narrowing her eyes. I am your future husband, Prince Zoran of the Skavari race, Prince Zoran replied. You better remember the name of the person whom you will serve as your husband for the rest of your life. I already have a fiancé, Erica stated. And he's 100 times better than you. Are you talking about that weakling, Xylen? Prince Zoran asked. Don't worry. I will also capture him and let him watch as I ravage your body, mind, and soul. Don't let him taunt you, Erica. Shauna, who had also jumped off the helicopter, hovered beside the sorceress. The pair of white wings fluttered behind her back. This was one of the abilities she had learned from her training in the Temple of Zaphiel. Prince Zoran gave the saintess a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to the sorceress, who was the apple of his eye. Capture them, Prince Zoran ordered. Make sure that they don't get hurt too much. The Harpy Queen shifted her attention to the two teenagers before unleashing an ear-piercing screech that made Erica and Shauna grit their teeth as they retreated as fast as they could. A rank 7 monster was still too much for them to handle, so the only thing they could do was escape. Get behind us. One of the 5 champions escorting the two ladies shouted. Mounted on their flying mounts, they started to clash against the Harpy Queen using a battle formation they had used over the years when facing powerful monsters. This gave Erica and Shauna enough time to escape, or so they thought. Prince Zoran and Princess Valencia had already prepared this trap beforehand, so neither of them would be able to escape. The two of you will not be getting away. Prince Zoran laughed as he summoned the giant purple snail with countless eyes on its body. As soon as the monster appeared, the wanderers who had been warned about its abilities immediately averted their gaze so they wouldn't fall under its control. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the giant snail had another ability, and that was shooting energy beams from its countless eyes. 2 of the 5 champions were hit by this unexpected attack, which made them unable to continue with their battle formation. The Harpy Queen took this opportunity and attacked the rest of the champions, dealing them serious injuries. However, since Prince Zoran intended to collect as many wanderers as possible, the Harpy Queen didn't kill them. It simply went along. The Skavari Prince focused on pursuing Erica and Shauna. The two ladies were trying to fly back in the direction of the base where they had come from. Their path was blocked by a giant moth that sprinkled some kind of dust in their direction. Erica and Shauna immediately tried to evade the dust unleashed by the rank 7 moth called Nightkiss Moth. The dust it produced could cause hallucinations. But that wasn't all. It also contained a very potent aphrodisiac, which could trigger a lustful daydream in whoever was affected by it. It's a shame that Roland, Joshua, and Derek didn't come with you girls. Oh well, I guess I'll just catch them next time, a beautiful young lady with long purple hair and eyes said with a smile. Erica and Shauna glanced at each other, fully knowing that both of them were stuck between a rock and a hard place. In front of them was a young lady of unknown origins, accompanied by a rank 7 sovereign moth. Behind them was Prince Zoran, who was riding on a venom drake, and the Harpy Queen. The two djinns were rank 7 sovereigns as well. On the ground, the pseudo-rank 8 sovereign, the giant purple snail, had started to neutralize the armed escorts from the central government. This left Erica and Shauna to fend for themselves against strong monsters they couldn't possibly fight with their current strength. A/N. If you guys still didn't know, I have published a new novel called Endless Leveling Done Right. Feel free to check it out. Chapter 951. Then War It Is, Part 2. It will be best if the two of you surrender, said the beautiful succubus, Princess Laventia. Zoran doesn't want you girls to get hurt, so why not cooperate and just be his woman? In his dreams, Erica scoffed. I knew you'd say that, so I guess that leaves us no choice but to force the two of you to sleep for the time being. Princess Laventia snapped her fingers, and a magic circle appeared behind her. Another rank 7 Nightkiss Moth appeared, making the faces of the two ladies turn grim. Make them sleep, Princess Laventia ordered. The 2 rank 7 moths flapped their wings, sending a sprinkle of sparkling dust toward the two ladies, who weren't able to evade quickly. A smile appeared on Princess Laventia's face because she thought that the two ladies would immediately lose consciousness and fall from the sky. The moths had already positioned themselves to catch the two ladies the moment their abilities took effect. But, contrary to their expectations, Erica and Shauna were able to shrug off the attack of the 2 moth sovereigns and flew in separate directions to make their escape. 13's mythical rings had given them a very high resistance to sleep, paralysis, and mind-controlling powers. Because of this, they were able to shrug off the effects of the sleeping dust that had been blown in their direction. Such amusing ladies. It seems that I underestimated their willpower, Princess Lavinia commented. I guess you're one lucky guy, Xylen. That, I am, Prince Xylen replied. Seeing beautiful ladies struggle is a very entertaining sight to behold. How rude, Princess Lavinia scoffed. Have you forgotten there is another lady in your presence? Prince Xylen only chuckled at the princess' comments before ordering his venom wyvern to pursue Erica, whom he considered his top priority. He wanted to capture her as soon as possible, aware of the possibility that reinforcements from the central government would arrive to thwart his plans. Erica had split up with Shauna to increase their chances of escape. Since they couldn't fight their enemies, they would put all of their strength into running away instead. Give it up, Erica, Prince Xylen taunted when he was only dozens of meters away from the fleeing sorceress. Don't worry, I will make you the queen of our race. You will have the great honor of giving birth to my children. That is the reason why you are born in this world. Erica didn't reply because she had no time for the prince's nonsense. The only person whom she would allow to get her pregnant was none other than Xylen, and she would rather die than let the Xylen prince have his way with her. Suddenly, the sound of a notification reached her ears. It had come from her communicator. Seeing that the caller was Xylen, Erica immediately connected the line. I know your current situation, 13 said before Erica could say anything. Help is already on the way, so don't worry. As soon as the teenage boy finished giving his reply, a pained cry escaped the Harpy Queen's lips as something hit her hard on her chest, which sent her flying backward. Prince Xylen, who was surprised by the unexpected turn of events, saw a blur appear beside his flying mount before his venom drake was blown back, which almost dismounted the prince from its back. Zed, who had timely arrived at the scene, didn't make any further move and simply crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the Xylen prince with pity. I knew you were stupid, but I didn't think it would be this bad. A cold voice filled with killing intent reached Prince Xylen's ears, making the latter look at the person who was hovering several meters away from him and his venom drake. Aracel, what are you doing here? Prince Xylen asked angrily. Are you interfering with my plans? So what if I am? Princess Aracel asked back. Do you want to wage war against the Xylen? Prince Xylen demanded. I can still turn a blind eye to your actions if you help me capture Erica. If not, I will consider this a declaration of war. Then war it is, Princess Aracel replied without hesitation. The princess then snapped her fingers, and behind her, a portal appeared. The 5 rank 7 peacocks whom Xylen had captured emerged from the portal and encircled the venom drake, who had been hit earlier by Zed's attack. I know you also brought more of your high-ranking subordinates, but they are land dwellers like that giant snail of yours, Princess Aracel. Simply put, you are now at my mercy. Prince Xylen glanced in the direction of the giant purple snail and was about to order it to help him when he saw his prized monster being pummeled repeatedly by the giant ape, Khan, whom Shauna had summoned according to Xylen's instructions. Lavinia, where are you? Prince Xylen shouted. Earlier, Prince Xylen ran after Erica, while Princess Lavinia pursued Shauna. Both of them were very confident that they already had this mission in the bag when suddenly, several powerful monsters appeared out of nowhere. Khan, Lord Zorka, and Harahan, who had all pledged their loyalty to Xylen, appeared on the battlefield. Zed, Khan, and the Lord Zorka were rank 8 sovereigns and were all just a step away from becoming rank 9, that Harahan was only rank 7. But it was still a very powerful monster that was both fast and agile. Khan also had the special ability to raise its rank up to rank 9 for a short period of time, making it the strongest monster on the battlefield today. As such, he personally took care of the giant snail, which 13 had wished to capture because he wanted to perform several experiments on it. The mythical rings that Erica and Shauna possessed allowed Xylen to lock into their location and summon a portal to send his monster army to their aid. Athena, whom he assigned to monitor the important people to him, had noticed that Zed, Ciri, and Princess Aracel were near the area Erica was flying to in her escape. Using his connection with Zed, 13 ordered him to immediately come to Erica's rescue. Princess Aracel, who was connected to Xylen, realized what was happening, so she immediately followed Zed and flew in the direction where Erica was located. Ciri, who had no idea what was happening, was left behind. It didn't take long for her to realize what was happening after witnessing the fierce battle unfolding on both land and in the skies. Metatron was quite impressed when Princess Aracel used the secret art of House Pavareth to swear allegiance, as well as loyalty, to 13, binding their destinies together by the string of fate. Since she was now the teenage boy's person, the god of the apocalypse gave the princess the ability to summon her minions from the domain of the apocalypse, which had been forced to sign a contract with him. The only reason why Princess Aracel didn't bring them out right away was due to the fact that Xylen had other plans for them. However, since this was an emergency, she didn't hesitate to summon them to neutralize the Skavari prince. You will regret this, Aracel. By this point, Prince Xylen understood that he was now surrounded. He quickly broke a teleportation crystal while glaring at the princess hatefully. I'll make you pay for this. No, you won't, Princess Aracel replied as she snapped her fingers once more. The world around them distorted, shattering space around them. This phenomenon canceled Prince Xylen's teleportation crystal because it was unable to break through the unstable environment around it. Seeing that his plan to escape had failed, Prince Xylen roared in anger as it urged its venom wyvern to escape. However, how could Zed possibly allow that to happen? With a punch fueled by his speed, the venom wyvern cried out in pain before falling from the sky. Prince Xylen, who had now been dismounted from its back, was caught by one of the peacocks under Princess Aracel's command. Good work, Aracel. 13's words echoed faintly inside the princess' mind. This made the young lady smile faintly. After all, she had just been praised by the one person whom she wanted to see the most after returning to the Signy continent. Chapter 952. 952. You won't like it. Her face was as pale as paper. Lavinia urged her Nightkiss moths to fly as fast as they could away from the battlefield. Not wanting to make what they assumed would be an easy mission harder, they held back their main forces to avoid drawing the Wanderer's attention. They thought the Bloodfeather Harpies, the Harp Queens, the Venom Wyvern, the two Nightkiss moths, as well as the giant purple snail, Ossen, would be more than enough to capture two teenage girls in a blitzkrieg operation, but just as their operation was about to wrap up, something unexpected happened. The Saintess dove down from the sky and landed on the ground. Thinking she had given up, Princess Lavinia immediately ordered the Harpies to capture her. Just as her subordinates were about to secure their target, a portal appeared behind Shauna, and powerful monsters emerged from it. Khan, Lord Zorka, and Harahan, as well as their subordinates, appeared out of nowhere and engaged the Harpies in battle. These monsters were accompanied by 4 rank 6 steel ape sovereigns, as well as 6 rank 6 feral monkeys, who focused on protecting the Saintess, alongside the Goblin Emperor and Harahan. Khan, who was the strongest of the 3, charged at the giant purple snail. Xylen had the capture of the snail for research purposes. Lord Zorkin was a Goblin Emperor, but he managed to learn earth magic during the years he had been imprisoned inside the domain of the apocalypse. The constant barrage of earth spikes forced the Nightkiss moths and the Harpies to retreat. In the end, after seeing the giant purple snail getting subjugated by Khan, Princess Lavinia didn't hesitate and ordered her forces to fully retreat. As they sped back to their base, they hoped their enemy would be too preoccupied with Prince Xylen, giving her time to escape. Fortunately for her, 13 had no intention of capturing her, at least not yet. He allowed the Magian princess to escape, so she could spread the news to her cohorts that Prince Xylen had been captured. Not to mention, after capturing Princess Aracel, 13 wasn't in the mood to subjugate another princess. The thing he wanted the most was to personally deal with Prince Xylen, who had targeted his women. Are you sure you want to let her go? Zed asked Xylen through his communicator. Yes, 13 replied. We can capture her at a later time. Secure that prince first and send him to the domain of the apocalypse. I'll deal with him later. How about the Harpy Queen? Zed inquired. Ask Princess Aracel if she's interested in keeping it as a pet. 13 answered. The princess, who was hovering right beside Zed, had heard everything Xylen had said. She then glanced at the Harpy Queen, which was currently pinned down by Harahan on the ground, preventing it from escaping. After careful consideration, she nodded her head. No matter what, having a rank 7 sovereign as a subordinate for free was a good deal. Besides, this would weaken the manpower of Princess Lavinia, whom she didn't get along with even in their homeworld of Gamara. I'll take it, Princess Aracel replied. Good. 13 nodded. Send it to the domain as well. Asen had already been taken by Khan back to the domain of the apocalypse, and all the wanderers that it had taken control of earlier were knocked unconscious by the members of Xylen's monster army. They would only remember what happened at the beginning of the ambush, and the rest would be handled by Erica and Shauna. "What do you want me to do, Master?" Princess Aracel asked. Since she was in public, she didn't dare to call 13 by his name and acted as his subordinate. "What do you want to do?" 13 asked back. "I can return your forces to you, and you can go back to Alcove City to rebuild it. You will then act as a spy for me and keep tabs on the movements of the other jinns." "Master, I heard you were sick," Princess Aracel said. "I want to take care of you until you feel better." Erica, who was only a distance away from the princess, couldn't help but eye the lady whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation. She wasn't sure if it was because her fiancé's charm was too strong, but the princess was acting like a newlywed still basking in the honeymoon phase. 13 didn't answer right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and pondered whether agreeing to Princess Aracel's request would disrupt his plans or not. After a minute had passed, the teenage boy asked a question. "Is Ciri there?" 13 asked. "Yes," Zed replied, eyeing the young lady who was still mounted on top of her greater bird of paradise. "Call her over. I want to talk to her," 13 ordered. Zed nodded and approached Ciri, allowing the two to converse. After 2 minutes of discussion, Ciri agreed to take Princess Aracel to Casimir City. "That is my original intention," Ciri replied. "Did your mother order you to do anything else?" 13 inquired. No, Ciri shook her head. "My mother is taking an offhanded approach when it comes to me. She wants me to make my own decisions and deal with the consequences that follow them. Ah, I almost forgot. She wants me to pass a message to you. And that is, she said it will be best if you do not bully Princess Aracel too much." "I see." 13 nodded. "Very well. Take Aracel to these coordinates. I'll send Christopher and a few members of the 69th Battalion to pick the two of you up and escort you back here in Casimir City." "Okay," Ciri replied. "But there will be no danger to her life, right? I'm sure when the Cygni Coalition hears that she's back, they will definitely come and try to take her away for interrogation." "Don't worry about them," 13 said. "I'll deal with them if they ever make a move." Ciri's mother had told her to keep an eye on Princess Aracel because she would play an important role in the Jinn invasion. This was why she couldn't allow her distant cousin to be taken away by the other humans who had malicious designs for her. "Erica, will you and Shauna continue to go to Myrtle City?" The teenage boy had sent a separate message to the sorceress to ask her about her plans. "I want to return to Casimir City as soon as I can, but Shauna and I need to continue our duty and meet with the soldiers in Myrtle City," Erica replied. "I'm sure they have noticed the commotion by now. Maybe they already sent forces to investigate what happened. It will be best if we assure them that we have managed to repel our kidnappers to prevent panic from spreading in the front lines." "A good decision," 13 commented. "I will send Rocky later to escort you girls when you make a return trip to Casimir City." "Thank you, Xylen," Erica said with a smile. The rings her fiancé had crafted with so much effort, to the point of working himself sick in the process, had played a crucial role in keeping her and Shauna from being captured. Without them, both of them might have already been dragged back to Prince Zoran's lair. She was certain they would be subjected to unimaginable kinds of humiliation and degeneration, which would satisfy the prince's lustful tendencies. Even from afar, she could feel how deeply the teenage boy cared for them, warming her chest with the thought of being protected by the one she had chosen as her lifelong partner. "What do you plan to do with Prince Zoran?" Erica asked. "Put him to good use," 13 replied in a casual tone. "And once his value has been squeezed to their very last, I'll feed him to the fishes." However, Erica could tell that her fiancé's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Clearly, he had no intention of letting the prince of the Skavari race live, especially after what he tried to do with his women. "Understood." Erica nodded. "If you are going to torture him, can I watch?" "No," 13 replied in a heartbeat. "Eh? Why?" "Because you won't like it." 13 had many ways of torturing someone, and he didn't want Erica to see any of them. He didn't want her to see him torture the prince, not because he didn't want her to witness the prince's suffering. No, Xylen didn't want Erica to see his inhumane side. He didn't want her to suddenly be fearful of him, which might put a strain on their current relationship. Seeing how firm the teenage boy's stance was, Erica reluctantly took a step back from the discussion and no longer insisted on watching as he dealt with the Scavari prince. Chapter 953. 953. The suspense is terrible. I hope it will last. Shauna used her magic to help everyone recover faster. The incident was already reported to her father, and right after their conversation ended, Tristan immediately sent a gag order. With that, the attempted kidnapping of his daughter and Erica was thwarted from spreading. The special forces from Myrtle City, who had come to give the two ladies additional escorts, had also been briefed on the situation. The credit for saving Erica and Shauna was given to Siri, further increasing her reputation within the central government. This was a part of Xylen's agreement to make the young lady of unknown origins treated as an ally instead of a spy from whatever faction they believed she belonged to. Zed had also been tasked to continue escorting the two ladies back to Casimir City and ensure that they wouldn't suffer any inconvenience during their travel. Meanwhile, in the domain of the apocalypse, I'm a little jealous of 13. Kamasat said to Camarasipa as he looked at the latest victims of the teenage boy's meticulous preparations. Not only is Metatron giving him special treatment, he can even toss whoever he wants inside the domain given to him and imprison them for life. Are you complaining? Asked Metatron, who suddenly appeared beside the deathbed, with his arms crossed over his chest. Why should I complain? Kamasat was already used to Metatron appearing out of nowhere, so he wasn't surprised when the latter appeared. In fact, he already expected it to happen. 13 is physically the weakest among us, so I understand the special treatment, Kamasat added. And since we are on the same team, I can only see this as a win for our faction. Camarasipa only smiled faintly because she agreed with Kamasat's words. The stronger Xylen became, the more powerful their faction would be. Still, who is this pitiful kid? Kamasat poked the unconscious Prince Zoran. Did he antagonize 13? That kid only sends people and monsters who offended him to this domain. Khan, Harahan, and Lord Zorka, who had been tossed to the domain because they had offended Xylen, flinched at the same time. They almost felt sorry for the prince. Their offenses were nothing compared to the attempt to kidnap their master's women. That if they were 13, they would have already ripped the prince to shreds and made him regret his decision until he passed on to the afterlife. But 13 was far crueler than any of them. His name is Prince Zoran, Khan replied. A prince from the Scavari race. Or at least that's what I learned from that guy. Khan pointed at the giant purple snail he had beaten up black and blue. The pitiful creature's body was shuddering because Camarasipa and Paimon had been paying close attention to it. If not for the fact that the monster was 13's captive, they might have already forced it to sign a contract with them. They could tell how valuable the monster called Asen was. So the two planned to negotiate with the teenage boy and see if they could strike a deal with him to trade for its ownership. Asen didn't dare to use its powers against the Magian prince and the two Magian princess, who were looking at it as if it were some kind of delicious food. It understood the difference in their ranks, so it decided to stay put and find a way to survive his current predicament. Will Xylen come to deal with them today? Camarasipa asked Khan. I heard he had fallen ill. I expected this to happen sooner or later since he has been pushing himself lately. I don't know if Master will visit today, Khan answered politely. From what I gathered, he's still not feeling well. Camarasipa nodded in understanding and once again shifted her attention to Asen. She and Paimon completely ignored the rank 7 Harpy Queen, which was temporarily held inside the domain as well. Kamasat also didn't put any importance on the monster. In his eyes, it didn't hold any redeeming qualities. While most wanderers would jump for joy if they managed to get a Harpy Queen avatar, to the beings of the trio's rank, it was just an ordinary monster they could kill with a slap of their hand. By the way, Metatron, you said the veil that protects Solterra and Pangea is starting to weaken, right? Kamasat asked. Will that ambitious Artemian king really make his move? He will, Metatron smirked. I'm even looking forward to seeing his schemes in action. The god of the apocalypse would happily approve of anything that would give the Laplace demon and the one a headache. There was no love lost between them, and seeing the two of them suffer would only make him sleep better at night. They had agreed on a temporary truce, so Metatron planned to enjoy the show on his front row seat and eat some popcorn as he watched the entertaining play that would soon be played on a grand stage. The veil that protected Solterra and Pangea was now at its weakest, and This would certainly be exploited by different factions who wish to lay claim to the worlds of Solterra and Pangaea. He knew what Gamara and the Artemian king were planning. However, there was a possibility that a third or even a fourth party might join this three-way battle of supremacy. The god of the apocalypse was very curious if 13 had made enough preparations to handle any unexpected variables that might appear in the next few months. Unfortunately, he is but one person, Metatron thought. While he has created several trump cards, everything revolves around him. If something were to happen to him, everything would crash and burn. Of course, Metatron was also aware of the trump cards the monarch clans and the prestigious families, as well as the central government, had prepared for the upcoming invasion. He even had high hopes for Project Exodia by the Ashford clan. The only ones whom he couldn't predict were Laplace Demon and the One. Still, this will be a good show to watch. Metatron mused as he eyed Kamasats and Camarasipad. He was also aware of the sneaky preparations that the two of them were doing, but he had no intention of leaking this information to anyone. The god of the apocalypse was happy that the members of his organization were also actively making their moves in both Solterra and Pangaea. The suspense is terrible, Metatron thought with a smile. I hope it will last. And with that, the god of the apocalypse disappeared, waiting for Xylen to visit his domain and deal with the unconscious prince, who would soon face a suffering worse than death. Chapter 954. 954. I guess I need to behave like a good boy. I didn't expect the field marshal of the central government to come to pick us up personally, Siri said with a smile. It seems like he's treating this matter seriously. Princess Aracel made no comments in response. She couldn't care less about who was picking her up since it wasn't Xylen anyway. All that mattered was that she'd be escorted to Casimir City safely. Christopher, Colbert, and the other officers of the 69th Battalion had also come, diminishing the anxiety Siri felt. They were Xylen's people, and she was sure she could trust them. I believe this is the first time that we're meeting, Your Highness, Tristan greeted Princess Aracel warmly. Indeed, Princess Aracel replied. Well met, Mr. Tristan Summers. Truth be told, Princess Aracel wasn't the least bit intimidated by the throne standing in front of her Dsa princess. She'd been repeatedly exposed to the presence of a peak Magian emperor who could easily pinch Tristan to death, eye in her eyes. Even the monarchs of Pangaea, the strongest representatives of humanity, were beneath her gaze if her father's subjects, who had the ranks of Magian prince and princess, could cross over the dimensional gates. Pangaea would have already been as good as theirs. Knowing the ritual the royal family was already preparing for before she crossed over, it might only be a matter of time before that became a reality. The ritual would force the dimensional gates in this world to mutate again, allowing the truly powerful jinns and magians from House Pavareth to descend to the world of Pangaea. However, whether they would succeed or not, Princess Aracel would still need to wait for a few more weeks to know the answer. Christopher and the other members of 13th Battalion greeted Siri before escorting them back to Casimir City. While Tristan didn't know of Siri's true background, Xylen told him that it wasn't any less than Princess Aracel, so she must be treated cordially during her stay in their headquarters. The only real problem was Princess Aracel. Your Highness, please wear this mask, Tristan said. It's an artifact that will lower your presence, as well as change your hair color. There are many spies among the ranks of the central government, and we need to keep your true identity a secret. Princess Aracel nodded and wore the raven mask the field marshal had given her as soon as she wore it. Her long blonde hair changed into dark brown, and her noble presence diminished a bit. The mask only hid the upper part, so everyone could still see her pink cherry lips and the smoothness of her face. Even with just half her face exposed, anyone who saw her could guess that a true beauty was hiding beneath the mask. When they arrived at the city, Tristan took great care to escort them along the route he had prepared beforehand. This sent them directly to the secret path that led directly inside the central government's headquarters, bypassing the gates being monitored not only by his people, but also the spies of the other families. Several minutes later, Siri and Princess Aracel arrived at Xylen's temporary residence. The teenage boy had already been moved from the infirmary back to his room, but since he was still not completely well, Sherry was there to take care of him. The moment Princess Aracel's gaze met with 13's, She didn't hesitate to walk in his direction and sit beside his bed smoothly, as if it were natural. "I heard you got sick, Xylen," Princess Araceli said as she held the teenage boy's hand. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," 13 replied. "But my fever might flare up again, so I'm put under house arrest." "Good." Princess Araceli smiled as she gave 13's hand a light squeeze. Christopher and Colbert gave their commander one last glance before leaving the room. Tristan looked at Xylen and Princess Araceli with a complicated gaze before excusing himself as well. "Well, I hate to be the third wheel, so I'll be leaving as well." Ciri bid her goodbye and followed behind the field marshal, who had subtly invited her to talk in private. In fact, Tristan also wanted to talk to Princess Araceli, but seeing how preoccupied she was at the moment, he decided to talk to Ciri first. "Where's that girl who's always by your side?" Princess Araceli asked after everyone had left the room, leaving only the two of them behind. "Sherry went to pick up our lunch from the cafeteria," 13 replied. "She'll be here shortly. Don't worry. I asked her to get enough for 3 people, so you'll also have your share." Princess Araceli smiled faintly. She wasn't truly hungry, but she would not pass up the chance to have a meal with the teenage boy. "Let me take your temperature then," Princess Araceli said before moving closer to press her forehead to 13's forehead. A few seconds later, she reluctantly pulled back and looked at him straight in the eye. "Your fever returned," Princess Araceli said. "It seems even talking makes you more unwell. You should rest." "After I eat, I will rest," 13 replied. "Sherry is almost here." As if on cue, the door of the room opened. With a tray of food in her hands, Sherry approached the bed with steady steps. She had already been informed that Princess Araceli had arrived and was staying inside her fiancé's room. The young lady felt slightly anxious, fearing the princess might take that opportunity to attack Xylen during his weakened state. But when she saw that the two only seemed to be talking, and with no tension in the air, the anxiety in her heart lessened a bit. "Your face is a little red, Xylen," Sherry said as soon as she placed the food tray on the bed. After reaching out her hand to touch his forehead, she confirmed her suspicion. "Eat now, then drink your medicine," Sherry said. "It seems the army deliberately gave you regular medicine so you will recover a bit slower. My father-in-law doesn't want me wandering all over the place for the time being," 13 said before coughing lightly. "I guess I need to behave like a good boy and stay sick for a day longer." Sherry smiled wryly before proceeding to feed the young man with the soup she had taken from the kitchen. She noticed that Princess Araceli was holding the young man's hand, but it didn't bother her too much. In her eyes, Princess Araceli was just like a love-struck puppy, trying its best to get its master's recognition. 13 ate and finished his bowl of soup before drinking his medicine. Sherry raised the incline of the bed, allowing the young man to rest without worrying about getting indigestion. After that was done, she eyed Princess Araceli and gestured for her to eat with her at the table beside 13's bed. Princess Araceli nodded in understanding and ate a meal with Sherry. The two girls didn't speak to each other from start to finish. Frankly, both of them had nothing to say to each other. They didn't have any common topic to talk about, and for them, the only thing that mattered right now was Xylen's recovery. Any other issues that needed to be addressed could wait until then. Chapter 955. 955. They're finally making their move. 13's sickness was from overexhaustion, so if he wanted to get better, all he had to do was obediently rest. Metatron could have healed him with his powers, and Tristan could have given him the most potent medicine the military had developed, but neither of them did that. Metatron knew that if he helped 13 recover right away, he would once again tinker with projects that would potentially result in him getting sick again. After confirming that Xylen's life wasn't in any danger and that he just needed to rest, Tristan also refrained from helping his son-in-law recover as fast as possible. It was in everyone's best interest that Xylen properly rested and stayed in the safety of Casimir City, not running to dangerous places. Both only wanted what was best for the young man, even if it meant the young man felt discomfort for a longer time. 13 wasn't stupid and also understood this concept. Because of this, he decided to divide the tasks he planned to personally do among his monster army. Rocky had left Casimir City and went off to the Planar Mountain Range to pick up Evavug, leaving Gwen behind to monitor the expansion of 13's underground army. Khan, Harahan, and Lord Zorka were tasked to train their forces in preparation for the upcoming war. There were also a few other important matters, which he left in the hands of the trolls, whom he trusted completely. They had been with 13 for many years, so they had learned a few things from him. Especially when it came to crafting things. 13 even taught them welding, and they had grown proficient in it for the time being. The trolls were inside the domain of the apocalypse, currently tinkering with the projects 13 had left behind. It was a win-win solution, reducing the load the young man would have to return to after his recovery. Knowing that, the trolls also worked harder than usual to the moment. Xylen was taking a bath, with Sherry washing his body. For some reason, Princess Aracel tagged along, and to be more accurate, two ladies were simultaneously washing his body. Sherry was washing the front, while the princess was washing the teenage boy's back. 13 didn't complain and simply allowed the two to clean him up. When he was properly washed, Sherry let him soak in the bathtub while she properly washed herself. Sherry knew that even if all the ladies in the world were to strip naked in front of her fiancé, it wouldn't have any effect on him. The earlier incident only strengthened this belief of hers. When it came to beauty and body proportions, Princess Aracel had no competition. Erica and Shauna were definitely both beautiful and had very sexy bodies. Yet, they still lost out to Princess Aracel. Even so, Xylen didn't show any strong reactions to the princess. While Sherry was happy, the other lady felt a little disappointed. Just like Sherry thought, Princess Aracel was confident in her body. Back in Gamara, those who wished to become her lover could line up for miles. But that still wouldn't be the end of it. But in front of the teenage boy, who had the emotional standards of a hard brick, she felt less confident of her appeal as a lady. Half an hour later, Sherry dried Xylen's body and helped him wear his pajamas. Although the young man was already feeling better than yesterday, he still had not fully recovered, so he decided to rest for one more day. Xylen, we will be back in Casimir City by tomorrow afternoon, Erica said through the teenage boy's communicator. I hope you have already recovered by then. I wish for that as well, but I think I need 2 more days to recover properly, 13 replied. When I return, I'll make sure to heal you properly, Shauna promised. Thank you, Shauna. 13 smiled faintly. The two ladies on the projection then glanced in Princess Aracel's direction. Not long ago, Sherry shared with them that Princess Aracel slept on the couch last night, not on the bed in Xylen's room. It would be a lie to say that they didn't feel threatened by Princess Aracel's womanly charms. But so far, aside from holding Xylen's hand, she hadn't done anything else, which put their minds at ease. Is there something that you want to ask her? 13 inquired after noticing that the two ladies were looking at the princess. There are a few things we want to ask her, Erica replied. But that can wait until our return. We called you to check on your condition and inform you that the morale of the soldiers in the cities we visited is quite low. It seems the majority of them don't believe we can win this war, especially since the news as of late has been about our forces being defeated and pushed back from the front lines. Even the elite team made up of the scions of the monarch clans and the prestigious families had suffered defeat after defeat. If not for the fact that masked Beetle Rider had appeared twice to save them, they might have been gin poop by now. They are terrified, Shauna said softly, especially since they are on the front lines of this war. I'm afraid that if nothing is done about it, things will spiral out of our control. Maybe Erica and I need to regroup with Roland and the others. That way, we can once again instill confidence in the central government after we clear out some monster dens in the area. Shauna wished to stay with Xylen for as long as she could. However, she understood she had responsibilities to keep. After seeing the low morale of the soldiers, she and Erica agreed to spend 2 days with Xylen before returning to their unit. Don't worry. After I recover, I will personally visit those places and give them some pep talk, 13 commented. I don't want to brag, but your fiancé can instill confidence in others better than the hero party. Erica chuckled but didn't say anything to refute her lover's words. Indeed, compared to Xylen, the hero party fell far too short in terms of achievements, as the supreme commander of the Alliance, and the one responsible for liberating the Rigel continent. Xylen's mere presence can lift a person's morale instantly. Lastly, the achievements he had made in the Signy continent were truly profound, instilling confidence in the people who worked alongside him. There's also one more thing I need to tell you, Xylen, Shauna said in a serious tone. The monarchs will arrive in the Signy continent after a week. I learned this from my father earlier. Oh, 13 arched an eyebrow. They're finally making their move. Is that a good thing? Erica inquired. Having the monarchs here is a good thing. 13 nodded. They are the strongest members of humanity, so knowing they are here can boost the morale of the troops. Princess Aracel, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but sneer. The Antares and the Rigel continent had fallen into the hands of the Jinns, and all it took was the appearance of a handful of rank 9 monsters. The invasion this time around would play out the same. In fact, Princess Aracel was more worried about Xylen's safety. She was even thinking of ways to protect the teenage boy. Once the main force of House Pavareth arrived in Pangaea, in the eyes of the Jinns, this wasn't really a war between them and the humans. For them, the humans would easily be defeated once they collaborated. The true enemy they had to face was the other Jinns, who would surely try to secure a bigger share in the distribution of lands after the Signy continent fell into their hands. I must keep him safe no matter what, Princess Aracel thought as she gazed at the pale-looking teenage boy, who now looked very vulnerable and weak in her eyes. Chapter 956. 956. We must win. After a few days of forced rest, 13 recovered enough, and he was now able to stand and even walk for some time. Sherry and Princess Aracel accompanied him every time he left his room. However, to keep the princess' identity safe, 13 had her wear a yellow biker's helmet, which covered her entire head. He also made her wear a black military uniform. While her identity was safe with it, the striking color combination made her stand out instead of helping her keep a low profile. Why? Yellow? Sherry asked, pointing at Princess Aracel's helmet. There's this show about a Durahan who lost her head. I watched it some time ago with Rhea and Remy, 13 replied. Since she couldn't possibly wander around the city without a head, she wore a yellow biker's helmet so she wouldn't scare people. Aracel cannot show her face in public, so I thought, why not let her wear a helmet instead? She looks nice, right? Sherry blinked before shifting her gaze to the princess, who was giving off an aura of elegance, which was dampened by the cute yellow helmet on her head. I guess she does look good in it, Sherry replied. She was already used to Xylen doing things that couldn't be explained by common sense. Also, while she didn't want to admit it, Princess Aracel did look good in a military uniform that seemed to be custom-made for cosplayers. Let's go, 13 said. Erica and Shauna will be here soon. The two ladies had informed him that they would soon return to Casimir City by helicopter, so he ordered Rocky to secretly escort them from underground. Although the chances of them getting ambushed like last time was low, 13 thought it would be best that he sent his monster army to beat the crap out of anyone who would dare to harm his lovers a second time. Aracel, I placed a voice changer in that helmet, so feel free to speak. Okay, 13 said. Understood, Xylen. Princess Aracel said that a day ago. She would have referred to 13 as master, but she asked the teenage boy if it was possible for her to call her Xylen, like how Sherry addressed him. When 13 said he didn't mind, Princess Aracel felt very happy that as they walked, a thought popped into Sherry's head. She was about to see Erica and Shauna again, and she was very curious about how the two of them would react to the princess, who seemed to be trying to win their lover's affection. Since they were currently in the headquarters of the central government, the two ladies made sure they were a meter behind the commander of the 69th Battalion, showing that they were his subordinates in public. The three walked for a few minutes until they arrived in the area where the helicopter Erica and Shauna took would land. Tristan was already there, waiting for his daughter to arrive. When he saw 13, he didn't hesitate and walked in his direction. Are you sure you've recovered enough to walk around the base? Tristan asked, glancing at the young lady wearing a yellow helmet and black military uniform. He didn't even need to guess who she was. There was only one person inside the base who needed to hide their identity. I haven't recovered fully, but Erica might complain if I don't go to welcome her back, 13 replied. The last time I ignored her, my hips ached for half a day. Sherry's face immediately reddened. While Tristan didn't understand what the boy was talking about, he only thought that the sorceress might have kicked the teenage boy's waist in a fit of anger. Erica had a fiery personality, so Tristan could see that happening. I'll talk to her later and make sure she doesn't hurt your hips again, Tristan commented. Please do, sir, 13 replied. Sometimes it hurts so much, walking becomes a monumental task. Well, if that happens, you can ask Shauna to heal it. My daughter is very good at doing those things, you know? Tristan smiled and lightly patted the young man's shoulder. 13 was very tempted to tell him that 90% of the reason why his hips ached from time to time was Shauna. However, he only nodded and agreed with the field marshal because he had a feeling that if Tristan discovered that his pure and innocent daughter was actually a seductive succubus in bed, an aching hip would be the least of his worries. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors reached their ears. 13 glanced at the helicopter, slowly descending from the sky, accompanied by 6 giant eagles. Within a minute, it had landed safely on the field, sending gusts of wind blowing outward as the rotors continued to spin. The door of the helicopter opened, and from it emerged 2 beautiful ladies. Both of them looked tired from their trip, but the moment they saw Xylen waiting for them, a look of satisfaction and happiness appeared in their eyes. Not having to worry about her public image, Erica happily ran in 13's direction. With her arms wide open, Shauna was tempted to follow suit and do something similar, but since they were out in public, she decided to restrain herself from doing so. "Welcome back, Erica," 13 said as he opened his arms to hug his lover. "I missed you. I missed you too." Erica then leaned in and whispered something in Xylen's ear. "Have you been reading the notebook Vincent gave you recently?" "I am reading it," 13 replied. "Good. Let's review some of them later." "Okay." The sorceress planted a kiss on 13's forehead before resting her head on his shoulder. She was acting like a love-struck maiden who had finally reunited with her lover, whom she hadn't seen in years. This sweet moment was interrupted when Erica heard a light cough from behind her. Shauna had finally arrived and was giving the sorceress the control-yourself gaze. Erica reluctantly parted with Xylen before she and Shauna both gave Tristan a salute. "Welcome back." Tristan reciprocated their salute. "Will you really only stay for 2 days before the two of you return to Livia City?" Livia City was the city where the hero party was currently staying. It was the 3rd nearest city to the front lines in battle. This also gave the hero party the ability to mobilize and reinforce the cities at the front lines if an emergency were to happen. "Yes," Shauna replied. "The morale is low, and we need to do everything we can to raise it before the war starts in full." The field marshal nodded in agreement because he had heard similar reports from his subordinates at the front lines. "Very well. I will make preparations for your departure," Tristan said. "Sir, please allow the 69th Battalion to personally escort the sorceress and the saintess back to their unit," 13 proposed. Hearing his words, Erica and Shauna give their lover a thumbs up in their heart. "You're a genius," Erica said with a smile. "That I am," 13 replied matter-of-factly. "Good." Tristan nodded. "I will allow it." If Xylen were to escort the two back to Livia City, Tristan wouldn't need to worry about their safety. The Legionnaires and the Valkyries were now temporary members of the 69th Battalion, so they could be considered an elite army that could fend off most threats. "The two of you can relax for now," Tristan said to Erica and Shauna. "Tonight, we'll all have dinner together to celebrate your safe return." The field marshal could tell that his daughter wanted to spend time with Xylen in private, so he decided to reschedule their talk at a later time. Also, he didn't want Princess Aracel's identity to be discovered, so letting her return to Xylen's room was also ideal. Tristan watched as the teenage boy walked away, accompanied by his fiancées. "For this reason, you should always pay attention to your safety," Tristan thought. "Because if something happens to you, the smiles of those girls will probably be gone for a very long time, if not forever." The field marshal sighed internally because he had seen it happen many times to his subordinates over the years. He wanted Xylen to act as a strategist and stay at the rear while giving orders. That way, his safety would be secured, which would put his heart and mind at ease. "The monarchs will also be arriving soon," Tristan thought. "I'm sure they will not be sitting like good kids once they arrive here on the continent." The arrival of the strongest fighters of humanity also signaled that the true battle would be happening soon. Tristan hoped beyond hope that this time they would win and prevent another continent from falling into the hands of the invaders from another world. Humanity couldn't afford to lose another continent. If that were to happen, only the Sirius and Aldebaran continents would be left as the last bastions of Pangaea. The central government's mission was to keep the world safe, unlike the monarchs and their clans, who were more driven by their self-interest. He had no doubt in his mind that if the situation spiraled out of control, the monarchs, with the exception of Douglas Griffin, would not hesitate to be the first ones to retreat. If that were to happen, the Allied armies would fall into chaos, which would ultimately lead to their timely defeat. This time, we will win. Tristan clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds reached his ears. We must win. A/N. Only one chapter tonight. I'm not really feeling well right now. Chapter 957. 957. You are a very ambitious princess. I missed you so much, Xylen. Shauna pulled her lover into a hug, then kissed his lips. The couple only pulled away from each other after one of them was out of breath. I love you so much, Shauna said. Point 13 tightened his grip around his lover's waist. I love you too, Shauna, he replied. And this time, he took the initiative to kiss the saintess, the moment they were inside his room. She had already made sure that the door was locked, and knowing there was no way for outsiders to see them, the young lady no longer had to hold herself back any longer. There were countless things she wanted to do to Xylen. If not for the fact that the young man was not yet fully recovered, she might have already tossed him on the bed and made love to him until his hips started aching. I'll use recovery on you now, okay? Shauna said as she pulled the young man closer to her, resting his head on her chest. She then placed her hand on the back of his head and used her power to boost his recovery rate. Point 13 felt a gentle warmth wash over his body. Although his restrictions limited the effect of Shauna's healing ability, it was still enough to make him feel very comfortable, if to prove that point. A sigh escaped his lips as he enjoyed the warmth and softness only the saintess could make him feel. Erica glanced at her lover before shifting her gaze to Princess Araceli, who was looking at Xylen and Shauna with a calm expression on her face. However, deep inside, the princess wished she could trade places with Shauna and be the one to pamper the teenage boy in her loving embrace. Can I call you Araceli? Erica asked. You can, Princess Araceli replied. I will call you Erica as well. The princess knew Erica was the first lady who got engaged to Xylen. This also meant her position as the main wife was already set in stone. If the former wished to stay by his side, she would need to get Erica's approval first. I don't like beating around the bush, so can you tell me what kind of relationship you have with Xylen? Erica inquired. For now, we have a master and servant relationship, Princess Araceli replied. But I want to become his consort as well. She had done her research about Xylen's lovers and discovered that Erica had a straightforward personality. With this in mind, she decided to directly tell her end goal. She believed matching the other party's frankness would likely gain her recognition. You want to become Xylen's consort? Erica smirked. Can I talk to you in private? Okay. Princess Araceli nodded and followed the sorceress to the other room. Shauna was very curious about what the two girls would talk about, but since she was spending some precious moments with Xylen, she decided to focus on making her lover feel better instead. In the other room, how did he do it? Erica asked with great curiosity. How did Xylen make you fall for him? Princess Araceli hesitated, but when she saw Erica's "Don't you dare lie to me" gaze, the young lady could only sigh in her heart. He plucked all of my feathers, Princess Araceli said reluctantly. And he did it with such expertise that it sent shivers down my spine. He taunted me with words, humiliated me with them, and in the end, I begged him to stop and show mercy on me. But he didn't listen to me. He didn't stop until all my precious feathers lay beside my feet. However, when I thought that his torture had finally come to an end, all my feathers grew back again with the snap of his finger. He then repeated doing the same thing over and over again until I could no longer take it and gave him my true name. It was an unspoken rule for those who carried the bloodline of House Pavareth that they must never tell their true names to anyone. They were the descendants of the Moon Feather Phoenix, and their names bound them to others, just like how the Moon Feather Phoenix once served a person whom it had treated as its master thousands of years ago. Princess Araceli's bloodline was purer than most, and for some reason, her body was reacting very strongly to Xylen after he had stripped her of her pride and arrogance. It was as if she had awakened to her true self, and the person who made that possible was none other than Xylen Leventist. He had not only plucked her feathers, but plucked her heart in the process as well. But House Pavareth had another secret. Once they had given their first name to someone, they would bind themselves to that person with the string of fate, and in exchange for their loyalty and servitude, that person would no longer be able to harm them. It was similar to a master and servant contract. But the master could never mistreat their servant and throw them away after they were no longer useful to them. The binding was a lifetime commitment, and from now on, Princess Aracel only existed to help Xylen Leventis to the best of her abilities. Although she wouldn't want to do it, if Xylen were to order her to betray her family, she would have no choice but to do it, for her fate was in the palm of his hands. Truth be told, Princess Aracel was worried about this in the past and had told Xylen her worries. However, the young man told her that he had no intention of using her to betray her family. He even made a blood oath with the princess to ensure that she would no longer doubt him. Perhaps it was also for that reason that the proud princess had surrendered herself to him in both heart and body. That oath alone made her understand that the person whom she had sworn servitude to still had principles. Erica knew that Xylen had a cruel side, but she also knew he would never show this side to her, Sherry, or Shauna. His cruelty seemed exclusive to his enemies, all of whom he would not hesitate to torture to death if he was in the mood for it. "Did you tell Xylen that you wanted to become his consort?" Erica inquired. No, Princess Aracel shook her head. "But since he was there when I made my declaration earlier, he now knows I wish to stay by his side." "I see." Erica narrowed her gaze. "You sure are a very ambitious princess." "I have envisioned myself as a future queen," Princess Aracel said, "and I have the ability to do that. But my confidence is misplaced now after Xylen dragged me down from my pedestal and threw me in the mud for me to know my place." Erica nodded. "Since you are truthful, then I will be truthful to you as well. We don't really want to share our man with another woman. Our bed isn't that big." Princess Aracel listened calmly to Erica's words because she had already expected something like this to happen. "However, if you manage to make Shauna and Sherry agree, then I will also give you my blessing," Erica stated. "I don't know about Xylen, but the moment he recognizes you as his lover, he will do his best to protect you from harm, just like what he did for us recently." Erica then raised her hand and showed her ring to the princess. "Do you know why Xylen got sick?" "He worked very hard to make 4 rings," Erica said. "He gave 3 of them to us, and the 4th one is meant for Tiona. If not for these rings, that bastard Prince Zoran might have succeeded in his plan to kidnap us." Looking at the ring in the sorceress' hand, Princess Aracel couldn't help but feel envious of her. That alone was proof of his undying commitment to the ladies, whom he had recognized as his women. "I don't know what kind of plans Xylen has for the future." Erica sighed. "He only tells us what we need to know, but that is enough. I'm sure that he also has plans for you." The sorceress then moved closer and used her index finger to lift Princess Aracel's chin, making her look straight at her eyes that eye in the past. The princess would have definitely slapped Erica for the act of touching her without permission. But she understood that this was the sorceress' way of making her understand that if she wanted to become Xylen's consort, she would need to get her approval first. "Do your best to convince Shauna and Sherry," Erica said. "You are free to use any method as long as it doesn't involve threats and hurting them through physical, emotional, and spiritual means. Oh, you have to convince Tiona as well. She is overly protective of Xylen. So unless you get her approval, you might just find yourself getting bitten by the most venomous snake in Solterra." After saying those words, the young lady left the room to see if Shauna had already finished healing Xylen. Princess Aracel didn't follow her right away and instead closed her eyes to calm herself. She was now given a chance to be recognized by Xylen's lovers. As to how she would manage to win them over, she would have to rely on her own ability so that she could pursue the man who made a future queen kneel in submission. Chapter 958, 958, The Real Monster in the Signy Continent, Part 1. A day after Erica and Shauna returned to Casimir City. "Your Highness, the representatives of the Scavari have come again," said a pretty lady to Princess Lavinia, who was currently looking through the window of her room. "You know what to say? No matter how many times they come, my answer will always be the same," Princess Lavinia replied. "I have no idea what happened after our failed attempt to kidnap the sorceress and the saintess from the hero party. Maybe Prince Zoran is still alive, but maybe he's dead. That's all that I have to say." The princess then glanced at the television, which was currently airing the news of the Signy continent. The masked beetle rider had once again appeared for the 3rd time, saving another group of wanderers from harm's way. Bored, the princess was about to change the channel. But before she could do that, the door of her room burst open, and 4 Scavari entered with weapons drawn. What is the meaning of this? Princess Lavinia asked with a frown. It's really simple, Princess Lavinia, replied the leader of the Scavari, who was a rank 7 sovereign. Either you tell us where Prince Xylen is taken, or we will take you captive. Do not think you can get away from abandoning our prince to save your life. The Scavari are not afraid to go to war, especially against your faction. All of you are mad. Princess Lavinia shouted in anger. Out of your prince's lust over a woman, he tried to take her by force. And that is not his only offense. He also underestimated the enemy and got captured instead. Do not try to twist the facts, you mongrels. It was you who sought my help in capturing those girls. I was the one dragged into such a mess, not the other way around. Princess Lavinia might be weaker than the Scavari, but she wasn't afraid. Her room had several magic enchantments embedded in items all over it, so she was confident she could stall for time until her subordinates arrived to save her. But just as the two sides were about to engage in battle, Princess Lavinia's handmaiden cried out while pointing at the television that was airing news just a few moments ago. Greetings, Jinns and Magents of Gamara. My name is Xylen Leventis, and I have come to show you something very entertaining. Princess Lavinia and the Scavari momentarily stopped their quarrel and glanced at the television at the same time. There, they saw a familiar teenage boy, whom they had all investigated since he was one of the most influential individuals in the Signy continent, according to their intelligence. A few days ago, Prince Xylen of the Scavari race tried to kidnap the sorceress and saintess of the hero party. 13 said as he smiled at the camera. However, he failed and is now my captive. The teenage boy then stepped aside, showing the tied-up Scavari prince behind him. I'm sure all of you like to watch the news for entertainment. 13's smile widened. So today, I am going to show you something even more entertaining. The Scavari, who were inside Princess Lavinia's room, looked at their prince before shifting their gaze to Xylen. All of them had bloodshot eyes, worried sick about whether their prince was dead or alive. Seeing him now decreased their anxiety a bit. However, a bad feeling crept into their hearts, as if they knew something they wouldn't like was about to take place. Let's interview the Scavari prince first and ask him about his thoughts on his failed attempt to kidnap my fiancée, 13 said as he moved his microphone closer to the prince. However, instead of placing it near his mouth, 13 whacked the side of the prince's head with the microphone, making the latter grunt in pain. Damn you! Prince Xylen roared in anger. I'm gonna kill you and that bick. Arg. 13 had slapped his cheeks again with the microphone. This microphone was in no way ordinary. Metatron had deliberately created it for this special occasion. That IT was very sturdy, and it magnified the sensation of pain that a person felt after getting hit by it. 13 repeatedly smacked, whacked, and slapped the prince using the microphone in his hand. I'm sorry, 13 said after hitting Prince Xylen's face nonstop for nearly a minute before he came to a stop. I'm a little sick lately, so the microphone keeps slipping from my hands, 13 said, making all the Jinns and Magents watching their television look at him with solemn expressions on their faces. Where was I again? Ah, yes. I want to ask if Prince Xylen has any thoughts about his failed attempt to kidnap my fiancée. Well then, what do you have to say for your failure? I'll kill you, Prince Xylen shouted angrily. I'll kill you, your family, your lovers. I'll kill everyone you care about. 13 nodded before making a gesture with his hand that a troll appeared on the screen and put down a big metal bucket filled to the brim with hot coals. Inside were a few branding irons, and 13 picked up one of them with a smile on his face. Do you know what this is? 13 asked. I don't know if Jinns and Magents have something similar, but here in Pangea, this is called a branding iron. Are you all perhaps wondering what this does? Well, how about a live demonstration? Without any bit of hesitation, 13 pressed the branding iron on the side of Prince Xylen's left cheek, making the latter scream in pain. Half a minute later, he pulled the branding iron back and allowed the camera to zoom in on the prince's cheek, which now had the word mongrel written in the language of the Jinns. The members of the royal family of the Jinns refer to the weak, as well as those beneath them, as mongrels. So, the moment the members of the royal families of Gamara saw this scene, some of them drew in a cold breath in fear, while those who hated Prince Xylen laughed in amusement. Wait, having only one side of your face branded doesn't seem right. Yeah, it's uneven, 13 said as he returned the branding iron in his hand to the metal bucket and picked up another. Just like what he did earlier, he pressed the branding iron on Princess Zoran's right cheek, making the latter scream a second time. "Mirror, please," 13 ordered. "I want to let His Highness see how handsome he is right now." The teenage boy said those words in a happy-go-lucky manner as if he was just playing a game with a good friend of his. However, when Prince Zoran saw the branding now etched on his face, a roar filled with anger and frustration escaped his lips. Without a second thought, he transformed into his Scavari form, which was at least 3 meters tall. However, the binding 13 used on him was something Metatron had provided, so it was impossible for Prince Zoran to break free from it easily. "Oh, finally showing us your true form," 13 chuckled. "You know it's useless, right?" Without another word, 13 grabbed another branding iron and pressed it on the monster's waist. Tied down by shackles and unable to break free, Prince Zoran did the only thing that he could do: scream. Beads of sweat formed on Princess Levintia's forehead as she watched this scene. She knew deep inside that she could have suffered the same fate if she had failed to escape fast enough on that fateful day. "Your Highness." The Scavari, who had been tasked to watch over Prince Zoran during his stay in the Signy continent, roared in anger, despair, and frustration. He had seen many crazy creatures in his life that shouldn't be provoked no matter what, and a glance was enough for him to tell that he was looking at one of them right now. The teenage boy's eyes looked amused, but the Scavari commander had seen those eyes before. It was the same eyes the emperor of their race possessed, and whenever he used that gaze to look at someone, that person would suffer a very long and very painful death, making them wish they were dead. 13 mercilessly branded Prince Zoran's body over and over again until he ran out of branding irons. However, the teenage boy didn't seem to be bothered by it, and simply raised his hand. A troll appeared and gave him a knife that glinted with sharpness. "Today, I will teach the audience how to skin a giant rat while keeping it alive," 13 said. "Watch very carefully so you will know what to do once you capture a Scavari in the future." Princess Aracel, who was watching this scene inside Xylen's room, had already lost all the color on her face. Erica, Sherry, and Shauna looked at the TV screen, but all they could see was static, and all they could hear was white noise. With Metatron's help, he made it so that only Djinns and Magians could see his live broadcast. This scene was being shown on all channels in the Signy continent, but aside from the Djinns, no one else could see the brutal punishment that 13 was administering to the person who dared to touch his reverse scale. "What are you seeing, Aracel?" Erica asked. The princess shook her head because 13 had banned her from sharing whatever she was seeing with his lovers. His act of cruelty was only meant for his enemies, as well as those who had designs against him and the ones close to him. 13 used Prince Zoran to make an example, giving Djinns an idea of the fate that would befall them if they were captured by him. Princess Aracel and Princess Levintia wouldn't forget this day, for this was the time that the Djinns found out who the real monster in the Signy continent truly was. Chapter 959, 959, The Real Monster in the Signy Continent, Part 2. For hours, the Djinns watched the teenage boy skin Prince Zoran alive for 4 straight hours, and he didn't just do it once, nor twice, but multiple times, meaning every time the Scavari prince was completely skinned, his skin miraculously regenerated, and the teenage boy would start all over again. And for every square one, the young man would choose a different area to start on, as if showing everyone how good he was at skinning someone. "Kill me," shouted Prince Zoran, going crazy from the pain. "Just kill me." 13 ignored him and continued his work, obviously finding great joy in what he was doing. For some reason, he found the act of torturing the prince quite relaxing, allowing him to set aside the worries he had about getting milked dry by his lovers when night came. First, the Djinns who hated Prince Zoran were amused by the show, even entertained as they watched Xylen torture the former by the second and third attempts. Though their interest waned, they were still fine with it. However, by the 5th cycle, no matter how much they hated Prince Zoran, they couldn't help but feel bothered, even more so when they noticed that Xylen seemed to be happier as he cut through the prince's flesh, eliciting screams from the latter until his voice was hoarse. No one knew how many times it had been, but after the teenage boy was done, he didn't snap his fingers to heal Prince Zoran's injuries right away. Instead, he looked at the camera with a smile. "Were you all entertained?" 13 asked with a smile. Don't worry. If I catch any of you in the future, I promise you will receive the same treatment. What? You're not thinking that once your reinforcements arrive, you won't have anything to fear, are you? The teenage boy smirked before moving closer to the camera. What makes you think I'll wait for that to happen? 13 winked at the camera. Do you really feel safe and secure in your bases right now? Ah, right. Princess Lavinia, are you watching this? Do not think for a moment that I have forgotten you. Allow me to remind you that you are the accomplice of this scum who tried to kidnap my fiancée. Did you have some sort of wishful thinking that I'll let you off easily? Wash your neck, little girl, because you're next. Hike. Princess Lavinia, who was watching the television, jumped back in fear. Her face had already lost all of its color from watching the Xylen prince's punishment. But after hearing Xylen specifically name her in his threat, she lost the strength in her legs, and her body fell to the ground. She truly regretted accompanying Prince Xylen on this mission. But she had no time for regrets. She had to find a place to hide, so she could escape the teenage boy's wrath. Ah, right. To the members of the Xylen race, if you want your prince back, make sure to pay a prince-worthy ransom, 13 stated. I'll keep in touch. After saying those words, the live torture broadcast finally came to an end, and all the television channels returned to normal. 13, who had ended the broadcast, sneered at the prince, who was currently shackled by chains that not even a true Magian prince could easily break free from. As for the ransom part, that was just bullsh. T.13 had no intention of letting Prince Xylen live. At least, he had no intention of letting him return to the way he was now. Kesri, come. 13 ordered. The Ratman General, whom 13 had added to the parade of 100 demons, manifested beside the teenage boy and knelt in front of him. Here, my lord. Kesri replied. 13 drew a rune symbol in the air and pressed it over Prince Xylen's forehead. The prince screamed as if his soul was being burned at the spot where the teenage boy's finger was pressing. 5 minutes later, 13 pulled his finger back and pressed it over Kesri's forehead. He had copied all of Prince Xylen's memory, and now he was pasting them onto Kesri's. Once the transfer was done, the rat man fell unconscious, his senses overwhelmed by the torrent of information 13 had funneled into him. 13 had no intention of letting Prince Xylen live. He planned to strip the Xylen prince's soul from his body and let Kesri take over it as his new vessel, since Kesri was a rat man, and the Xylen race was just the evolved form of the rat man race. He was the perfect candidate to become the new Prince Xylen, who would be completely under 13's control. This was also why he had asked Prince Xylen's subordinates to prepare a ransom. It was simply a trick that granted him a valid excuse to return the prince to his people. Kill me. Please, just kill me. I beg of you. Prince Xylen pleaded. The injuries in his body had once again fully recovered, and he thought Xylen would torture him once more. He was at the brink of insanity, and death would be 100 times better than being tortured once more by the one whom he now labeled as a monster in human form. In your next life, make sure you don't make the same mistake of antagonizing me again, 13 said. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind torturing you for eternity. 13 then took out a sword from his storage ring and plunged it into the prince's chest, aimed directly at his heart. Thank you. The light in Prince Xylen's eyes faded, and his body stiffened in place. Metatron appeared beside the teenage boy and looked at the pitiful prince who had died in 13's hands. I thought you were going to torture him more, Metatron commented. I wish I could, 13 replied. But I just recovered from my illness. 4 hours is my limit. Although he didn't look like it, 13 was actually quite exhausted. Skinning someone alive wasn't an easy thing to do, and it required both skill and intense concentration that he wished he could torture the prince more, but he didn't want to get nagged on by Erica and Shauna if he once again collapsed after his trip to the domain of the apocalypse. They tried to come with him, but he asked Metatron to temporarily remove the rights of the 2 ladies to go to the domain until he was done with what he needed to do. As the most obedient one among Xylen's fiancés, Sherry didn't even bother asking if she could accompany him because she sensed her lover's killing intent. She loved Xylen very much, but she didn't dare to see his cruel side, which was why she didn't go to the domain despite not being restricted from doing so. Metatron then clapped his hands once, and the dead body once again came back to life. The only difference was that this time, it no longer had a soul. It was simply a vessel bay. vessel that was waiting for Kesri to possess, allowing him to take the role of the Skavari prince and become the teenage boy's eyes and ears in the upcoming war that would decide the fate of everyone in the Signy continent. Chapter 960. Wash your neck because you're next. By the gods, I'm really glad I didn't antagonize Xylen that day. Prince Xylen said, his face as pale as a white candle. His subordinates had watched Prince Zoran's tragic fate as well, so they all nodded in agreement. Your Highness, are we still going to continue our collaboration with that human? The snake man, Rezkarin, asked. He's very dangerous. What if he's just making you dance on the palm of his hands? There's no guarantee he won't do what we saw him do to Prince Zoran to you. That, Prince Xylen stuttered. He was now having second thoughts as to whether he should continue his collaboration with Xylen, especially after seeing how merciless he was to his enemies. We should continue to collaborate with him, stated the demi-human bee, Izakir, at least until the reinforcements from the Azrakith court arrive. If he can easily capture Princess Aracel and Prince Zoran, then he can do the same to Prince Xylen. The last thing we want to happen is for their current relationship to break apart due to this incident. The prince's safety is our top priority. Do not forget that, Rezkarin. I spoke out of place. Rezkarin also understood that the strategist of the Azrakith court was right. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Prince Xylen sighed before gesturing for both of his advisors to take a step back and no longer continue on the topic. Our collaboration with Xylen will continue, Prince Xylen declared. Although I haven't known him for a long time, I can tell he is someone who treasures his friends and those close to him. And for some reason, my instincts are telling me that he won't hurt me as long as I don't do anything to betray him. Are you sure that's the only reason, Your Highness? Izakir inquired. If I don't know any better, I'd think you're just starting to like your identity as masked beetle rider. Is that really not why you still want to continue our collaboration with Xylen? Prince Xylen averted his gaze because the strategist was right. The thrill of being able to do what he wanted without revealing his identity felt so liberating that he was starting to truly enjoy it. Also, every time he watched his scenes on television, he couldn't help but feel proud because he was being watched by countless people, and Pangea Point 13 even showed him a forum where he was being talked about by people who were trying to guess his real identity. He even created an account on that platform and joined the discussion, secretly tooting his own horn in the process. Do you think he will really spare Prince Zoran? Prince Xylen asked. Prince Zoran wasn't really his friend, more like an acquaintance. This was also why he had warned Xylen about the prince who was lusting over Erica, one of his future wives. Although he felt a little guilty about what happened to the prince, ultimately, it was the Skavari prince who decided to take the risk of kidnapping Erica and Shauna. The backfire had been well-deserved on that matter. Prince Xylen had a clear conscience because he had not taken any part in it. While Prince Xylen was thinking of reaching out to Xylen for his next appearance after a few days, a certain succubus princess was pacing back and forth in her room, feeling anxious about the threat hanging over her head. Did you have some sort of wishful thinking that I'll let you off easily? Wash your neck, little girl, because you're next. Those words kept on repeating inside her head over and over again, giving her mental anguish. If this had happened a week ago, she would have just brushed it off and thought the human was merely bluffing. However, after seeing their carefully crafted plan fail, the confidence that Princess Lavinia had crumbled, she had been very happy when Princess Aracel had been captured by Xylen. With the other party gone, she no longer had any rival. Even now, she had no idea whether the Princess of House Pavareth was still alive or not. However, one thing was clear. She was next. Xylen Leventis had said it, and she had a feeling that he truly meant what he had said. Even with her subordinates protecting her city, she felt very helpless and unsure of her future. Princess Aracel was also in her home turf when Xylen captured her, so it was perfectly fine for her to feel worried because the devilish teenager was out for vengeance. Damn you, Zoran! Princess Lavinia cursed angrily. If you want to kill yourself, you shouldn't have dragged me into this mess. What was I thinking back then? Why was I so stupid as to agree to accompany him on that mission? What should I do? Where should I go? Who can help me? Princess Lavinia shouted her questions, as if hoping they would be answered. After a few minutes of pondering, she remembered that Xylen had asked the Skavari to prepare a ransom for the return of their prince. An idea popped up inside her head. which she immediately put into action. "Anyone come?" Princess Lavinia ordered. A moment later, a handmaiden knocked on the door of her room and asked for permission to come in. When the princess gave her permission, the handmaiden entered and was given an order by the princess, which made the latter frown. "Are you sure about this, Your Highness?" the handmaiden asked. "I don't think this is a good idea." "I don't need you to think," Princess Lavinia shouted. "I want you to obey my orders. Now go and do what I told you to do." The handmaiden bowed respectfully and left the room as if her clothes were on fire. Princess Lavinia bit the nail on her thumb in worry because what she wanted to do really sounded like a terrible idea. However, this was the only method she could think of in her panicked state. It felt like she simply had no better way to escape the teenage boy's wrath. Because of this, she didn't notice the head of a black snake that was observing her from the corner of the room. The black snake then pulled back, merging with the wall, and disappeared from sight. Etiona's clone had followed the princess all the way to her headquarters when the latter was fleeing from their failed attempt to kidnap Erica and Shauna. Since this news was important, the clone immediately sent the message to 13, allowing him to know what the succubus princess had planned to do in order to appease his anger. Chapter 961. 961. "So, you've done your research, huh?" 2 hours after 13 ended the live broadcast featuring his torture of Prince Zoran. "You're finally back, Xylen," Shauna said with a smile before hugging the teenage boy tightly. She then leaned closer to his ear and whispered something. The saintess asked why Princess Aracel was acting strangely, even locking herself up in the room Xylen had provided for her stay in the headquarters of the central government. "She looks so scared," Shauna said softly. "She was trembling so badly while watching TV. We asked her why, but she didn't answer us and just kept watching. We have no idea what's wrong since all we can see and hear is static and white noise." "Did you do something that scared her that much?" "I did," 13 replied. "I didn't want to let you see it, so I asked Metatron to only let Jinn see it." The young lady nodded in understanding. If Xylen didn't want them to see something, then he must have a good reason for it. Although she was curious, she decided to no longer ask about the matter. The saintess then left the room because she needed to finalize their return trip back to Livia City, where they'd regroup with the rest of the hero party. When she was certain that Shauna was truly gone, Erica approached Xylen and asked him what had happened. This time, 13 didn't hide anything from the sorceress. Unlike Shauna, the teenage boy knew Erica was built differently. He wanted to keep the saintess ignorant of his cruel side, because he didn't want her to get worried about him. 13 was sure that Shauna could accept his cruel side as well, but he deemed that now was not the time for her to see it. The only thing 13 didn't mention to Erica was that the original Prince Zoran was already dead. He also said nothing about one of his demons now possessing the body of the Skavari prince, making him Xylen's spy at the highest level. "I see. So that's why Aracel is so terrified," Erica replied. "Good thing you didn't allow us to see that. You know I love you very much, but I don't want to see you play the role of the bad guy." "But I really am a bad guy," 13 said. "You might be one," Erica agreed. "But you are my bad guy. That is enough for me." Sherry wasn't in the room at the moment as she had followed Princess Aracel to keep her company. Erica was worried about the princess, so she asked Sherry to look after her for the time being. "Maybe Aracel remembered her own suffering under your hands after watching Prince Zoran getting tortured," Erica commented. "Now I can understand why she looked so pale." "I'll talk to her later," 13 replied. "No," Erica shook her head. "Give her some time. It will be best if you talk to her tomorrow when she's calmer. Seeing you right now might make her suffer from PTSD. 13 decided to listen to Erica. After all, there were still some things he didn't understand about women. Suddenly, the two teenagers heard the notification sound on their communicator. Seeing that the number came from an unknown caller, 13 smirked and accepted the call. The projection of a demi-human rat appeared in front of them, and it looked at 13 with a glare filled with killing intent. "I am Voran," Voran said. "The second in command of the Skavari race sent here to your world. What do you want in return for our prince?" Prince Zoran's guardian wanted to hurl insults at Xylen, but he knew this would only complicate things. With that in mind, he decided to hold back his anger and asked the human what he wished in exchange for the release of their prince. "What can you offer me?" 13 asked back with a smile. "Stop playing games, and just tell me what you want," Voran stated. "You know all too well that we just arrived in this world. and we don't have anything of value aside from ourselves. So, what must we do for you to return our prince? Do you want us to offer you Princess Lavinia in exchange for our prince? We can do that if you prefer equivalent exchange. There's no need for such nonsense, 13 replied. I can easily capture her if I want to, so your help is worthless. You asked me what I want, but are you sure you can give it to me? Vorin narrowed his gaze. Speak your demands. I'll know if we can give it to you once we know what you want. I heard that you and the Martins are mortal enemies, 13 replied. My demand is simple. Attack their main headquarters here in the Signy continent. I don't care what method you use or whether you fail in this endeavor. You can even just attack them quickly and leave just as fast without killing anyone. Just make sure that you deal significant damage to their base. Vorin sneered. So, you've done your research, huh? The Scavari and the Martins were mortal enemies. The Martins, who were composed of weaselkin, ferrets, and otters, had an irredeemable grudge against the Scavari. They had even waged countless wars in Gamara, partly because the Scavari had corrupted the ancestral land of the Martins during their expansion of territory. Even now, skirmishes between the two factions were taking place in the Signy continent, albeit on a smaller scale and in places unseen by most. You said we can just come and go as we please, right? Vorin asked. Yes, 13 replied. You can even just dump your poop in their city before running away. If you do that, I'll release your prince. I don't trust you. Vorin sneered. Instead of making us pay a ransom, you just want us to fight our nemesis, which we will still do even if you don't tell us. Just what are you scheming? Whether I am scheming or not doesn't matter. 13 smirked. The only question here is whether you want your prince back or not. Fine. Vorin nodded. We will do as you ask. We will hit them hard, then flee without suffering any casualties. Attack 3 days from now, 13 stated. I want to send my people to see if you really did what you were told, or if you're just messing with me. Vorin snorted but didn't say anything else. If he didn't retrieve Prince Zoran soon, his head would fly off once the main force of the Scavari race crossed over to Pangaea. He had a few weeks until then, so he was desperate to have the prince back regardless of the cost. Good. 13 nodded. I look forward to some good news. 13 ended the call before tapping a few buttons on his communicator. This time, a projection of a weaselkin appeared in front of him. Prince Orin, I have asked the Scavari to attack your headquarters 3 days from now. Good. The Prince of the Martins smiled evilly. Prince Xylen didn't lie when he said you are very easy to talk to. Also, I enjoyed the show very much. But I must admit, even if he's my enemy, I still pity him. I think you've overdone it. Is he still alive? Of course he is still alive, 13 answered. Then why don't you send him to us? I promise that we will compensate you greatly. I'm sorry, but I'm still waiting for your compensation for our first agreement. You asked me to give you an opportunity to deal a decisive blow to the Scavari race. 3 days from now, you will get that opportunity. By then, I will ask you for the compensation we agreed on. Of course, Xylen, Prince Orin nodded. Since you did your part, we will make sure you are satisfied with your compensation. The two then talked for 2 more minutes before Prince Orin ended the call. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced with a sneer. Your Highness, you should be careful when making a deal with that human, Prince Orin's subordinate commented. He cannot be trusted. Of course, I know that, Prince Orin replied. Both of us are just using each other. But let's put that aside for now. You already know what is going to happen in 3 days. I want you to make sure that we will be able to kill as many of those vermin as possible. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Highness, the subordinate pledged. The prince then closed his eyes, remembering Prince Zoran's desperate expression as he was skinned alive. Xylen Leventis, Prince Orin thought. It's too bad that we are bound to become enemies in the future. Truth be told, the one person that the Jinns wished to eliminate the most was Xylen Leventis. Back then, they had only heard rumors of him from the wanderers that they had captured. But now that they had seen him in action, they realized there might be some truth to those rumors, especially after he managed to capture both Princess Aracel and Prince Zoran, who both belonged to 2 very powerful factions in the world of Gamara. Chapter 962, 962. I'll grant you a wish. You're so evil, Xylen. Thank you. The sorceress was dumbfounded after seeing everything that transpired earlier. Her lover had pitted the Scavari and the Martin against each other, which would definitely lead to massive casualties on both sides. She didn't know since when the young man had been in touch with Prince Oren, but from the way they talked to each other, it was fair to say that this wasn't their first time talking to each other. Are you really going to return that scum to his people? Erica asked. If it were me, I would have already burned him alive. Don't worry. I made sure he would not harm any of you again, 13 replied. Did you break his balls, which ends his generation? No. Maybe you should consider doing it. Erica looked at her fiancé with expectation, but Xylen only shook his head firmly. I can't do that, 13 said. Why not? Erica pouted. You're doing the world a favor by ridding it of such a vile creature. Trust me, Erica. 13 hugged the young lady close to him. Prince Zoran, at least, the current him, is more beneficial to us alive than dead. If you say so. Erica nodded. Xylen always did things for a reason. If he was returning Prince Zoran back to his people, it meant that he had a plan in mind. Erica's only regret was that she wasn't there to burn the prince alive, venting her anger because Prince Zoran had planned to forcefully take her as his wife. While the two were cuddling each other, another notification sound reached their ears, making Erica sigh. You're really popular, Erica commented. Who is it this time? The teenage boy then glanced at his communicator and once again saw an unknown number. I don't know, 13 replied. Let's find out together. Without any hesitation, he pushed the button to accept the call. This time, a familiar succubus appeared in front of them, making Erica's expression turn serious. Greetings, Xylen Leventus, Princess Leventia said. I believe this is our first meeting. My name is Princess Leventia, the same person you wish to take revenge on. How did you know my number? 13 inquired. Of course, he already knew how the princess managed to contact him. But for the sake of appearances, he still decided to ask her this question up front. I asked Voron to give it to me. Princess Leventia answered. 13 nodded. And what do you want? A truce between us, Princess Leventia replied. I can even offer you compensation if you want. Interesting. 13 smirked. And what kind of compensation are you planning to give me? I'll grant you a wish, Princess Leventia. Then I wish for world peace, 13 said. I will grant you a wish within my ability. You should have said that earlier. Why did you make it sound like you can grant any of my wishes? The smile on Princess Leventia's face stiffened, but she still did her best to keep her voice from cracking. I know what I had done was grave, so I will not ask you to forgive me, Princess Leventia stated. But know that I am not really interested in kidnapping your women. I'd rather kidnap Roland and Derek than the Saintess and that sorceress beside you. Oh, 13 arched an eyebrow. You want to kidnap Roland and Derek? Yes, Princess Leventia nodded. That was my agreement with Prince Zoran. He takes all the ladies of the hero party, while I take Roland and Derek. Why did you skip Joshua? 13 asked with genuine curiosity. He's also handsome, you know. I don't like him, Princess Leventia replied. He doesn't look trustworthy. Uffed. Erica covered her lips and chuckled, finding the princess' dislike for the sage of the hero party quite funny. Then why do you want to kidnap Roland? 13 inquired. He looks breedable, Princess Leventia answered in a heartbeat. I also secretly got one of his topless photos. He looks very yummy. Then what about Derek? 13 asked. He looks simple-minded and honest. Princess Leventia smiled. I like simple and honest humans. The teenage boy pondered for a bit before a thought came to his mind. Very well, I can agree to a truce, 13 said. My condition is that you kidnap Roland and Derek. Make sure they disappear in the war for a short time. Erica, who was chuckling earlier, began to brutally cough, having choked on her saliva. Princess Leventia, on the other hand, didn't expect that the teenage boy's demand was for her to capture Roland and Derek. You want me to capture them? Princess Leventia asked in a doubtful tone. Yes. 13 smiled. I can even help you if you want. I'll knock them unconscious, and all you need to do is carry them home. Xylen, are you serious? Erica, who had finally regained her composure, asked in disbelief. I was just joking. 13 blinked innocently. That doesn't sound like a joke to me. Erica crossed her arms over her chest. 13 knew that his joke had gone a bit too far, so he decided to talk about serious matters for the time being. If you really want to grant my wish, then I want to borrow one of those night-kiss moths of yours, 13 demanded. Don't worry. I plan to return it after a week. What do you plan to do with my subordinate? Princess Leventia inquired. That's none of your business. 13 smirked. He was truly fascinated with the giant purple snail and the night-kiss moth who could easily cripple an entire battalion if they were to fight seriously. The snail, Asen, was now under his custody. He now wanted to acquire the night-kiss moth, so he could extract some of its eggs, allowing him to raise his own moth army. Since Evavug and Gwen had complete dominion over insect-type jinns, they would be able to control these jinns like a hive mind. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Princess Lavinia shook her head. That's fine, 13 replied. I'll just take them by force once I come to hunt you down. The teenage boy then smiled evilly, making the princess shudder as much as she wanted to deny the possibility that Xylen could capture her. The image of Prince Zoran getting tortured kept playing inside her head. Her base of operations was in the middle of the Jinn territories, which meant that Xylen had to go through over a dozen of them before he could reach her. Logically, she should feel safe since she was in a good location to wait for her reinforcements to arrive. But for some reason, the confidence in the teenage boy's words unnerved her. His words implied that it wouldn't matter even if she were surrounded by her allies. He would be able to capture her anytime he wanted. This possibility was making Princess Lavinia waver. Just like everyone else, they just needed to wait for a few more weeks before their main force arrived and start the invasion in full. No matter how strong Xylen was, they believed he couldn't possibly defeat the rank 9 sovereigns that each faction would bring to the world of Pangaea. If he were really as strong as he claimed to be, then he should have already reclaimed the entirety of the Rigel continent and defeated the rank 9 earth dragons that lived there. Princess Lavinia, as well as the other factions, had done an in-depth research of the world of Pangaea after learning how the televisions and the communicators work. This was how they found the videos of the battle in the Rigel continent, making them understand the trump cards that the humans possessed. However, since the Earth Dragons were still at large, all of them were confident that the moment their reinforcement appeared, the Wanderers would have no choice but to bow down to their will. I just need to buy some time until my big sister arrives, Princess Lavinia thought. If sacrificing my pet will give me a few weeks of peace, then I'll just agree to it and get my revenge once my backup arrives. With this thought in mind, Princess Lavinia finally agreed to 13's condition. The two then set a date for when the transaction between them was going to be made. All across the Signy continent, similar transactions and deals were being made. These dealings weren't exclusive between the jinns. They were also striking a deal with the humans, which they believed would work out for both sides as well. Chapter 963, 963, A Promise Bound by Strings. The two of you, be careful, okay? 13 said as Shauna hugged him tightly. I know you will start raiding the nearby monster dens and nests. Although you and Erica are very capable, don't forget to always pay attention to your surroundings. I'll listen to you, Shauna replied while using her healing ability to help Xylen's hips recover after their memorable night together. Erica had also filled her Xylen gauge to the max, which should last her for a while. I'll miss you, Shauna said softly, kissing Xylen's head, cheeks, lips, and repeated it twice. I love you so much. I love you too, 13 replied. We can always meet in the domain of the apocalypse. As long as I'm not busy, just send me a message, and I'll be there. Shauna nodded and reluctantly pulled back. My turn. Erica hugged her lover tenderly and lightly patted his head. She knew Xylen carried many responsibilities on his shoulders. If possible, the sorceress wished he wouldn't do any more reckless things. Moreover, she understood that pulling off crazy stunts was his forte. At least, make sure to eat on time, okay? Erica said softly. Okay. 13 nodded and closed his eyes. Erica had this calming effect whenever she pulled him to her embrace. Perhaps it was because of the long time they had spent together that he felt at ease in the embrace of Erica and Sherry, who had taught him the warmth of a human's touch. Don't forget about Araceli, Erica said. Now is a good time to talk to her. I don't know what you did to her before, but it will be best if she doesn't have a relapse because of what you've done to Prince Zoran. 13 nodded. A few minutes later, the two reluctantly parted, and 13 escorted his two lovers to the field where their helicopter was waiting. Erica and Shauna were listing reminders to Sherry last minute, and they also asked her to make sure that Xylen would eat and rest properly on time. Sherry nodded and promised to do her best. Tristan was already in the field when they arrived. It seems that he would personally escort the two young ladies back to Livia City, and he would be bringing his elite subordinates for this mission. Are you both ready to go? Tristan asked. Yes, sir. Erica and Sherry saluted Tristan at the same time. Tristan saluted back and gave a brief nod to Xylen, who had also given him a salute. With a final wave of goodbye, the two young ladies boarded a helicopter and finally left the base. A sigh escaped 13's lips, making Sherry think he missed them already. Unbeknownst to her, Xylen was actually just relieved, knowing his hips would finally be able to recover after a good rest. Sherry, check the soldiers of our battalion if they are slacking in their training or not, 13 said. I'll go and have a private talk with Araceli first. The young lady understood what her lover wanted, so she nodded in understanding and went to the barracks. After returning to his room, the teenage boy knocked on the door of Princess Araceli's room. Araceli, it's me, 13 said. Can we talk? The teenage boy heard a rustling sound inside the room, and a minute later, the door finally opened. When the princess gaze landed on him, her body shook uncontrollably as if triggered into recalling something she didn't want to remember again. Instead of backing away, 13 took a step forward and hugged the princess, making her body shudder a second time. I won't do that to you again, 13 said, lightly tapping the princess back to help calm her down. I promise. The young lady's body continued to shake, but this time, she hugged 13 back and cried in his arms. When Erica asked her what Xylen did to her, she only said that he plucked her feathers, but plucking her feathers was no different from skinning her alive. The pain, fear, desperation, and helplessness she felt back then was mirrored by Prince Xylen. There was no one who understood what the prince had felt at that time more than her, who had also been exposed to Xylen's cruelty. The cruelty that he hid to the people he loved, for he only showed the side he was willing to let them see. 13 could feel the young lady's hug getting tighter as the tears in her eyes poured. In the end, he closed his eyes and moved his hand higher to lightly brush her long hair with his hand, hoping it would help calm her down. Minutes passed, and only the princess' pained sobs could be heard inside the room. The shaking of her body had subsided a bit, but 13 continued to hug her and support her body. Princess Araceli was quite tall for a lady, taller than Xylen by a head. The teenage boy was still in his growing phase, so he would eventually grow taller as well. But for now, the princess' tears streamed down the side of his face as they continued to fall like rain. Time passed, but the two continued to hold each other. One was giving his support, the other was relying on that support. Suddenly, 13 felt a pair of soft, delicate hands cup his face. Opening his eyes, he saw Princess Araceli looking down on him. She was no longer crying, but her cheeks were still stained with tears. Actually, both of their cheeks were stained with tears since her tears had fallen on 13's face as well. Then, the young lady lowered her head and kissed Xylen's lips. Her soft and perfect lips that many had coveted in her homeworld of Gamara were now pressing against Xylen's, who had broken her pride and arrogance. She had already submitted to him after that traumatic experience. If she truly harbored even a little bit of malice against him, all she needed to do was apply a little bit of strength to snap his neck and finally get her revenge. But she wouldn't do that. She just couldn't. Instead, she kissed the man who had hurt her, humiliated her, and made her fall from grace. The princess felt her heart ache as she kissed the person whom she had wished to kill several times over in the past. But this kiss they shared together now held a promise that was only strengthened by the string that tied their fingers together. Soon, the sound of soft kisses spread inside the room, allowing Princess Araceli's heart to slowly heal from the trauma she had experienced in Xylen's merciless hands. Chapter 964. 964. The Griffin has been shackled. 13 and Princess Araceli were now on the couch. The young man was seated, while the lady was laying down, using his lap as her pillow. She was currently asleep, perhaps tired from crying so much. Despite her peaceful appearance, her eyes were swollen, and there were still tears on her face, which the teenage boy had wiped her tears away. There was also a faint dark circle under her eyes, which was likely because she struggled to sleep after seeing Prince Xylen's tragic fate that closely resembled hers. In order to not wake her up, he had put his communicator into silent mode, which prompted it to only vibrate when a message or a call connected with his number. And at that moment, his communicator was vibrating nonstop. The contact attempts were all from Princess Lavinia, who was asking him the time and place for their meeting where she would lend her night-kiss moth to Xylen to compensate him for the recent conflict between them. 13 tapped his communicator and replied to her message, replying they could meet on the same day. He would return Prince Zoran to the Skavari race. Princess Lavinia readily agreed because she also wanted to see the prince, who had suffered terribly in Xylen's hands. Sherry had also returned to the room when he said it was fine for her to return to his side. Seeing that Princess Araceli was sleeping peacefully on his lap, she understood that her lover somehow managed to calm her down. She then sat beside her lover and rested her head on his shoulder. 13 wrapped his hand around her waist and gave her forehead a kiss. Are the soldiers training properly and not slacking? 13 inquired. Yes, Sherry replied. They are training properly. How about Vincent and Penny? I asked Christopher to make them do squats for an hour. They're still doing squats, but they both look quite aggrieved. It's pretty interesting to look at their faces. 13 smirked because he was punishing the two for the complaints he was getting from the commanders of the other battalions. The two troublemakers were always trying to get under the skirts of the lady soldiers, which made their comrades envious, jealous, and furious. Vincent and Penny were exceptionally handsome guys. They were mobile pheromone-spraying creatures who could easily make even the most seasoned lady soldiers fall for their charms. However, within the 69th Battalion, there was an anomaly.ms. Emergency was completely immune to them, making the two guys very frustrated. As for Siri and Stella, who were also exceptional beauties in their own right, the pair of troublemakers simply didn't dare to target them. For some reason, their primal instincts were telling them that they should never set their sights on them, or else it might lead to their happiness getting chopped off completely. Suddenly, 13's communicator vibrated once more. When he saw the caller was Christopher, he knew that this was something very important. Yes? 13 asked as soon as the lines had connected. Aaron Ashford has arrived at the headquarters of the Griffin clan with Norman Stallard. Christopher reported. 13 nodded to acknowledge Christopher's report. Anything else? Shasha had secretly asked me if she and Mikhail could come here to join the 69th Battalion during the duration of the war against the Jinns. Christopher added. 13 pondered a bit before nodding his head a second time. Tell them they can come. But why didn't she ask me directly? She's worried she might disturb you since you're always busy, Christopher replied. I will now reply to her message and tell her she can come here with Mikhail. After ending the call, Sherry looked very happy that her sister-in-law, whom she admired very much, was going to come earlier than she expected. For most ladies of the current generation, Shasha Leventis was their idol. In fact, her popularity was now equivalent to Shauna's and Erica's, who used to be considered the most popular young ladies in the world of Pangea. There was even a secret poll set up online, where millions of young men had posted their own beauty rankings in a website 13 made in his spare time. And to his surprise, Shasha's name was actually at the top of the list, followed closely by Shauna and Erica. However, since he didn't want his sister to be in the limelight, he placed Shauna on the #1 spot, Erica on the second, and Shasha on the third. No one suspected anything since Shauna and Erica were indeed very popular. The mere fact that Shasha was in third place was enough to secure her title as one of the most beautiful and most talented wanderer in the current generation. Sherry was even her self-proclaimed #1 fan. Feeling that her soon-to-be sister-in-law was very cute, Shasha requested for Xylen to make a fan card for fun and asked that he give the top 1 fan card to Sherry, since he had already created a bunch of cards. 13 decided to put them to good use and put them into auction. That he didn't expect that the single-digit cards that Shasha had officially recognized as the top numbers of her fan club would start a bidding war that raised its value in the tens of millions. In the end, 13 gave half of the auction's earnings to his sister and kept the rest to fund his projects. You really like Shasha, huh? 13 said with a smile. I do. Sherry nodded. Then, who do you like more? 13 smirked. Me or her? Meanie. Sherry immediately pouted, making the smile on the teenage boy's face widen. Just as he was about to apologize for bullying her, his communicator once again vibrated. This time, it was Colbert who contacted him. Sir, the bishops of the Church of Destruction have finally made contact with him, Colbert reported. Took them long enough. So when and where? They are still waiting for the Archbishop to make a decision. 13 nodded. Keep me updated. Those fanatics are a rowdy bunch. Colbert nodded in agreement because the Church of Destruction was indeed a pain in the bum. However, since this was a task that 13 had assigned to him and Christopher, they would do it without fail and even make some sacrifices as long as things went as planned. Colbert, make sure to prepare for the worst, 13 stated. Aaron and Norman have arrived. We don't have much time. Yes, sir, Colbert replied in a serious tone. When the call ended, Sherry looked at the teenage boy, whose smile had disappeared from his face. She then reached out to hold his hand and gave it a light squeeze. It's going to be all right, Sherry said firmly. Yes, 13 replied. It's going to be all right. However, deep inside the depths of Xylen's eyes, an emotion that rarely appeared had briefly surfaced. Most people think that 13 had the situation under his control, but that wasn't necessarily true at most. He only made as many preparations as he could for the upcoming war, but with unexpected variables popping up everywhere, he even felt like he hadn't prepared enough. While the teenage boy was currently being encouraged by his lover, Aaron, Douglas, and Norman were having a serious talk. Inside the Griffin clan's headquarters. Are you mad, Aaron? Douglas looked at his comrade in disbelief. No, you've always been mad. Aaron chuckled. I already gave you a proposal, so it's up to you whether you accept it or not. However, remember this. Norman and I are in this together. That's right. Norman nodded. Make sure to think about it carefully. After all, the future of the Griffin clan is at stake. The two monarchs then left Douglas' office with smiles on their faces. When he was certain that they were no longer around, Douglas smashed his fist on the table in front of him, breaking it in half. Bastards. Douglas growled. King bastards. He had already expected something like this to happen to him, but his guess was still way off the mark. Douglas knew that Aaron and Norman were greedy for power, but he didn't expect that they would not leave him a way out that if he disagreed, then the Cygni continent is as good as doomed. But if he agreed, he and the rest of the Griffin clan would become their dogs for the rest of their lives. Both choices were very difficult for him to accept, and frankly, Douglas might have to choose the lesser evil between the two. He wanted to smash and destroy a few things in his office, but he knew that it was futile. In the end, Douglas sat back down and pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to find if there was a way out of his predicament. Suddenly, Xylen's image appeared on his head, making the monarch of the Cygni continent fight an internal battle inside his head. After nearly half an hour of contemplation, he finally made his decision. Tapping his communicator, he waited for someone to reply from the other side. When the line finally connected, Douglas was the first to speak. The Griffin has been shackled. A brief moment of silence descended inside the room before a crisp reply reached his ears. Understood. Prepare for Plan B. A second later, the line disconnected. Douglas sighed before walking toward the window of his office to look at the capital city of the Cygni continent. He didn't believe in God, for the gods of their world had chosen to forsake him. In the end, Douglas understood that the time had come to finally make a decision, and he had chosen the third option. Although it was a gamble, with no guarantee of winning, he chose to believe that a kid, who had not even reached 20, would have the ability to make the world a better place to live in. Chapter 965, Strength Beyond Death. Is everyone ready? Vorin asked his subordinates. They had gathered at the outskirts of Avron City, where the main headquarters of the Martin race was located. Sir, I have a bad feeling about this mission, said one of Vorin's subordinates. I feel like we're walking into some kind of trap. Vorin glanced at his subordinate and nodded in agreement. I feel the same, Vorin said. The number of people on our side isn't that big, yet we haven't encountered any obstacles until now. We could very well be walking into a trap, but we have no choice but to jump headfirst into that trap if it means getting our prince back. I'm sure all of you know what kind of person his father is. Even if we meekly wait for our reinforcements to arrive, the chances of us being spared once the general finds out we have allowed the prince to get captured by the humans are nil. That's why, even if we have to make sacrifices, even if you and I die, we must do this mission so others may live. The expressions of the 500 Scavari who accompanied Vorin in this mission hardened. He could have brought more people on this mission, but he also had misgivings about it because Xylen had been the one to set the time and place for the attack. 3 days. That was more than enough time to make ample preparations for both sides. He deemed they were really walking into a trap. So he had left half of the elite force of their faction back at their headquarters. The Skavari commander had also left someone capable of taking command in case something happened to him. Our plan is simple, Vorin said. Hit them quick and flee just as quick. Set fire to some of the buildings, and your missions are done. Do not engage the enemy if possible. We didn't come here to kill, but to cause chaos. Do I make myself clear? Strength beyond death. The Skavari replied, lowering their voice but still impactful enough to make Vorin understand they would follow his order. But just as everyone was about to execute their mission, a voice filled with satisfaction reached their ears. Although you're our enemies, I have to acknowledge your bravery. The Prince of the Marten, Prince Orin, said calmly. As such, I will see to it that none of you will be able to leave this place alive. I knew it. Vorin sneered. So you have become the borrowed knife of a human. As expected of the Marten race, weasels, all of you. Did you also kiss and lick Xylen's feet and pledge your allegiance to him? Very funny, Prince Orin replied. However, I agree we are just dancing on the palm of Xylen's hand at the moment. But worry not. I'll make sure to send him to the afterlife so the two of you can enjoy some rotting carrion together. The prince then snapped his fingers, and in an instant, countless Martens surrounded Vorin and his subordinates. They numbered in the thousands, and clearly, they had no intention of letting Vorin and his subordinate escape alive. Knowing his fate had already been sealed, Vorin raised his fist toward the sky. Strength beyond death. Vorin roared. Strength beyond death. Strength beyond death. Strength beyond death. The Skavari replied in kind and followed their commander as he charged toward the Prince of the Martens. Vorin was a rank 7 overlord, and although he believed he would die before he reached the prince, he still decided to go all out. If there was even a small chance that he could take the smug-looking weasel with him to the afterlife, then his death wouldn't be in vain. Unfortunately, miracles didn't always happen. The full might of the Martens' army descended upon the brave Skavari, who all fought ready to die. Despite the numerical advantage, Vorin and his people didn't bat an eye. The Skavari had an innate ability to detonate their bodies as a last resort to take down their enemies. Their bones were hard, so the moment they exploded, sharp shrapnels would be sent flying around them, potentially dealing serious injuries to anyone close to them. As the Skavari's nemesis, the Martens knew this as well, so they unleashed a bombardment of attacks from a safe distance at their desperate enemies, who intended to sacrifice their lives to bring down as many of them as possible. This was also the reason why many factions feared a full-scale war against the Skavari. At most, a battle with them would lead to mutual destruction, which their enemies could use to reap the profits after their battle ended. With enough preparations, the Marten were able to decimate nearly half of the enemies that were led by Vorin. However, the rank 7 overlord wasn't an easy opponent to defeat. That a detonation of his rank could cover an area of 100 meters, and anyone weaker than him trapped inside that killing zone would definitely die or suffer a grievous injury. Princess Laventia watched this battle with a frown on her face in the distance. 13 informed her about this night raid and told her to enjoy the show. The succubus race was mostly a neutral faction in Gamara. They neither expanded their territories nor did they antagonize their neighbors. Perhaps to compensate for that, they were active in conquering other foreign worlds through dimensional gates. With their abilities, they were confident enough to secure a territory amidst their many strong rivals. In the end, Zoran died. But he also took 3 rank 7 Martens with him in battle, making Prince Orin livid that he nurtured these high-level subordinates with his own precious resources, which most certainly didn't grow on trees. So, for him, he suffered a greater loss than the Skavari race in this exchange despite having an absolute advantage. Damn, I really hate these vermins. Prince Orin cursed. But I hate you more, Xylen Leventis. 13, who was watching this scene through the eyes of one of his demons, smirked. He didn't really mind getting hated by Prince Orin. The Marten Prince was just one of the many beings who hated his guts. But did he care? No. With this, the preparations are complete, 13 said before glancing at the person behind him. Isn't that right, Prince Soren? The handsome and cunning prince of the Skavari knelt on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. Yes, my lord. Kesari, who had taken over the prince's body, replied. Make sure they don't get suspicious, 13 stated. Feel free to curse my name 100 times a day if that's what it takes for them to trust you completely. You can do that, right? Yes, my lord, Kesri replied reluctantly. I obey your will. 13 nodded and tapped his communicator to contact the new commander of the Skavari race. You have kept your word, 13 said. Vorin and his subordinates have died bravely in battle. I will keep my part of the deal and return your prince to you. Xylen Leventis, you will not die a peaceful death, replied hatefully by Crag, the new commander of the Skavari race. The Skavari will never forget. The teenage boy shrugged because Crag and Prince Orin could form the We Hate Xylen Leventis fan club for all he cared. This is the location where we will do our exchange, 13 said. I also have a deal with Princess Leventia, so she will be there as well. Crag snorted before ending the conversation. Right now, he wanted to kill Xylen so badly. Unfortunately, until their prince was returned to them, he couldn't do anything reckless, for it might make their faction's situation worse than it already was. Vorin was the person he respected the most, and now that he was gone, Crag wished nothing more than to tear Prince Orin and Xylen apart before feasting on their flesh and blood. Wash your neck, Xylen Leventis, Crag said hatefully. Once the second prince arrives, I'll make sure to tell him everything you've done to us. Prince Orin was the third prince of the Skavari race and was doted on by the emperor. This was also why he was the one who was sent to Pangaea to secure a foothold for their faction. It was supposed to be a learning trip, allowing the prince to better understand what it meant to go to war in another world. Unfortunately, the prince's desire to make Erica his wife had made him act recklessly, which led to the current situation. For the time being, Crag planned to order the Skavari to keep a low profile until their reinforcements arrived. The Skavari were a vengeful race, and they didn't really forget. But little did they know, the system of cannon fodders also didn't forget. Those whom he had a grudge against. Die a peaceful death? That was the last thing on 13's mind if he could avenge his hosts and deal with the system god and the goddess of fate. He didn't care what kind of ending he would face after his mission was done. When he fought against the system god, 13 had been prepared for death. For him, death was more of a reprieve than a punishment for the sins that he was about to carry on his shoulders. Chapter 966. 966. You're just an extra, you know? 2 days after the fight between the Skavari and the Marden ended, Crag stood with his arms crossed over his chest as he stared hatefully at the teenage boy in front of him. Princess Leventia stood not far from the Skavari commander. However, her focus wasn't on the teenage boy whom she had agreed to meet. Her gaze was focused on the beautiful lady standing a meter behind Xylen. So you're still alive? Princess Leventia asked Princess Aracel, whom Xylen had brought with him. I thought that you've already become monster poop by now. Princess Aracel didn't even bother to reply and completely ignored the succubus princess, making the latter curse her in her heart. Where is the prince? Crag asked, doing his best to keep the anger from leaking into his voice. You better not be toying with us, Xylen Leventis. The Skavari commander didn't even try to hide his killing intent, which was exuding from his body. Clearly, Zoran's death was something that he wouldn't be able to accept so easily. Your prince is here, of course, 13 replied. A moment later, Khan, who was a rank 8 sovereign, suddenly appeared behind Xylen, catching everyone by surprise. They also noticed it was carrying the Skavari prince, who looked very relieved that he was about to be freed from his suffering. You're free now, 13 said to Prince Soren. Make sure to tell your siblings and your father not to mess with me again in the future, okay? Prince Zoran didn't give any reply and simply hurried to Crag's side as if his tail was on fire. After securing the prince's safety, Crag checked his body for injuries. He had seen how Xylen had repeatedly skinned and healed his prince during the live broadcast, and even now, he had no idea how the teenage boy had done such a thing. But a healing ability of that level could only be used by the Veltharim race, whom they refer to as the fallen angels of Gamara. It's your turn now, Princess Leventia, 13 said to the succubus princess, who visibly flinched after hearing his voice. Seeing her reaction, a faint smile appeared on Princess Aracel's face, as if she found it quite amusing. Not wanting to embarrass herself further, she summoned her night kiss moth, whom 13 had asked for. Are you sure you're not going to harm my subordinate? Princess Leventia asked. I won't, 13 promised. In fact, I assure you. Your pet will have a very comfortable stay during his time with me. The Night-Kiss Moth's eyes locked onto the teenage boy, who was being protected by Khan and Princess Araceli. It felt really reluctant to willingly follow the teenage boy's orders. But Khan, who was a rank 8 sovereign, was giving off a pressure that made it stop thinking of doing something reckless. The giant pit hole then appeared a distance away from where the teenage boy was standing. If one looked at it from above, all they would see was darkness with no light in sight. Get inside that pit, 13 ordered. Don't worry, you won't be harmed. The moth begrudgingly obeyed and flew down into the darkness. What it didn't know was that Giga and the ogres were there waiting to beat the crap out of it before sending it to the domain of the apocalypse. A loud screech emerged from the pit, making Princess Levincia's face turn pale. You said that you wouldn't hurt it. Princess Levincia complained. You're right. 13 nodded. Do you see me hurting it? I'm right here, standing in front of you. Why you deceived me? Princess Levincia said angrily, making Crag sneer at her for being a naive princess. Don't worry. Just like Prince Zoran, we will return your moth to you without any injuries on its body, 13 stated. We're just making sure it won't do anything funny before we bring it back to our base. It's still a rank 7 sovereign, while I'm just a weak rookie. Do you even know how easily I'd die if that thing spat on me? Night-Kiss moths don't spit. Exactly. 13 nodded, which further infuriated the princess. But before she could even say more, the teenage boy raised his hand, gesturing that she stop. Our business is done, so I'll be taking my leave, 13 said. All of you should lie low for now until your reinforcements arrive. The real fun will begin then. You sound so confident. And yet, will you still be here on this continent when our forces cross over to this side? Crag asked in disdain. I will, 13 replied. It wouldn't be fun otherwise, no? You really talk big. Crag scoffed. I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression when the Skavari annihilate everything you hold dear in this world. I'm also looking forward to seeing where your confidence is coming from, 13 replied. If the Skavari are that strong, then it would have already ruled the entirety of Gamara long ago. You can't even fully eliminate the Martins, so why are you talking as if you're the strongest faction here? 13's voice was filled with greater disdain and contempt than Crag's, making the Skavari commander speechless. It wasn't able to refute the teenage boy's words because it was true. I'll remember this, Crag said before taking Prince Zoran away. That's what all third-rate villains say, 13 said. Also, you shouldn't be saying those words. You're just an extra, you know. Crag had no idea what the teenage boy was talking about, nor did he care. He simply signaled for his people to leave the place as soon as possible. The Skavari were still thinking that this might be a trap to finish them off. Fortunately, 13 had no intention of dealing with them right now because he wanted Kesri to return to the Skavari headquarters safely. He even asked Zed to guard the Skavari from the sky, just in case the Martin race had gotten wind of their plan to retrieve their prince. Princess Levincia, who had also brought her subordinates with her for her own safety, decided to ask Princess Araceli a question. Are you his prisoner? Princess Levincia asked. Yes and no, Princess Araceli replied. What does that mean? Princess Levincia inquired. Princess Araceli shook her head, which was her way of telling the princess that she had no intention of continuing the conversation. Since the princess of House Pavareth refused to answer her question, Princess Levincia shifted her attention to Xylen. If possible, I don't want to become your enemy, Princess Levincia said. But I am not the one who calls the shots for the Velmoria royal family. I understand, 13 replied. You're just an extra as well, so don't push yourself too hard, okay? The extra? Princess Levincia asked. What do you mean? Don't worry about it, 13 replied. Behave, and don't mess with me again. As long as you obey, I'll spare your life if we ever meet on the battlefield again. Without another word, he held Princess Araceli's hand, and both of them vanished out of thin air, making the succubus princess and her subordinates look at the spot where the pair originally stood with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Chapter 967. 967. I really hate the monarchs of Pangaea, you know? This is indeed a fascinating creature, Master. Evavug said as soon as Xylen appeared inside the domain of the apocalypse, with Princess Araceli in tow. I know, Evavug, 13 replied. Make it lay as many eggs as possible. But Master, even if we hasten the growth period of the moths, They still won't be ready in time for the upcoming war, Evavug commented. They won't be used for the upcoming war. 13 looked at the mind-controlled Nightkiss moth with a smirk. There are still future wars. Understood, Master. I'll do my best. MMM. The teenage boy then returned to Rocky's mobile fortress to check Tiona's condition. She had still not woken up ever since Camarasipa returned her unconscious. 13 had no idea what happened to his black snake because the Magian princess wouldn't tell him anything. She only assured him that Tiona wasn't in any sort of danger. In fact, Camarasipa even told him that he would be very thankful for the gift she had given Tiona. Wake up soon, Tiona, 13 said softly as he lightly brushed the black snake's head tenderly, making Princess Araceli feel a little jealous of the black snake, whose eyes were still open even though it was sleeping. Pika and Pico had been keeping an eye on her every day, and both of them were also worried about their big sis, who had yet to wake up. She's very important to you? Princess Araceli asked. Yes, 13 replied. She's been with me for many years and is one of my trusted confidants. A few minutes later, the teenage boy's communicator made a notification sound. Seeing that the caller was monarch of the Griffin clan, Douglas, 13 could tell that this was something very important. After tapping the accept button, Douglas' projection appeared in front of him. Xylen, I'd like to get your honest opinion, Douglas said through gritted teeth. Can we win even without the Ashford and Stallard clan helping us? They're still trying to blackmail me, but if this continent falls, my people and I will be homeless. The majority of those who have evacuated from here moved to the Sirius continent, and the Ashford and Stallard clans plan to absorb them under their wing the moment we lose this war. I need a guarantee from you that we can win. Because if not, even if I hate it, I will have no choice but to become their subordinate for the sake of my people. 13 stared at the monarch with a calm expression on his face. I can't guarantee you we will win this war, 13 replied. There are too many variables involved, and the mutation of the gates is also very worrying. However, if you agree to ally yourself with the central government and the Levinas family, I can guarantee that you and your people will be treated much better by us than by those two. Douglas pinched the bridge of his nose. All of you guys are trying to take advantage of me, but choosing your side seems a lot better than choosing the side of those bastards. 13 smirked. At least, the central government is serious in helping humanity win this war. Aaron and Norman only want to get as many benefits as they can from you before this continent falls. I'm sure you understand which side truly wants to help, right? I know. Douglas waved his hand impatiently. I might have done many stupid things in the past, but I am no fool. I know who really wants to help me. But Xylen, you're not one of those people. That's right. 13 nodded. I really hate the monarchs of Pangea, you know? Douglas snorted after hearing the teenage boy's reply. However, he preferred to deal with an honest person rather than those who would stab him in the back if an opportunity presented itself. Very well. I will talk with Arthur and Lawrence after this chat of ours is over, Douglas stated. However, answer me truthfully. Do we really not stand a chance of winning this war? That will depend on your definition of winning, sir, 13 replied. If your definition of winning is ridding the continent of the Jinns, then I don't think that's possible. However, if your definition of winning is to retain some lands for your people to live in peacefully, then the odds are much better. How high are those odds? Douglas inquired. Around 20%, 13 answered without hesitation. 20%, Douglas frowned. Fine, I'll take that chance. From now on, the Griffin clan will become the allies of the central government and the Leventis family. Unfortunately, I can't speak on behalf of the Latte, Gates, and Bishop families. Aaron and Norman are trying to win them as we speak. I'm sure both of them are buttering them up with promises as long as they agree to become their subordinates as well. 13 nodded in understanding. Frankly, he had already prepared a plan before the invasion started, and after it ended. Arthur, Tristan, and Lawrence already knew about his plans, so regardless of whether the Jinns conquer the Signy continent or not, things will still proceed as normal. By the way, Sir Douglas, I have a proposal to make, 13 said with a devilish smile on his face. Since they are already trying to blackmail you, why don't we blackmail them in return? You will be at a disadvantage if you act passively. Take the initiative and burn the bridges before they can get off of it. I'm listening, Douglas commented with interest. If I can F***CK those two up, I won't mind severing ties with them today. He was fed up with getting threatened by the two greedy monarchs, who were lusting for the accumulated resources of the Griffin clan in both Pangaea and Solterra. Good. 13 nodded. Now, here is what we're going to do. The teenage boy then explained his plan to the monarch, making the latter laugh out loud. You really want to pit us against each other, huh? Douglas said after his laughter ended. You really hate us monarchs, huh? I do, 13 answered. But my hate for you will at least decrease if you and I are on the same side. I don't know what's worse, Douglas said wryly. Getting blackmailed by my former comrades or getting blackmailed by you? Douglas let out a long and deep sigh before diving into a serious discussion with Xylen about the teenage boy's bold proposal. Using blackmail to put the two monarchs in the spotlight and make them taste their own medicine. Chapter 968, 968. Wow, he almost slipped, huh? Good day, everyone, Douglas said to the dozens of reporters who had gathered at his emergency press conference. I'm glad all of you have come. Today, I have some important news to share with all of you. Due to the urgency of the situation, Douglas used the resources and manpower of the Cygni coalition to bring the reporters from the different TV stations into the capital city of the Griffin clan, the Wingdom city. That a day had passed since he and Xylen had a certain discussion, and now he would put the teenage boy's proposal into action. That he knew that by doing this, he would effectively cut ties with the Ashford and Stallard clans. But he no longer cared about them. Just like what Xylen had told him, he should take the initiative to burn his bridges before the two monarchs could get off of it. I'm sure all of you are very curious as to why I have gathered all of you here today, Douglas stated. So, without further delay, I will now make an announcement. As of this day, the Griffin clan will officially make an alliance with the central government and the Leventis family. The main reason that ultimately led to this decision is my detest for the vile actions of the Ashford and Stallard clans, who both tried to use my people as hostages against me. I will now show all of you the video footage of what transpired during our talks after they arrived here in the Cygni continent. Immediately, a video played on the giant LCD screen behind Douglas, and it showed him talking to Aaron and Norman inside his office. 13 had asked Douglas to put hidden cameras inside his office the moment the former was informed that the two monarchs were on their way to the Cygni continent. Douglas also felt that the teenage boy's advice was sound, so he cooperated with him. Meanwhile, Aaron and Norman, who were watching the press conference from another city, looked at their TV screens with dumbfounded looks on their faces. That bastard. Aaron went livid after seeing the familiar scene in the Douglas office. He already knew what was going to happen next, so he immediately tried to call his subordinate in the Sirius continent to cut off the connection of Douglas' live broadcast. Unfortunately for him, Athena had already hacked into the network of the TV stations, preventing them from going off air at this critical moment. Everyone in the world watched as a despicable exchange between the three monarchs transpired. Douglas, we've been friends for a long time, so I won't beat around the bush, Aaron said. I want you and your clan to become our subordinates. If you agree, Norman and I will help you in this war. We assure you that, in the worst-case scenario, we will welcome you and your people in the Sirius continent with open arms. That's right, Douglas, Norman replied. Aaron and I have agreed that we will only help you if you agree to our condition. If you don't, we will not put a lot of effort into this war, and you, as well as your people, will become homeless. Do you really want that to happen? Everyone saw how Douglas' expression on the video footage changed from surprise to anxious as he berated the two comrades who had decided to take advantage of his current situation. Are you mad, Aaron? Douglas looked at his comrade in disbelief. No, you've always been mad. Aaron chuckled. I already gave you a proposal, and it's up to you whether you accept it or not. However, remember this. Norman and I are in this together. That's right. Norman nodded. Make sure to think about it carefully. After all, the future of the Griffin clan is at stake. The two monarchs then left Douglas' office with smiles on their faces. When he was certain that they were no longer around, Douglas smashed his fist on the table in front of him, breaking it in half. Bastards. Douglas growled. King bastards. Everyone who watched the footage from their TV screens showed varying expressions of disbelief as a reaction to the exchange between the three monarchs of Pangaea. The video ended there, and Douglas spoke once more to get everyone's attention. As you can see, the Ashford clan and the Stallard clan have chosen to stop being human. Instead, They chose to become vile beasts who prioritize their own interests, openly speaking of their intention to devour not only the Griffin clan, but also the people of the Cygni continent. This is a clear betrayal, not only to me, but to all of humanity. Such vile acts shouldn't be overlooked and must be judged by the world. I vow on my name, as well as the name of the Laplace demon, that everything you have seen is the truth. I am very disappointed in the Ashford and Stallard clans. It seems that the real monsters in our world aren't those from Gamara or Solterra. They are here with us, acting like righteous people who have come to save humanity from the monsters that wish to conquer our world. Douglas laughed in disdain before showing a middle finger at the camera. Aaron and Norman, you two bastards, do not think you will get your way. Douglas declared, people of the Cygni continent, my brothers and my sisters who are currently living in the Sirius continent, do not be deceived. These people only want to treat you as their subordinates. They're dogs. They're slaves. They're not fighting for humanity, but for their own benefits. Fortunately, there are still people in this world who really are fighting for the safety of our world. The central government and the Leventis family are here to protect our world. Lastly, Xylen. They are not using blackmail to get their way. Pika and Pico, who were also watching the live broadcast with Xylen, glanced at their master with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Wow, he almost slipped, huh? Pika said. He didn't almost slip, sister, Pico commented. He slipped and tried to fix it right away. What a useless human. Damn right, sis. Sherry and Princess Araceli smiled faintly because they were aware that Xylen had not only tried to blackmail Douglas, but he had even written the script for the speech the monarch was using on live television. What was worse was that Douglas had pledged in the name of the Laplace demon. This was one of the most sacred oaths a wanderer could make, because Laplace demon hated those who used its name to make pledges and didn't adhere to them. There had been more than one occasion when the right hand rabbit of the one had descended to the world to obliterate those who made pledges using its name. 13 had already talked to Laplace demon beforehand and asked for permission to use its name in this live broadcast. Although the possibility was small, the last thing he wanted to happen was for the Laplace demon to appear on live television to smack the living lights of Douglas, who had just made a pledge using its name in front of the entire world. Now that the cat was out of the bag, the two remaining monarchs, Wendell Elrod and Trevor Remington, became painfully aware of the ambition of Aaron and Norman. Both of them were currently in the Aldebaran continent, preparing for their departure to the Cygni continent. When this live broadcast started, those two have really been corrupted by power, Trevor said calmly. I never liked them from the start, Wendell commented. So what do you plan to do now? You already know what they did to poor Douglas. Are you still going to turn a blind eye to their ambition? The monarch of the Remington clan sighed deeply before shaking his head. I've already known they have changed over the past hundreds of years, Trevor stated. There have been many signs, but I chose to turn a blind eye for the sake of our past friendship. But it seems that even that friendship is no longer valid in their eyes. All that remained was their wish to control others, so they alone could have a say in the world. But I have a feeling that Xylen has his hand on this matter. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if you are right. Chapter 969, 969. Why should we care about the opinion of ants? Damn it, Norman couldn't help but curse after watching the live broadcast from start to finish. Is he insane? Just as he was thinking of confronting Douglas, he was interrupted by the sound of his communicator ringing, prompting him to look at the name of the caller. Seeing Aaron's name, the monarch was reminded that both of them were currently on the same boat. What are we going to do about this? Norman asked as soon as he accepted the call. The bastard even swore using Laplace demon's name. Do you dare do the same to clear your name? His voice was filled with sarcasm, though a part of him truly wanted to see if the second-in-command of the one would turn a blind eye to a pledge that would come from them. I've ordered my people in the Sirius continent to immediately mitigate the spread of the news using all the resources of my clan, Aaron replied. But for some reason, nothing is working. The news has already traveled far and wide, and we can't seem to erase any evidence. I also asked my people to block the live broadcast by hook or by crook, including destroying the broadcast towers. They had done it without too many problems, but the live broadcast still spread like wildfire. Even the destruction of the towers didn't seem to affect it. How is that even possible? Norman asked. The broadcast should have stopped as soon as the broadcast towers had been destroyed. I don't know what they did, but it seems they have other means to keep the live broadcast going despite my efforts to sabotage it. However, one thing is clear. Douglas has an accomplice. There might even be multiple of them. And those people know exactly what they're doing. Even now, the evacuees from the Cygni continent who had gone to the Sirius continent are getting restless. If we don't do anything, a revolt might come to pass. A revolt. Norman sneered. Then, how about we just go ahead and make these ants understand who they are dealing with? Call Wendell and Trevor. Tell them to come as soon as possible. It's about time we put everyone in place. A brief moment of silence descended after Norman finished his statement. This made the monarch wonder if their call was disconnected since Aaron hadn't said anything for a while. Just as he was about to confirm whether his comrade was still on the line, Aaron's voice reached his ears. Wendell and Trevor are not picking up my calls, Aaron said. But according to my spies, those two are currently on their way here to the Cygni continent. The patriarch of the Stallard clan clicked his tongue, well aware that the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Who is it? Norman asked. Who do you think is backing Douglas? Is it Lawrence? The only person whom they really needed to be wary of was the monarch of the central government, whom they had failed to kill in the past. Lawrence had single-handedly prevented the monarchs from having full and complete control of Pangaea and from lording over the masses without any competition. The possibility exists, yes, but I have a feeling he is not the one directly involved in this matter, Aaron replied. But there is someone else who comes to mind. Who? Norman inquired. Xylen Leventis. Aaron answered without hesitation. Norman initially planned to say that a mere rookie couldn't possibly be the person whom Douglas was counting on, but he wasn't able to say it. He might have underestimated the teenage boy in the past because of his rank as a rookie, but time and time again, Xylen had proved that rank wasn't everything. Do you have a plan in mind? Norman asked in a serious tone. Do you want to raid Casimir City and kidnap that boy? Do you really think he's a fool? Aaron asked back in disdain. I already talked to my spy in the 69th Battalion, and he said that he hadn't seen their commander since morning. Even that girl who follows Xylen around is nowhere to be found. He might have gone into hiding. Attacking Casimir City now might only provoke Tristan into starting a full-scale war against us. Norman scratched his hair, understanding that his earlier suggestion would be indeed a very bad move. All of them had tried to fight Lawrence at the same time and managed to kill him a few times. But the monarch of the central government was immortal and would be reborn in a random location each time he died. That in the past, Lawrence didn't hold back and massacred nearly half of the Stallard clan, forcing Norman to compromise that in fear that the same thing would happen to them. The other monarchs, including Aaron, tried to settle the dispute and paid a hefty compensation to seal the matter. Back then, Lawrence only told them one thing. There won't be a next time. Since that day, the monarchs did their best not to offend the Grand Marshal of the central government. So, what do we do now? Norman sneered. Play the victim card? No, Aaron replied. We will not do anything. Excuse me? What do you mean we will not do anything? Exactly as I said. We won't do anything. Ignore all interviews and make no comments whatsoever. We are monarchs, so why must we care about the opinion of ants? Norman, who was panicking earlier, finally calmed down. What his comrades said was true. They were monarchs, the most powerful wanderers in Pangaea. Even if the world hated them, so what? What could mere ants do about it? They could easily expel the people who evacuated from the Cygni continent away from their territories and dump them to the north of the Sirius continent, where the Jinns were active. They held vast swaths of territories in the Sirius continent, and they didn't need to answer to anyone. Monarchs were monarchs. Moreover, there were two of them. The people of Pangaea would still need to think twice before antagonizing them. You're right. Norman finally regained his composure. Since they are painting us as the bad guys, then we'll just be the bad guys. Let's see if they can really defend this continent without us. So, are you going back to the Sirius continent for damage control? Yes, Aaron answered. There is no longer any reason for us to stay here. I have also finished my talks with the Latte, Bishop, and Gates families. Aside from the Latte family, the two seemed inclined to accept our proposal. I guess we won't be leaving here empty-handed, then. Norman chuckled. Still, Wendell and Trevor might be a problem. They won't. Aaron smiled faintly. We will just have to make sure that they both die here in the Signy continent when the invasion starts. Besides, it's a perfect opportunity to do some cleaning up. Norman didn't comment right away because he was aware of this plan. It was their last resort just in case things went south. Frankly, he didn't want to do this, but if they really wanted to take over the world, being ruthless was a necessity. I'm still not on board with this last resort of yours, Norman stated. Do not forge. Lawrence is still a threat. Not for long, Aaron stated. Not wanting to tell more about the preparations he had made for the day, he once again fought against Lawrence, whom they treated as the greatest thorn on their side. After agreeing that they no longer needed to remain in the Signy continent, the two monarchs decided to leave the Signy coalition to their fate. The two of them didn't believe that the Signy continent could be saved, especially when it was already guaranteed that rank 9 sovereigns would appear during the final battle. Chapter 970, for better or for worse. News of Aaron and Norman leaving the Signy continent reached the ears of 13, who had stayed inside the mobile fortress for the sake of his own safety. He had brought along Sherry, Stella, Ciri, and Princess Araceli with him just to be safe. I don't think the Jinns need to put much effort into this war. Your fellow humans are quite talented at sabotaging each other, Ciri said in a teasing tone. If they wait for a bit longer, perhaps they could save their resources. They might not even need to lift a finger before the land is theirs for the taking. Princess Araceli didn't make any comment, but she shared Ciri's opinion. In the eyes of House Pavareth, as well as the other factions that had arrived early in Pangaea, the moment their rank 9 sovereigns crossed over, the defenses that the humans had worked so hard to build would crumble like a house of cards. Well, at least that was what she thought in the past. But after meeting Xylen and the existences backing him, the princess was now starting to worry about House Pavareth instead. The humans could be dealt with. But what about the teenage boy currently using Sherry's lap as his pillow? Princess Araceli believed that rank 9 sovereigns might not be enough to handle him. Are you sure now is the time to relax like this? Stella asked. Yes, 13 replied. When the invasion starts, I'll be so busy that I might not be able to do my duties to Sherry and my other lovers. What do you mean by duties? Ciri asked with great curiosity. I can't become their hug pillow anymore. 13 replied as if it was the most obvious thing to say. Sherry pretended that she was asleep so she wouldn't have to make any comment. However, the other girls weren't buying her sleeping act. No sleeping person would turn so red for no reason. A moment later, Christopher appeared inside the mobile fortress to personally report the situation above ground. Young Master, the monarchs have not made any effort to deny Sir Douglas' claims, Christopher reported. As we speak, they are on their way back to the Sirius continent. I'm afraid they have chosen the option L you have predicted. 13 had made several predictions on how the two monarchs would react after seeing Douglas' live broadcast. He had created option A up to option Z, which had their own contingency plans. It's too early to say they have chosen option L, 13 commented. We will know their true stand in a few days. But I believe they will choose option Z. Christopher immediately frowned after hearing his young master's words. Would they really dare to do that? Christopher asked, feeling a little anxious because option Z was the worst outcome possible. You still don't know them, Christopher, 13 replied. But I do. However, you have nothing to worry about. The moment they step into the Aldebaran continent, they will realize just how stupid they are. Option Z was when Aaron, Norman, and the rest of the monarchs decided to take over the world by force and eliminate Lawrence, who was the only one standing in their way. However, since Douglas had pledged an alliance with the central government, this leaves only Wendell and Trevor as variables. 13 didn't know if the two remaining monarchs would join hands with Aaron and Norman. He also didn't know if they were brave enough to oppose the two monarchs of the Sirius continent. However, one thing was clear. 13 had already flipped the table and would have to deal with the consequences of his actions. Because of this, he was forced to make another hard decision. Tapping his communicator, he contacted the High Orc currently serving as the commander of Nautilus. Jubii, return to the Aldebaran continent with Nautilus and go on standby, 13 ordered. You are to prepare for Plan Z and lay in wait for the monarchs to make their move. Yes, Master, Jubii replied and ended the call. Nautilus was one of his trump cards for the upcoming Jinn invasion, but he had to consider the safety of his family. as well as the rest of the Leventis family, who were in the Aldebaran continent. If Nautilus was there, he would feel more at ease because it could provide great support for his people who were waiting for him back home. Christopher, who also understood what his young master was thinking, could only sigh in his heart. Without Nautilus, 13 could only rely on Athena if the worst-case scenario were to happen in the Cygni continent. As soon as he finished talking to the High Orc, his communicator rang once again, and this time, it was Lawrence who was calling him. "Is this really the best option that you can think of?" Lawrence asked as soon as 13 accepted his call. "Couldn't you have waited until the invasion ended?" "What's the point of waiting, sir?" 13 asked back. "Even if they are here, they will only hinder us because we have to constantly watch our backs just in case they plan to backstab us. Lastly, I have evidence they have made contact with some of the factions of the Jinns. The only reason I didn't expose them right away is that we can't afford to openly sabotage our efforts to defend this continent. I believe both of them will go back to do some damage control and assert their authority as monarchs. It is safer for us if they are in the Sirius continent than if they are here in the Cygni continent. Also, sir, please, don't leave the Sirius continent even if the war here starts in full. We will need you to keep an eye on those too. The moment they put their plan into action, you must not hesitate to confront them. Leave defending this continent to me." Lawrence didn't reply right away. However, he sighed deeply. Only after a minute had passed did the strongest monarch of Pangaea speak once more. "I hope we can survive this calamity, Xylen," Lawrence said. "But I have a feeling that even if we do, Pangaea will never be the same again. The balance of power will have to be reshuffled, and I don't even know if there would still be 5 monarch clans and 10 prestigious families after this war." 13 nodded in agreement. Even he couldn't predict the outcome of the war. There were simply too many variables involved. However, he would not hesitate to put his plans into action so humanity would have a fighting chance against the threats that were now about to change their world, for the better or for the worse. A/N. If you guys still didn't know, I have published a new novel called Endless Leveling Done Right. Feel free to check it out. Chapter 971. 971. So that's our win scenario? Part 1. A day after he held a press conference and broadcast it live, Douglas invited the other monarch clans and prestigious families for an emergency meeting. The patriarchs of the Latte, Gates, and Bishop families had all come, bringing with them a handful of their trusted aides to the meeting. Even the current strategist of the Cygni coalition, Renz Elrod, was present. Seeing that even Tristan and Xylen had been invited by Douglas, everyone present knew that they were about to be part of an important meeting. But they were more surprised to see Wendell Elrod and Trevor Remington, who had arrived a day ago. It went without saying that whatever was discussed today would impact the entire world. After all, the most influential people in Pangaea had gathered for this meeting. "Thank you for coming," Douglas said. "Now, we are going to talk about the future of the Cygni continent." Douglas glanced at the patriarchs of the Latte, Gates, and Bishop families before heaving a sigh. "I know Aaron already talked to all of you one by one," Douglas said. "That said, I also know that the Gates and Bishop families have agreed to his conditions. Don't get me wrong. I'm not judging any of you. All of you are old enough to make your own decisions, and you have your own circumstances." Liam Gates and Dave Bishop nodded in understanding. Both of them have troubled looks on their faces, but since they had already decided to agree to Aaron's proposal, they could no longer do anything about it. "Still, I'm surprised, Owain." Douglas glanced in the direction of the patriarch of the Latte family. "Why did you reject Aaron's offer? I'm sure he gave you a very enticing proposal." "Oh, he sure did," replied with a smile by the old man who seemed to be around 70 to 80 years old. "However, I had a heart-to-heart talk with my granddaughter, Char, a few days ago." The old man then glanced at 13, who was calmly listening to the discussion. "Char is considered a true prodigy of the Latte family," Owain said with a smile. "Her words carry weight, and even the elders consider her opinions before making a decision. Since she will lead the Latte family in this era, I decided to ask her about her opinion on the current status quo of the world. And can you all guess what she said?" The old man rubbed his beard and chuckled, clearly enjoying the limelight as he waited for someone to make a guess. "Spit it out, old man," Liam stated. "We don't have all day, you know. Have you gone senile and forgot what you're going to say next?" Dave said in disdain. Although they were using harsh words, This was a common banter between the patriarchs of the prestigious families in the Signy continent, so Owain didn't take offense and chuckled a second time. My great-granddaughter said that if I have to choose between joining the side of the five monarchs or Xylen Leventis faction, I should always join Xylen Leventis even if the entire world will become my enemy. The old man gave the teenage boy a long and hard look as if trying to see what his great-granddaughter had seen in him. She assured me that as long as I join his side, even if the sky were to collapse above my head at this very instant, the Latte family will not perish. It's just a little sad that she had taken a liking to Clark Ashford. If not, I would have definitely pushed for her to make Xylen her fiancé. It's quite unfortunate that her heart is already taken. Fortunately, I have more than one great-granddaughter. So how about it, Xylen? Want to form a marriage alliance with my Latte family? Arthur, who was seated beside his no-good grandson, couldn't help but smirk after hearing Owain's proposal. You still haven't lost your touch, old man, Arthur said. Oh, please, you're 5 years older than me, Owain countered. You're the real old man here. The two exchanged knowing smiles with each other before Owain once again shifted his attention to Xylen. Since my little Char has vouched for you, I decided to trust her words, Owain stated. However, I would be lying if I said that I don't have my reservations. Tell me, Xylen, did my great-granddaughter make the right choice? Everyone in the room quieted down before and waited for the teenage boy to give his reply. She did, 13 replied. If the Latte family agrees, you can join the Xylen bandwagon right now. I'll even throw some freebies and make sure you guys won't become homeless after this war concludes. Owain laughed. You really live up to your reputation. Seeing you like this reminds me of when I was your age. I was also very awesome back then. Everyone in the room rolled their eyes at the shameless old man who was tooting his own horn. A minute later, Wendell spoke up. Xylen, Trevor and I have come because we both know what Aaron and Norman are like, Wendell said. They are very greedy and only pursue what will benefit them the most. Heck, I'm sure that even though they are working together right now, they're just waiting for an opportunity to stab each other in the back. That's just the kind of people that they are. Liam and Dave, who both agreed to Aaron's proposal, frowned. A few minutes into the meeting, they were already starting to think that they had made a bad decision. While the two patriarchs were lost in thought, Trevor chimed in and spoke his mind. That's true, Trevor said. Frankly, I'm also fed up with the two of them. But I'm just a healer. I don't have the ability to fight them in a one-on-one battle. After Douglas made the broadcast, the two went back to the Sirius continent to do some damage control, Wendell said. Thousands of people made protests, but they didn't show any reaction to those movements. On the contrary, the spokesperson of their clans even made an announcement that basically said, "So, what can you do about it?" They even added that if anyone has a problem with their way of doing things, they should come and say it to their faces if they dare. They would also use the full might of their clans to make everyone understand that they shouldn't antagonize a monarch clan. The leaders of the protests said that it was too dangerous to continue, so they had no choice but to tell everyone not to do anything reckless. They were too scared to risk receiving the Ashford and Stallard clans' wrath. A moment of silence descended inside the conference room. It was very clear that Aaron and Norman had decided to give everyone the middle finger. They were two of the untouchables in Pangaea, and they were reminding everyone that they could easily crush them like a bug if they wished to do so. Xylen, tell me honestly, what do you think will be the conclusion of this invasion? Trevor inquired. Before I answer that question, I would like everyone in this room to answer some questions as well. 13 replied without hesitation. My first question is this, Sir Trevor and Sir Wendell. Will you fight seriously in the upcoming invasion and risk your lives for humanity, or will you fight to the best of your abilities to preserve your lives? The latter, Wendell replied. My people still need me, so although I will do my best to help in this war, I will not risk my life in the process. I am the same, Trevor commented. Douglas sighed internally, but he couldn't really blame his comrades for choosing that answer. When the Rigel continent was being invaded by the Jinns, he had also fought to the best of his ability, but chose to retreat when he saw that there was no chance of winning. Still, he was thankful that at least Wendell and Trevor had chosen to fight alongside him. Chapter 972. 972. So that's our win scenario? Part 2. Although you have accepted Aaron Ashford's proposal, Gates and Bishop families, Will you fight with everything you have to defend your homeland? We will. The two thrones replied at the same time because this was what they truly felt in their hearts. Their aides, who had accompanied them in this meeting, also nodded in agreement. The Cygni continent was their home. They would fight with everything they had to defend it. 13 scanned the faces of everyone in the room before speaking his thoughts out loud. I'll be perfectly honest, 13 said. There is no chance for humanity to win. The jinns will be able to conquer these lands without fail. After hearing his words, everyone's faces inside the room became solemn. This was something that they had already accepted deep in their hearts. Even when all the monarchs fought together, the Rigel continent still fell and was now under the control of the jinns. But while everyone was feeling down, 13 continued his speech. However, I am confident that we will be able to keep half of the continent, allowing humans to live in it, 13 said. It might be hard to accomplish, but there is a very high chance of it happening. Half of the continent. Owain arched an eyebrow. Are you saying that the jinns will become our friendly neighbors and not eat us for lunch? 13 smirked. Do you want that to happen, Sir Owain? Is that even possible? Owain asked back. As far as we know, the jinns will be more than happy to invite us for lunch as long as we are the lunch. Well, that scenario has a chance of happening. 13 nodded in agreement. But if that is really the case, why do you think Aaron and Norman reached out to the jinns to form a secret alliance with them? Of course, I know the jinns have also reached out to all of you. They have learned how to operate our communicators and are now proficient in using the internet. Didn't they also offer that they will be magnanimous and spare your families? Most of the people inside the meeting room nodded because it was the truth. But you see, the jinns are not a monolith, 13 stated. Just like how humanity isn't united, they also have different factions. In fact, some of them are even enemies. The only reason why they're not engaging in a full-scale war with each other is that we're still here in these lands. The moment we are gone, they will bare their fangs to each other, and a second round of war will begin. The winners will divide these lands and lord over the defeated jinns. That's the society they have in Gamara, and it will be no different here. Douglas, who was listening to 13's explanation, decided to comment. So, are you saying we should team up with the jinns who have a higher chance of ruling this continent? Douglas inquired. No, 13 shook his head. The only languages the jinns understand are power and strength. If you are unable to show them your strength, they will step all over you like a doormat. That's the last thing that we want to happen. 13 understood that even the jinns who might have a good relationship with him, like Prince Xylen and Princess Aracel, couldn't make any guarantees that their families would choose to form a good relationship with humanity. The teenage boy had no intention to be on the weaker side of the negotiation table, so he planned to do what he did best, and that was to flip the table and give everyone the middle finger. So, what's the plan, Zion? Wendell asked. Based on what you said, it is safe to say that the most we can do is keep half of the continent on the side of humanity, right? So that's our win scenario. 13 nodded. That is indeed our win scenario. We cannot prevent the jinns from planting their foot here on the continent, but we can make sure that they don't succeed in putting their other foot in our backyard. And how do we do that? Trevor inquired. Can we even do that? I don't want to dampen the mood, but if rank 9 sovereigns appeared, Wendell and I would not be able to face them with just the two of us. Even if Douglas helped, winning seems impossible. This was indeed the heart of the issue. They could still fight against rank 8 sovereigns, but the moment a handful of rank 9 sovereigns made their advance, their defenses would fold like paper plates. I know that this may sound like I'm just giving you false hope, but I am confident that we can reach our winning scenario, 13 replied. The Leventis family and the central government had developed secret weapons that would be very useful in this war. In fact, these trump cards can easily obliterate a rank 9 sovereign without problems. However, it can only be used a limited number of times. This weapon will act as our deterrent in the last stages of the war, forcing the jinns to come to a compromise. Is it like having a nuke to blow them to oblivion? Renz Elrod asked. Yes, 13 answered. It is like having a nuke that works in Pangea. In the past, humanity had nuclear weapons, which were the strongest deterrents against hostile threats. However, the laws of the world changed, rendering nuclear weapons obsolete. That it was similar to how the technology of Pangea couldn't be carried over to Solterra. There were limitations, and humanity had learned it the hard way during the first stages of the Jinn invasion. Tell me, how many times can we fire this nuke of ours, Xylen? Tristan asked. 3 times, 13 answered. But I assure you that after they witnessed the might of our nukes, they would think thrice before antagonizing us again. However, I cannot use this at the beginning of the war that I need to collect proper information about our enemies and choose our targets wisely. Once the rank 9 sovereigns understand they are not invincible against us, their factions would become more wary of sending them out on the battlefield. Losing them is akin to losing their chips in this war, so they would only send their rank 7 and rank 8 sovereigns to the front lines. You should be able to deal with these monsters, so hit them hard and make them understand that we are no pushovers. Earlier, the atmosphere inside the room was gloomy, but now, they were feeling hopeful as long as they would only face rank 8 sovereigns on the battlefield. The 3 monarchs and the thrones of Pangaea were confident that they would be able to deal with them. Starting to regret your decisions? Owain teased his 2 friends who had agreed to Aaron's proposal. That proposal is only valid if the Cygni continent falls, Liam replied. If we survive this war, then my agreement with Aaron will be null and void. That's right, Dave commented. The agreement will only take effect if we lose the war. Since we won't lose, then it doesn't hold water. Owain chuckled before shifting his gaze to Xylen. Char really has a good head over her shoulders, Owain thought. Siding with Xylen is indeed a good decision. The patriarch of the Latte family might be smiling on the surface, but deep inside, he was sighing in regret. If only Xylen were born in the Latte family, he was confident that they would be able to dominate the world and no longer have to fear the monarchs, who treated everyone below their rank as ants that they could easily step on.